Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here for the second event here in the AAA. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm already so excited. Premier Bubble event right here. We got the AAA Challenger Series. This is players that you know about. These are teams that you know about. They just didn't quite make it to where they wanted to, but you know what? We get the chance to highlight them in an incredible manner. My name is Jolly. I'm joined, of course, by the incredible Chixa and Danger Taco. Before I get into talking to you guys, of course, I do want to thank our sponsors, right? We do have Pro Medica and AAA, and of course, as you know, there are over 1 million roads out there, but no matter which road you take, AAA knows the way. So learn how AAA can help you in your journey through advice, discounts, roadside assistance, and much more. That's AAA.com. AAA, not like spelled out AAA. Anyway, great start. We're starting off on a hot and heavy day. We have an incredible series here, though, and as I mentioned, I've got Chixa on board with me. We're going to start with you, Chixa. How are you feeling about today? You were here for last week. Obviously, I was not, so I'm going to ask you some questions further down the line.
I'm feeling pretty great. I know I was saying earlier, I had GC1 today in Rocket League, so we hype today on the Rocket League train. So feeling good, excited for the matches as always. Last week, absolute banger. You know, predicted the upset with Minzana. So you know, trying the prediction brain today. We'll see if it ends up going good.
And I'm sure everyone here knows Chixa, obviously, but y'all know Danger Taco, of course, from pretty much everything Rocket League. Danger Taco, how are you feeling today? How are you feeling about some of the series that we have coming up?
I'm super excited. I look forward all day, all week, all month at some points for for this exact event because I've been so excited to see the bubble scene get more attention because I think a lot of fans see the energy, the G2, those teams that are consistently in those top 8 and making the main event, and then they kind of forget about those lower teams, but they don't pay them enough attention because they don't know what events they can watch them in, what are the grand scheme for those events, and that's what Challenger Series provides. It allows not only a showcase event for them, but also a huge amount of prize money to be able to be fought for. So events like this are great to either feel the bubble scene and also showcase all that talent, and I'm all here for it, especially when I get to sit in the booth and yell over it.
Oh yeah, that is the best part, is I'm going to be yelling behind the scenes, of course, because you guys are going to be my play-by-play and color for the day, so I'll be checking in between series. And we are going to be kind of bouncing back and forth. If you guys didn't tune in last week, back and forth, I've got another set of amazing talent too that we're going to get on in between every 2 series set. But going into this first one, we are looking at E United up against Flashes of Brilliance. Again, these are all teams that we're all incredibly familiar with. I did miss out on last week, of course. So you know what? I'm going to start with you, Chixa. Is there anything in particular that you wanted to highlight going into this first series, or even kind of just discussing about I guess it was like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, for that number 1 day?
Well, I guess I'll start by saying it's RGB against Prestige is our first matchup. So Prestige last week having a hard time, ended up going 2 and out, losing in that first bracket and then in the losers bracket. So Prestige certainly kind of a redemption for them. And as for our GB, they have Zenil, and Zenil is a huge bubble scene player. He loves to bring in, different teams in different tournament styles. So he's certainly someone to look out for because he's constantly just tearing up the field.
And Danger Taco, same kind of thing to you, right? Man, I'm so sad. I was busy doing some other broadcast. Who cares what it was? So I did miss out on the day number 1. I'm going to be here every other day, though. So, hey, this is the start of my story involving in this one. But I definitely want to know how you felt about last week and how you were feeling about this first series. Sorry, I do apologize. I was looking at last week's matches. We're looking at RPG, of course, versus Prestige.
Well, I was actually just casting Prestige in their own tournament that they held the other day, and Prestige is so incredibly fast. I was shocked because when that team did get picked up, whether it's Jay Diaz and Saya, I was looking at it and saying, I know some of these names, but I'm not really that impressed. I mean, this is the team that you ended up picking up, but no, they were killing it. They were playing super well, and RBG is really in that same train. They've been org that's been around Rocket League for several seasons now of the RLCS, but this is, I think, really the first time they've had a team capable of making a deep run. And when they do get into those main event, when they do have those good qualifiers to get through, they are actually taking it to some of those top teams, which is exactly what you want in the bubble scene, that kind of shrinking gap between the lowest of the low and the very top, where you're seeing actually every single team having to show up in order to compete.
Yeah, that's not only like the best part about this, but again, these are players and teams that we are all familiar with, right? It's not like we have to highlight some new players here. These are teams and players that have kind of, I mean, you call it the bubble scene, right? I'm actually a little less familiar with that term, to be honest. But that is something that really highlights, they're right on the verge, right? These are players who have dipped in and out of the pro Rocket League scene. And I wouldn't be surprised if, based on their performances here today, every single week that we have coming up, because this is a full series that we get to broadcast as the weeks go on, that some of these players, hey, you know what, if they get picked up in the middle of it, we're totally okay with that. So it does sound like we have the first lobby ready in that first series. Of course, as I mentioned there, we are going to be starting the day off with a pretty fantastic one right here. RBG versus Prestige. So guys, Chicksa, Danger Taco, go ahead, take it away, alleviate the pain.
Jolly, wonderful as always. She always has so much excitement. I cannot handle her. But nonetheless, I am so excited for this first matchup. As I noted, Zanil, a phenomenal player personally. I have yet to watch him with his team, but I know as a personal player, he makes moves on the field. So, I expect Prestige to have a difficult time with him. But as you said, you've watched Prestige yesterday. So do you think they're coming in with that better momentum, that more excitement, since they didn't win a single match last week or 2 weeks?
Yeah, and I think the main thing that I'm looking for Prestige is that they're a team that loves to play incredibly fast and really take it to the other squad in terms of, okay, we're going to just force you under pressure and you're going to have to deal with it. The problem is that once the team starts dealing with it, it's like Prestige doesn't have the backup plan. They're like, oh, this isn't a plan A situation. This is the plan. And so I need them to be more improvisational as the games go on. If RBG has what it takes to handle that pace, which I really think they do with Expert and I would say especially Money, two players that I think are really kind of in the flow of how Prestige likes to play, it could be difficult for them if that plan A does not quite work out. But I think both these teams are fairly equally matched. I think it should be a banger series to start us off.
Yeah, best of 3 is what our series start off with, so not too much time to adapt. So if you're having an issue, you better think of a solution quickly, because that series is going to be over in an instant if not. So I'm really excited nonetheless to see what both teams bring to the field early on.
Yeah, and that's really what's important, is that you mentioned best of 3. It is really a frustrating format, but because this is the first round and it's also double elimination, it's not a big deal if you do lose. You do have to make a lower bracket run. In fact, that's exactly what E United did in the last time, where they actually got sent down to lower bracket, and then we saw them later on in the finals. So you can regain, but of course, you want to keep as many lives as you can when you only have 2 to give. So it seems like the players are ready. So we can get into the first match. So I'm super excited to see who's going to be popping off on top.
Kickoff already starting off for Prestige. Jay will be on this ball first. Expert in the air. Saya as well pre-jumping, but Expert is over. Saya near touch, but out of boost, and already putting on a load of pressure is RBG. Can they get an early shot off? It does come through as a shot, but easily saved out by Jay, and still Saya has the boost, has some control, will get a pass one, can't get a pass two. That net is open, it's on target. Money and RBG on the board first.
And that's an unfortunate one from Saya, because that is why you play staggered defense. RBG pressures the ball and then has one just far enough away so that once Saya dishes it out the middle to beat the first defender, it just locked it down into the second. And unfortunately, there's no second man for that defense on Prestige. They're going to fall early, but that's what these games are all about, making sure that you capitalize on mistakes. And right there, that was a big one for Prestige.
Alright, again, putting on pressure now is Prestige, trying to get a little counterattack, get their own momentum, but easily across the field this ball goes for RBG. Jay with the flip reset, Expert. Zanil now coming in, that shot is off target, and Saya with good control. Expert coming in throwing off that game, giving his teammates time to rotate through. Almost gets the doomsday on that corner, but still the pressure, it just keeps mounting for RBG. That's a nice pass back. That's a good touchdown. The flip reset may be there, but it is out again. Expert, this one center up in the air. Not much boost for Prestige, but the ball will indeed end up getting a nice clear and they regain.
A bit of deflection across the Prestige half, so they're going to have to be a bit careful because they're trying to get on offense, but unfortunately they can't actually mount too many offense. So when they do find space, they have to take advantage of it. Money to shut that one down. It defends so far from RBG, but how long can it last? Expert, another pre-jump save. Saya on the near post, gonna get rejected by Zanil. Money's gonna give that chase and actually beat out the fake challenge. So RBG showing some good defensive fortitude, not just the offensive capabilities in the beginning.
Back to center field. This ball will go back pass to Money. Up in the air on the ceilings. Expert, he can't find the touch off that jump, and Saya running out of boost. Jay will now need to come through. Prestige looking for that equalizer goal, but RBG has been able to hold on. A clear out towards midfield. Zaniel will be back at this ball, looking to send this center field. The clear not yet far enough. Back towards center field, and no one controlling this ball just yet. It seems like a little bit of ping pong and someone just waiting for that opening.
Ooh, it's a nice loft for Jay. That might be a double tap. It's a heck of an angle, and that shows why. Off the bar, camping on the follow, and that one will be going top shelf. So a good, well-worked goal for Prestige, and we're all level.
Fantastic job just breaking down the defense for Prestige. Ready, Zanil comes off that back post and he commits himself to the play. No one else is ready to get it going. And tied up game, we find the equalizer goal. So Prestige does have the ability to come through.
We'll have to see. Really, and that's exactly the thing I was worried about for Prestige. We see a double commit, and because of that, they're going to be a little bit frantic on the clear. They will ultimately go to the sideline, but that is something about speed. If you don't use it efficiently, you end up with a lot of double commits and a lot of open nets. Jay's going to keep that one out, but they can do nothing about the follow-up from Zanil. That's 2-1.
Zanil's so good at crashing that ball, and what a way for Money to give him that play, make it possible, and fantastic finish. That's exactly what Zanil needs to do as a personal player for RBG, and back like that, they're up another goal.
And of course, this is something to keep in mind with Prestige, is that they actually are playing with the sub here in Kepi. They're doing an admirable job. I'm not seeing really any major gaps. It seems as though RBG is just playing the brute efficiency game. This is a squad that was playing against top 8 teams in a main event and taking games off of them. So certainly, they're not going to crumble under pressure. So you're going to have to bring a lot more strategy into the fray. Expert, they do not have that final touch. Saya is going to breathe a sigh of relief, and that one is going to rattle off the 4th defender in the post. Getting closer and closer is RBG, but we're still neck and neck on this scoreline.
Prepping for that counterattack is Prestige. They're looking to put on some of that pressure, but easily brought back across is RBG. The shot, the clear, back for Prestige, and we go back to square one again. Pressure is being put on in the air. 2 players go. The shot just wide and cleared out towards midfield. It's a race towards the ball. Money will get there first to get the 50. Expert can't find the center. It's in the corner. It's all the way out. Zanil to fall on it, and the ball back towards the corner. Control for Prestige, but only as long as the 50 again. No one getting the time that they'd like to freestyle a little bit. These players continuously being contested.
Oh, Money's got to be careful. He gave it away. He does an admirable job to improvise the pinch down the field, as those midfield giveaways can be so brutal when at this level you have to trust your teammates always have that follow through, and when they don't, you need to cover for it. Zanil gonna reject the first, but not the second. Saya, good crash on goal, all level with 30 seconds to go. What a game one.
I always say less than a minute left is that golden goal territory, and Prestige does what they need. They get that golden goal to equalize it, and it's on a crash again where RBG finds himself awkward in the net. So Prestige, they have almost equal shot count to RBG. Both teams playing pretty much similar throughout it, but this opening could cause an early ending, but off the post, the ball goes crossbar down, and RBG does not find one early. Potential overtime still looming. Prestige trying to get this ball cleared out to send themselves into an overtime where they'll probably feel much safer. Another pass, expert shots on target. RBG finds the goal with 6 seconds remaining.
This game is not over until that clock is 000, and Expert shows why. It will be over with that goal in the clutch. Look at that infield passing. Prestige doing their best, but sometimes it is just not enough. A couple more touches of the ball, really all that remains in game number 1, but I don't know how Prestige is going to manage the coast-to-coast. Saya can try, but it's only Expert carried it to the goal line and ending us here. RBG taking it 3-2.
RBG just doing a good job of regaining whenever they had those issues. You know, they score the first goal, but then right back comes Prestige. They get another opening, right back comes Prestige, but still they don't give up. Even with under 30 seconds, they find a way to score. They find a way to connect, and they just break that board. But otherwise, both these teams so even on match play.
You're talking about even, I mean, the shot count is even fairly similar. They have the exact same number of saves. The only difference is that RBG spreading the love, everybody getting a goal on the board, and of course Prestige falling behind in that goal category. Though, it does just come from RBG kind of setting up these plays and executing on them well, even to the point where Prestige getting the initial couple saves still just can't keep out the rebound. It's good pressure, but they need to turn it up a bit. They can take some solace in the fact that it's a 1-goal game, though they can't take too much because, as we mentioned, this is a best of 3. You don't have another life. You are on match point.
Prestige, all or nothing with game number 2, and already Kepi trying to start it off well. A 50 towards the backboard. Saya not ready for that ball to leak out. This is an open net. Money with the dirty play. Gets the first goal.
The disrespect to not only just put an open net, but then to make it a turtle goal. Money, this is a professional competition. Show some play. You know, I can't even act like that. That's hilarious. I love plays like that, just to kind of high step into the end zone. But that is a brutal goal to give up, especially 12 seconds in to game number 2, where you were fighting tooth and nail to earn every single goal, and then you just give away a freebie because you just don't quite have the read.
You know, maybe this will ignite that fire in Prestige right now. They need something to go off of. They need revenge. They need anger. They need whatever to get going, and they just need to find a way to score quickly, because down again by 1 goal they are, and they just haven't found a way to get that midfield pass through, because already RBG, they're pushing for a scoring drive, for some aggression, but the 50 still in favor of Prestige, knocking on the door, trying to get through that back wall. Zanil will get it past 1, can't get it past the 2nd. Money will be able to follow this one up. Quick shot for Money. Saya retching out to save it, and still back cleared to midfield, and a start again for Prestige.
Yeah, Jay loses the dribble, but they do steal that back boost, so RBG is going to have to be very careful on this, because if they do not win this midfield ball, it could be dire for them. That's a good challenge by Expert to produce kind of an awkward roll. Same with Jay, trying to follow it through, but Money, like always, is there for a clear and the follow-up, and Expert's crashing through. Now all 3 players coming forward from RBG, and luckily these midfield challenges, as always, spelling the end to so many different attacks. Starting to enter into this mid-game. It's very methodical. Both teams are still trying to find the cracks in the armor. Who knows if we'll really be seeing too many goals. The first one was a freebie, but clearly that period of the match is over. Saya just barely misses out on that redirect.
Jay as well pushing the corner, and Prestige just hasn't even registered a shot on the field yet. Jay gets that demo, trying to open up the net as well, but it seems like Prestige, no one knows who should go for the ball. A little bit of miscommunication, and Zanil will win that 50 out, and back on offense is RBG. Down this ball goes the read for Saya, just barely a touch, and Jay finds himself in some space. A nice flick, Saya with the bump, but that ball is just off target, and no one's there to follow up. So another missed opportunity for Prestige. It seems like they can get so close, they just can't finish it off.
Oh, Kepi, what a series of 50s. Sai is going to slow play it. They're going for the 50, but Money came in for the reinforcements and the clear. They have just been everywhere, all over the pitch. It seems like any time Prestige starts building something up, Buddy, with almost no patience, says, I don't even want to wait to see how this is going to develop. I'm just going to fly in there. It's like a bat out of hell, and it's working very well for them. Gotta wonder how many acts of heroism they have left in them. They're gonna have at least a bit more, because Prestige doesn't look done with attacking. They only have 2 minutes to get a goal, so you're gonna have to turn up the aggression soon.
Money gains control off of someone else's aerial, gets it for Expert. Expert finds it on target, and RBG finds their second late in this game.
Expert living up to the game. There's still a lot to do with this, and then just tucks it so gently across the near post instead of the far where it tucks in. But Money starting that playoff, baiting in challenges with a beautiful air dribble. They know even if it doesn't go in, it's setting it up in a dangerous position, and their teammates know what to do with those.
This pass to Expert shot is on, and Saya, the save, sealing down, and back on pressure is RBG. The ball will touch down, pre-flip for Money, and it trickles out to nobody but yet another RBG player. Pinch possibly for Money. He does get it past, but Saya gets a nice clear. Cappy looking for the touch, but blocked off again by Expert. RBG looking like they want to go this game without letting a single goal through. Their defensive efforts certainly aiding in their success this game. And Prestige, they've been trying again and again, but back on the defensive half they go, and that's not the greatest touch off the backboard. Finally cleared out. A little bit of a passing play. Jay will get 50'd, just smack, just through, and there it goes. RBG with a third.
And that's the tough thing about playing a slow play, is that it only works so far as you have time to bait in a player, or if they're playing across the body of the touch. Jay is tapping it in place, which doesn't change Zanil's plan. They're just going to gun it right at the ball, and if it doesn't cut around them or flick over the top, sometimes you're not going to even take a 50. You're going to take a 0, and they're just going to take 100% of the ball and march it right into your goal. This is desperation time for Prestige. If they want to stay in this upper bracket, they need to score 3, and they need to score it now. Touches like that, not going to help.
Beautiful clear again for RBG. Pressure being put on by Prestige. They're throwing everyone at this ball. Jay, last man back, able to send it off that backboard, but there comes in a couple of attackers. The ball doesn't go anywhere near net, and Money will have the opportunity again to just clear this one towards midfield. Touchdown, 20 seconds remain. Pretty safe to say Prestige just out of time, and RBG will be taking the first series in a sweep.
And not only a sweep in the series, but a nice, a clean one as well. They've given up 2 goals in game 1, and then they've improved in game 2, not even allowing 1 to cross their goal threshold. That's exactly how they like it, because you want to get better with time. Game number 1, just a warm-up, and apparently so too is the series one.
Wow. Not what I expected of their first series. Prestige, you know, maybe the sun throwing them off a little bit today. Nonetheless, RBG came to play, so they will indeed move on.
And it's tough to really talk about, well, is it really the case of having a sub in? But that's also the question that I wish some teams actually took fairly seriously. Sometimes people just kind of add a sub like, he's just some random dude. It'll be fine. And then, you know, what happens if you do need a sub? Then you need to get in. Kepi played well, but maybe the chemistry isn't there. You obviously play with your sub in times, but most of the time in scrims, the chemistry you're building, all that understanding, all of that kind of deeper game meta understanding that you do build comes with your starters, so sometimes that can throw it off. I guess it won't know, but Prestige has plenty of time to make up for it. They're going to wait for a little bit until we get into the lower bracket, but as an upper bracket finish, I would say RBG looking informed.
I mean, the entirety of RBG, working flawlessly as a team. We saw everyone kind of mix mash through the first through third, lineup for them on the scoreboard. So looking forward again to see their run in the upper bracket.
And I think going into all of this really action, of course, this is a very quick series, but I do kind of want to bring in Jolly to see her initial thoughts on really the rest of the series and see how she's feeling, because I was anticipating a bit more from Prestige. Granted, we got thrown a little bit of a curveball with the sub, but I do appreciate what RBG is showing, and I think they're a strong contender, at least for going further in this upper bracket.
Oh, for sure. Thank you so much for bringing me in. That was a quick one, right? We never really like to start the day off with just a 2-0 sweep, but it was a really close game number 1. And you guys kind of touched on the fact that, right, you've got Kepi here as the sub. You do have to acknowledge that last week was also a rough week for Prestige, though they got dropped down in the early parts. The quarterfinals, it is a double elimination bracket, so you have another opportunity, and they were not able to take a single game. They got 2-0 swept, so hopefully their mentality isn't struggling in that aspect. But taking a look at RBG, who, as you said, Danger Taco is on form. I guess I'll ask you here, when you're looking at like the scores, it was one across for each one of these members. Neil, Money, Expert each got one in the first round. Round number 2, they each got one for themselves. And we saw the numbers sway heavily in their favor in game number 2. How do you feel that these best of 3s to start things off really put pressure on in regards to a single game down means that you're up against a wall in a match point?
I think the standard for pretty much every single competitive atmosphere for most tournaments and leagues is best of 5. And so naturally then you have some flex room and you lose game 1, and the default term is that's the warm-up game. It's where, oh, that's the play style you're playing with, or oh, that's the skill, or that's the player we need to watch out for. And you can kind of build off that. The issue is you don't really have that in best of 3. So you kind of need to do a way of like scouting or understanding how they type of play, and I think that's really what a coach brings to the fray if they want to go that in depth. But once you lose that game 1, it's not like, it's okay guys, just pick up. No, you immediately are in match point. You really don't have any more lives. So I think it puts a lot of pressure on the teams to play a little bit more cagey, which I think is why you see maybe less aggression, so they don't want to drop that first game. But then after that, the gloves come off. It can be brutal for the team in the loss, but at the end of the day, this bracket is forgiving. You do get that double elimination, so there's more chances to move on, but certainly never a fun feeling to drop that first series, especially in a sweep.
That's for sure. And Chixa, you know what? I'm gonna put you on the spot. I'm gonna ask you, even though I brought up the fact that those goals were distributed, I mean, pretty evenly against for RBG, is there any particular player that you are looking at moving forward here in the upper part of the bracket that you think is just going to continue to pop off for this team?
You know, honestly, Expert seemed like he was really making some key plays on the field. I noticed Neil earlier because that's the most that I've seen out of him. He loves to bring in teams in the bubble bracket. But, you know, I think Expert really came out strong, some really mechanical plays. And, I mean, the team solidly overall is great. But nonetheless, I think any player that needs to shine at a moment will kind of come out for that team.
Good stuff. Well, hey, you know what? First series done and dusted, but we got so many more for the day here. And of course, the next match that we are looking at coming up is going to be Accelerate and Circuitry Gaming. So I want to get your guys' feelings. I'll go back to you, Danger Taco, to start this one out. How do we feel with the rosters that we know on these two teams? How are we feeling about this matchup? Do you think we're going to see another sweep, or are we going to get our first best of 3 going out to a full 3 games?
Well, it's tough because Accelerate is a team that actually Jolly and I know fairly well, because this is a team that we actually helped cast the event that was essentially got them their org contract with Accelerate. Yep. And they've been playing really well. I've really been happy with their improvement. But Circuitry is a bunch of players that a long time ago I joined a 2v2 tournament with my buddy and we lost it around. I was thinking, man, I feel like we could have won that. I didn't see too many teams I recognized. And then the finals was Peep and Lunar on Circuitry, and I'm like, never mind, we wouldn't have won that anyway. They're way too good. And then later on, I'm doing a cast helping out Pittsburgh Knights. They run up against Circuitry. The entire chat's like, who are those guys? Circuitry beat PK. And I'm wondering, okay, these guys are for real. Again, a great example of a team from a smaller org that is just popping off and continuing to get results. Accelerate is a team that I would expect to come out on top. They look really good in the Prestige tournament last night, but that was then, this is now, and I've never seen them actually match up against Circuitry in a match, so it's a bit of a toss-up. It's really hard to choose between them, and that's my genuine, honest opinion.
I love to hear that, though, right? Especially this early on in the bracket. We don't want to see any kind of heavy-handed things where it's like, ooh, this is going to be a big struggle for one team in particular. So, Chixa, as we take a look at these rosters lined up right now, is there anyone in particular? I'm just going to kind of ask you the same question, but beforehand. So, anyone in particular on Accelerate that you're looking to pop off today? Anybody in particular from Circuitry Gaming? And then also just your opinion on how this matchup is going to play out.
Ooh, I think Circuitry is kind of like that dark horse, like we're saying. So I think that's how the matchup's going to kind of play out. Are they going to bring something different to Team Accelerate that has done, you know, pretty well recently, as well as, you know, last time we saw them, they were able to win their first matchup. So I think as for Team Accelerate, J-Bot probably makes some mechanical plays. I think, again, rosters, everyone is on the roster for a reason, that it kind of gets down to who's going to come up when they need it. It's not necessarily like this person is the all-star all the time. They're the reason they win. It's too easy to knock out someone with a demo that way. So rosters, they're looking stacked nonetheless.
Oh, yeah. I just like to force people to say something so at the end they can say that they're right if they're right. And if they're wrong, then we can just kind of move on and not acknowledge that later down the line. This is definitely going to be a very spicy one. And of course, you know, this is your guys' this is before you guys get to take a quick little break, right? As we hop over to Base and Lemon Kiwi to cover the next couple of series. Of course, we're going to have you back and forth. We'll be able to chat with you guys behind the scenes. And I'm not sure exactly how we are set for the lobby just yet, but okay, we got just a moment. But you know, I do have to ask, actually, Chicks, I'll go back to you on this one. Do you feel like we're going to see a sweep on this one, or do you feel that this is a lot more even keeled in terms of the two matches that we've seen so far?
You know, I'm gonna go Team Accelerate goes with the sweep. I'm just gonna go for it. I think Circuitry drops the ball. That's bold. That's probably rude as well.
You just talked them up so much too.
I'm sorry. That's probably rude, but you know, I think they're gonna have a good day, and we're just gonna go with that.
Well, I mean, again, you know, there is the double elimination bracket, right? We are looking at, what is the 9th through the 12th teams or something like that? 9th through 16th, I think, for from the 2021 Winter RLCS, the closed qualifier that we saw earlier on for NA2. So these are teams that, I mean, we talked about the bubble. We talked about being on the cusp of working forward here. And you know what? Just since we've got a moment, since we're still sitting at the lobby here, I'm just going to ask you a random question, Danger Taco. For the end of the day, especially based on how we saw things play out last week, are there any particular teams, maybe the ones that we've seen already in these first 4, or some of the other teams that are lined up for the rest of the day that you have a feeling are just going to be able to kind of run this bracket down?
And that's a tough one for me because there's, with the way the Challenger Series works, we're inviting teams, obviously don't quite make it in on those close quals, but that also means that we're changing things up every year. I think Vibrance is not necessarily a dark horse. I would say they're arguing that is like the most visible team in the bubble because they are consistently popping off, getting into RLCS main event, and I think on this one they just fell a little bit short. However, Power has been on the uptick. They've been changing up rosters. I think their first roster people were a little bit surprised. They didn't think it was as competitive, and the results showed that, but this roster has been on the uptick, and of course Forky is just so a magnetic personality. You can't take your eyes off him on and off the field, so I think that is another team that I think is making a deep run, but if I had to pick one, I'd go with Vibrance probably. They're the most established, well-rounded roster that has that veteran experience at the top level.
Well, we'll have to see how things play out. It does sound like the lobby is ready, so go ahead, Chicks, and Danger Taco one more time for right now. Take it away.
Team Accelerate and Circuitry Gaming, of course, going to be series number 2. And, you know, I made the bold prediction of going Team Accelerate to our sweep. Taco, you have any thoughts on that? You against me? You with me? You know, you can argue with me. I don't care.
I didn't get asked, and I was trying to, like, just kind of hide in the shadows. Like, no, I don't have a prediction. I'm fine. I'm just going to sit over here. Like, but yeah, it is tough because this is the glory of the bubble scene in that you get a team like this, and I'm thinking, oh, Accelerate. I mean, they got all blue tags. They're all rival series players. They're popping off. I think it's great. I think they have so much more experience than, you know, Circuitry. That's a kind of a newer org. I don't know them too well. And then Circuitry, just teams like that, they pop off. So I will say I don't think it's a sweep, but you know, who really knows? Accelerate is a very good team, but Circuitry is the up-and-comers. They got a lot to prove, and sometimes that can fuel a surprising result.
Well, game is on and ready. So already starting it off is Team Accelerate. J-Bot trying to get the early double tap read, but doesn't indeed get it up in the air. Is Cam. It's going to be off target and back with a little bit of the back pass action, maybe, possibly. Ball will roll out, and Lunar's ball goes in first, and Circuitry on the board first in a mess of a first 23 seconds.
That's a tough one. Tool and J-Bot are pretty innocuously just trying to grab boosts. I don't think they anticipated this. Neither did Bambi. They lost control, and naturally the instinct kicks in. I got to get that next touch, but in doing so, they knock it into the perfect position to get absolutely hammered right down the middle. Unfortunate first goal, and maybe an unfortunate one for Circuitry. That one was just sit in front of goal. I don't even think Tool thought it would get to them, and fortunately it did. They were not ready, and that will go by the wayside. It's only 30 seconds in, though, so nothing to break a sweat about yet.
Unfortunate, of course, for Circuitry and Team Accelerate, but nonetheless, they go back to square number 1 and working off the mechanics is J-Bot. The ball will come away from him, and Cam is back on this ball. The ball flicked up towards center field. J-Bot will again continue it, and he has had so much possession time early for Team Accelerate, but this one going through a little bit of one-on-one action. Bambi able to come out with it on top. It will go just straight off the wall. The shot just going high, and a missed opportunity for Team Accelerate. They've been knocking on the door so far for pressure, but Circuitry has handled it well.
Oh my goodness, what a save by Tool. One of those classic 50s, go straight in the ceiling, nearly back into your net, but Circuitry not going to get too lucky on that one, and certainly there's no luck involved with the way they're playing. It's a good pressure, though. I would like to see them throw the ball away a little bit less. A lot of touches downfield that don't have anyone following up, and I think Accelerate is going to start eating those up if they continue to be provided.
Cam with the fantastic clear for Circuitry will go right into Tool, and Bambi to continue this pressure into the corner. Slight touch for Tool up in the air. Bambi though with that touchdown. J-Bot the shot doesn't come through, blocked out by Cam, and back to square one again. Circuitry, this ball's up in the air. Lunar with the shot, and Bambi needs to get that save cleared out on the field. Not just yet for Team Accelerate. Peep just sends this into the corner. J-Bot with the catch, but Lunar is right on this ball. Quick with it. Tool touches out, runs out of boost, and Cam is there. We'll find another nice touch towards center field, but Bambi will indeed catch across the field. Does indeed get the flip reset. Really can't use it. We'll send it on target for it just to be cleared right back where it came from. A demo attempted by J-Bot still really doesn't mess with the defense, but Cam doesn't get the greatest catch. It needed to be saved out by Lunar. Bambi touch blocked off again. 50. This will go back towards midfield, back up in the air, and back again. Midfield shot down. Cam with this save. And still, Team Accelerate just trying to push the offense.
Yeah, but they're getting creative with it. Tool is lurking on the backboard. That's a save. J-Bot is going to get rejected as well. Bambi, one more try. The double tap is too slow. Cam gets it out, and people complete the clear. I think right there, that is much just to buy them some time to get some boost, as well as to catch their breath. They're under pressure for so long, and it's not going to end anytime soon. Luckily, Cam gets a quality 50 and touch away. They'll finally be able to move somewhat onto offense, but you're right, Accelerate is knocking on the door. At a certain point, it feels like they're just should bring a battering ram. In what form that takes, I don't know. Maybe some demo play.
Bambi gets credited with that save and will continue the pressure across the field. Cam will block it off, but Tool right back on it. Tool passing this one center. It's actually counted as a shot, but this one going over Bambi. The touch not favorable, and Circuitry looking for an opening. This one just banged off on the backboard, and J-Bot so much time will get the ceiling, gets the extra flip, the touch, the dunk almost on target. Tool back at it off the backboard. Out is this ball, and Peep can't get the touch as well, running out of boost to Circuitry. But you know what they have? They have a 1-goal lead, so all they need to do is stall for another 40 seconds.
That's so tough. Bambi could have encroached on that, but they had to rotate all the way back out for boost. Same too with Tool, which is why they are not in this play. One more high lob. Cam is going for it. So too is Bambi. Great dunk out. It's an early challenge like that prevents that from being any more dangerous. No one pressuring Tool, but luckily they don't get any contact on that. Circuitry will continue to survive, and to be honest, I've been kind of chastising them for these longer clears, but when you have a lead, it's not a problem, and when you have mistakes pop out like that touch from J-Bot, and you can reap your rewards.
Man, Circuitry just pushing the net, doing so well. Even with that 1-goal lead, they decided they're not going to step off the gas. Still, as you said, they've been clearing it, but they've had those openings with those clears, so they take advantage of it. They get the extra, cherry on top, and with 10 seconds remaining, Team Accelerate just out of time.
Yeah, so especially now that that goal isn't going in, they need to get 1 goal before 0 seconds, and Circuitry will not be allowing that with another long clear. Tool just spikes it straight down. Circuitry with a win, and I guess that shows some games are piecemeal. Even if you don't have the most amount of pressure, you can still take a victory by just seeing those openings and striking on them.
Whew. Wow, even shot count, even though it didn't seem that way, even on the shot count and even on the save count as well, the only difference on that scoreboard is those 2 goals and 2 assists, and it just shows that Circuitry just had that much better of opportunities throughout this game. And when it seemed like all the possession was out of their favor, Team Accelerate back at it again, and they just came out on top.
And I think that the big issue that Accelerate is having is when we're looking at that game and looking through the shot count, when it is even, it feels a little misleading because I feel as though Accelerate was living on the Circuitry half for a long time for a lot of those forays. The issue is that the ball was going around the goal and they were trying to build pressure, but there was no real direct shot. And when there was, it's right down the middle. It's an easy save. So some creativity needs to come in, whether that's through demo play, maybe that's through kind of mixing up the solo play and the team play. I think they look their best when they throw the team off balance. Then maybe we see Accelerate get back into this. It's a tough one to lose, especially off of kind of a giveaway goal at the second one while you're trying to mount that comeback. But either way, they can shake it off. It's a brand new game, and the series are won one game at a time anyway.
And I predicted Team Accelerate in a sweep, and that's certainly not how it went in game number 1. I expect to see a resurgence out of them in game number 2, and they certainly had some chances. But again, Circuitry doing that much better. So again, back to square one we go. Rocket League's played on the pitch. Hopefully Team Accelerate forgot about game number 1, focused heavily on game number 2, and already demos coming out for Team Accelerate. They're looking to start it off with an opening, but the ball cleared out as well. And man, a lot of those demos in the backfield, possibly a strategy forming.
Yeah, and the demos can be very nice, both offensively to be able to open space, but defensively, they can just slow down the attack, like J-Bot taking out Peep. That way, all of the other players have to try to make that difficult decision. Do I move up even though we're short-staffed, or do we just stay back and wait for help to gather? Sometimes it's the latter, and sometimes it is the former, at least for right now. Circuitry's trying to gather everyone in the backfield because that ball is so precariously on the goal line. Bambi's trying to recreate that with another air dribble. Nice, slow, controlled play. It's going to creep through again, but Cam, so cool-headed, to be able to dribble out to the corner. Fortunately, going to get demoed, but Peep is there in the backfield. Look at this goal line defense.
50 ends up going straight towards midfield, and no one decides to go for the ball just yet. The 50 will go and keep this ball on the Circuitry side. Bambi trying to work this corner, will indeed get the 50. The ball slowly, painfully dropping down just to be cleared out by Lunar, who gets a touch just off target, and J-Bot will send this out. A double commit, though, I think may cause some issues, but a miss on the field for Team Accelerate. Shot will indeed come late and easily saved out. Lunar with some control will get the ball cut right off of his car, and Bambi, the 50, again contested, finally cleared out for Pete. The ball straight down. He'll receive it exactly where it falls. Circuitry again finds the first blood.
And this is actually the value of hitting the long clear sometimes. When you notice upfield, there's no one on that backboard, or maybe everyone's in no man's land. They're lurking out of goal, but they're not quite pressuring you on the ball. Send it deep, test the defense, just keeping them honest to not creep up too far. And even at this high level, those high backboard reads can be missed in Circuitry. Great field vision to be able to find that opportunity.
Again, putting on pressure attempted by Team Accelerate. They have yet to find the back of the net once, and it seems like that success again failed. The ball will be cleared out for Circuitry, and back on it is Cam. He finds the second touch, opting for that recovery, and Peep attempts to get a shot on through. Patience for Lunar will indeed just catch the ball as it floats away. Gets a small touch and will be bumped for his efforts. Tool can't get it really over Peep, and will just go off the sidewall. Lunar, the 50. Still, Cam will take over and back onto the other side of the field, only for a short stay, just to be pinched back down, and Lunar safely back by himself, buying time for his teammates. He knows he doesn't need to do anything special. Hopefully his teammates have the boost now to control this ball on defense. Back in the corner, Lunar on this ball, attempts to get it towards center field. Tool's touch won't go too far, and it pops in the air for Peep to attempt a offensive opportunity. Just a lot of stalling for Circuitry.
And they're fine with that. They'll play the clock all day long, especially with a lead. Knowing how Accelerate likes to operate, they're very devious with some of these passing plays, but they've been shut down mainly because the closing time, aka how quickly Circuitry is actually just getting on all these touches on defense, is immaculate. They are shutting down everything before it even begins. People who just got off the demo and robs Bambi from that redirect pass is just, they're everywhere on defense, and even though it feels like they've been under a lot of pressure, they're able to hold it in and then capitalize on the counter. Lunar, a wonderful flick top shelf.
The control for Lunar allows for Cam to come through on that play, just make the defender panic, make them jump early, and his control beautifully leads him into a top left corner shot. That couldn't be played out better for Circuitry. Again, they have a 2-goal lead, and Team Accelerate still with a 0 on the board.
It's going to be a decent flick. Unfortunately, J-Bot's not getting that one. Bambi can't get this touch. They're going to follow it themselves. Tool actually abandons that play. Maybe Accelerate struggling with the communication. They should not be sending 2 on a read like that, but can't really blame them. They are 1 minute away from going down into the lowers, and not only that, they have to get 2 goals just to be able to contest and bring this one to overtime alone. Circuitry starting to look confident. They're flowing through these movements. Great clear by Bambi. That's going to prevent number 3.
Cam off the corner, tries to send this one through, doesn't get through, but Peep safely on the ball first, able to pop it over one. J-Bot on the ball. J-Bot looking for something. It's again contested. Pressure constantly. 50s constantly for Circuitry, and with only 25 seconds, Team Accelerate doesn't have much time. That pass, it looks promising, but again, saved out on the field for Circuitry. Another 50. This one ends up being pinched across the field. It's just buying time. J-Bot can't find the touch, and with 10 seconds, I think this one's safe to say another sweep, but this time in the hands of Circuitry, but 6 seconds, I've seen better.
Yeah, I mean, this is still very much playable. I did not see that coming, and I don't think neither did the defender. They got demoed in the corner, so therefore, no one back. So, signs of life, it all comes down to this kickoff.
I don't know. Do I cast the kickoff? Do I wait? It actually ends up being a fake kickoff, so that ball will float on through and touch the ground. Circuitry, big brain play, their last play of the game. They win it in 2, and that is not what I expected to see.
I don't think many people did really believe this one. Unfortunately, that is going to be a loss. Sending down Accelerate to the low bracket is Circuitry, and what a performance to show through, mainly just because it looked very shaky. I was not 100% on their strategy in game number 1, but over time, even if you're under a lot of pressure, they're not breaking. They're getting all the saves, and I guess even if a match looks a little bit ugly, a little rough around the edges, they all count the same. Circuitry will be moving on, and I think Accelerate is going to have a bone to pick maybe later in the night.
Team Accelerate, only 1 goal for them, of course, between those 2 series, and that comes in those final 6 seconds of game number 2, so they certainly struggled on the field in Circuitry. Signs of life for them. We love to see these, we talked about younger teams last week as well, being, a little bit of new, fresh spice. So Circuitry, a younger team, a newer team, bringing something a little different, deciding to contest that ball really early, and that really worked out in their favor.
Yeah, and getting all those early contests is important because one of the biggest issues that I think a lot of younger players deal with is when they're playing a really prestigious team in Accelerate where you can see their names. Hell, you may have even grown up watching them in Rival Series competition. The tendency is to give them a bit too much respect. Oh, I know how dangerous they can be, so I want to be ready and play kind of reactive to them. No, take it to them, close down the midfield. That's what Circuitry does, and that's why they're getting that victory. I do want to talk about how Jolly feels about that series because we are seeing another sweep, but maybe just not in the direction we were anticipating.
This is where we talk about, hey, Chicksa, you were right. It was a sweep, okay? Maybe that's true. Maybe not in the direction we were thinking. So, I'm actually going to start with you, Chicksa, on the, kind of what went wrong for Accelerate there. Where did you notice some of the weaknesses that we saw that Circuitry was able to just kind of navigate around?
I mean, we talked about so much just the contest for them. They couldn't handle the pressure being put on. They couldn't find ways to just work around that pressure that Circuitry was able to put on. So constantly they tried to set up a play. We know they have the mechanical ability to do so, but someone smacked the ball right in their face and the ball went where they didn't want. So I think it just kind of fell out of their control. They didn't have the control in the game that they wanted. In Circuitry, they just could work around banging the ball and reading it where it fell down off the ceiling real hard or where it bounced off the corner. They had those reads and they worked off just a couple of mistakes that were on the field.
All right, and Danger Tackle, we'll talk about, Accelerate just for a moment more because they are going to be dropping down to the lower brackets. They do have another opportunity, a couple more best of threes available for them. So if you were to pick one thing really that you would like to see them clean up, that you know that they're capable of doing but didn't quite see pop off in this series, what would that be?
I think they need to find a good midpoint between passive play and playing more aggressively, mainly because I think Accelerate is very well coached. A huge fan of Ronxie and their coach from all the way back when they were the Zookeepers, in that I think they're a team that adapts well, probably better than any other team in the bubble scene, in that even last night in the Prestige tournament, they were getting knocked around for 2 games straight by a singular team, and then they just ended up winning 4 straight, and they took it in a best of 7. And it's because they slowly understood why they were losing and then said, okay, let's make those changes. The issue is, as we mentioned before, you don't have that time in best of 3. You can't just kind of sit back, absorb the knowledge, take a couple beatings, and say, we'll get them in the second half. There's no second half. You have to win right now, or else you're going to go home. So I think I'd like them to come out with maybe a bit more aggressive of a play style, just to kind of poke the other team, see what they're made of, and be able to adapt a little bit quicker. Maybe those intra-game kind of decisions instead of waiting in between them, because I think at a certain point, it's too late.
And we don't want to just focus on the losing team here, obviously, because the team that we're going to be seeing moving up in the upper bracket is going to be Circuitry here. So, Chixa, what we saw from Circuitry there was really, really clean, and maybe not what you were expecting. So what was something kind of that they maybe cleaned up in the past that you weren't anticipating them to kind of recover on, to find the cheeks in the armor, to find the advantages over Accelerate that they so quickly did here in this series?
I think they just penalized really well on the mistakes that we saw Team Accelerate. You know, they had a couple of open net plays, they had a couple of little misreads, and every time that there was a mistake, Circuitry was on that ball. They had the opportunity, they had the open net, and they put it on target. So I think they were just the more consistent team throughout the series. They didn't make as many mistakes, and that kind of led them to the victory.
Well, they get to take a nice little breather here, of course, because we are going to be going into a couple more games in the upper quarterfinals right now. Of course, I have to say goodbye to you guys just momentarily, right? Don't freak out, guys, because they will absolutely be back. But we are going to toss it to a very quick break. When we come back, I'm going to have Base, and I'm also going to have Lemon Kiwi joining me on board. So don't go anywhere. We've got so many more amazing games here in the AAA Challenger Series to come.
There are over 1 million roads out there, stretching over 4 million miles. So where to go? Where to go? Where to stop? What to see? What to eat? Which sights? Which lights? Oh, wrong lights. That's better. And most importantly, who's in charge of the playlist? Not you, Gary. But no matter which road you take, it's comforting to know that AAA knows the way.
everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in, whether you've been here the whole time or you haven't. It doesn't matter because we got two new beautiful faces on desk. Of course, we will be heading back over to Chixa and Danger Taco later on. We get to do little duos, right? A little 2-series with each of my duos coming through here. So, of course, you can see that joining me now is going to be Lemon Kiwi and Bass from the past. All right, I'll start with you, Lemon Kiwi. How are we doing today? I don't know if you tuned into any of the previous matches, but we've already started off the day with some sweeps, so I hope you're ready for some pretty quick matches today.
I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles at the start of a tournament. Lisa, Jolly, we did the WCBC not too long ago. We were all used to the beginning. You know, some teams are just better than others, and that's how the way it is. But last tournament of the AAACS, we had insane outcomes in the finals. Bass and I got to cover it. It was super hype at the end. So we just got to get through this beginning part, and then that's when the action can really pick up.
Absolutely. Bass, all right, I gotta see how you're feeling for the day. I know your name and I've already mispronounced it multiple times, so we're just kind of memeing in the production channel at the moment, trying to figure out what else we can rhyme with bass. But Bass, how are you today? How are we feeling about the 2 matches that we have coming up here?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited to get into this day. I'm really just excited to sort of see, like you said, a completely fresh new faces here. Everybody that's coming through today is pretty much a new face here to the AAA Challenger Series, so that makes it all the more exciting. And the 2 teams that we've got coming up here are also going to be all the more exciting. They're teams on the rise. There are teams that have gotten close to RLCS and almost barely made it so many times. And also, Jolly, just to give you a little bit of extra clarification, don't worry. I've had everyone on the planet call me a different name at this point. Both Yummy Cheeseman and Stumpy have both introduced me on RLCS streams as Base from the Paste. So you're not the only one.
Base from the Paste?
I was, alright, you know what, honestly, that does make me feel a lot better about myself. That's not too bad, but you were talking about the series that we've got coming up, and it is a very exciting one, right? We've got Team EXE going up against Power. Now, I talked to, obviously, Chicks and Danger Taco about just how we're feeling about the day, and I asked Danger Taco about a team that he really anticipates making it far. One of the ones, maybe not the final one that he mentioned of doing well in this series, but Power has absolutely been up there, right? These are two teams that we're very familiar with. So I'm going to start here, I guess, just kind of talking about these teams with you, Baz, in how you feel this series is going to go. Do we feel like this is going to be another 2-0 situation like we've already seen so far for the day, or do you think we're seeing a little bit more equalization on this part of the quarterfinal bracket?
So this is going to be an interesting one for a number of different reasons. It feels like the 2 teams that we're seeing here are coming in with completely different momentums. Power is a team that's been on the rise. A lot of people had questions when they initially entered Rocket League and when they had that, I believe, original lineup of Mile, Forky, and I want to say Epic Johnny was the original 3. Then all of a sudden, Epic Johnny and Mile are gone. They bring in Nebra and they bring in Noxus, and the team's starting to get close to RLCS. They've been on the rise for quite some time. Then you look at the other side, EXE. Unfortunately, not the exact same story. This is a team 3 or 4 months ago, you probably would have said they're next in line to hit that top 16, to constantly be threatening the top of the bubble scene and threatening RLCS. And now they've kind of had a bit of a rough period. They do now have a new player in adding Seabass to the roster, but I still don't know if it's going to give them an edge. I do expect this to be a bit back and forth, but I don't know if it's going to go to 3 games.
Damn,
I had to.
I was expecting Bass to be biased for Seabass or Seabase, whatever base we're going for. Team EXE ain't getting that love today. But if we're going to be dropping any bias here, I guess I'll give a shout out to Garen from Team Power, who is from UNLV, and I know we cast them up in the CRL. So, you know, that collegiate representation. Also, I'm also from Vegas, and we know all about winning. And I know Garen, as the captain, can bring that winning juice to Team Power. So if Bass won't show some bias, I'll do that a little bit. But they're also, the roster is stacked, so I'm excited to see what Team Power are going to do, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to call this. I missed last week. Of course, the only 2 teams that we actually have coming back into today's event from, I keep saying last week, but I think it was like 2 weeks ago now, almost at this point, is Prestige and then also Accelerate. We just saw Accelerate perform earlier. We anticipated them doing a little bit better. They ended up falling in a 2-0 sweep, as we saw to Circuitry Gaming, who are going to continue their upper bracket run. But this is a double elimination. I kind of want to touch on really just how this series is going, right? A lot of Rocket League, we're anticipating best of 5s. So I'll start with you, Lemmy Kiwi. How do you feel about this kind of break over to a best of 3, where if you lose one match, your back is up against the wall, you're already facing match point?
It's really rough. I think it's going to be demanding teams to just adapt super quickly on the fly because, I mean, one game, 5 minutes. You have to learn as much as you can in that 5 minutes and hope that during the game 1, game 2 break, you talk to each other, you figure out what's working, what's not working, and you make something happen in game 2 because, like you said, there's no time to waste.
We can see the rosters coming up here. I don't know if you have any opinion on that. I gotta say, though, Forky is definitely a name that has been in the scene for a long, long time. It was one that you talked about, a mainstay right here, Bass, on the side of Power. So, man, moving forward, I want to see a third game. Right? I want to see a third game, but it already sounds like, hey, I don't even have to ask you a question. It sounds like the lobby is already ready to go, so I'm going to pass it over to the next fantastic set of casters here. Lemon, Kiwi, Bass for the pass. Take it away.
Let's get right into the action. It sounds like we've had 2 O's at the start of our day. RBG going forward, Circuitry Gaming going forward, but we're going to be declaring 2 more teams to be joining them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And honestly, this is one of these things where, like I said, either one of these teams could join here and you wouldn't be surprised, but I feel like a lot of people, especially in chat today, are going to be leaning towards Power to be that favorite to move out of this first round and make it through in the upper bracket. I believe last time Power was eliminated, I want to say pretty early into the bracket when it comes to the last day 3 qualifiers, or the open qualifiers, I should say, for RLCS. The fact that they did have a turnaround, they got this close in this last regional, which is why they are here today, is why I say they have so much momentum. But again, that's momentum outside of the AAA Challenger Series. That doesn't mean anything at this point, Lemon. So now we've got game number 1 in this best of 3. Like we said, it's only a best of 3. So this first game, all the more important.
And if you are just joining us, this is the first round of our tournament still, hence why it is best of 3. And we're getting right into the heat of the action. In blue is Team EXC, orange powering up on their offense already. It's a soft lob at that backboard, nothing they could really work with. Forky's still gonna wait in the box, gets above 1. And this is slow going action as we're kind of collecting boosts. We're even stealing the corner boosts, and this is already a decent offense from Power, but no goals yet.
Again, decent offense to start off the game. It does seem like both teams are going to play this one pretty precisely to start off. A little bit of testing the waters, if you will. And that's not too surprising for game number 1. You're going to hear about us talk about this all season long. But for right now, let's see if they can maybe give us something that'll surprise us instead. Offense building here for Team EXE, but real touches being made. With Seabass having 0 boost in the tank, it really does feel like this is pretty tentative feeling out period, if you will.
And that's the thing, is I think that's why it's been so slow, is we're kind of forcing an offense without much boost and really buying time for people to fall back, grab boost, and come back. But as you can see, 4 boosts, nothing really to work with besides just climbing up the wall. But it's for giving a chance to Team EXC to make something happen. Seabass grabs a corner boost, kind of lost control, and that's where Noxus got in the way, bumps into Tito, and should be control given back over to Team Power, but they keep getting challenged all the time, so they're having issues moving down the field to do anything else.
It does feel like neither one of these teams is really able to gain much momentum or possession here. It does feel like the pressure is building for Team EXE, but that's all that they're getting is a decent amount of pressure, and they're not doing much with it. No shots registered through over a minute of play now. I'm expecting someone to switch that up, but again, no one wants to make that dive. A very tentative first game. There's not really any word to describe it. Maybe something can change here. Forky with a breakaway play, almost a 50-50 in front of the net, but Tito easily able to take this one around the sides, and again, the end of an offense from a rather hesitant midfield presence.
At least I like the number of challenges we're seeing. I think that's why both teams are struggling with that control so much. But disruption is all great, but it's what you can do after it. Can you counterattack? Can you set something up and down below? Seabass off the backboard, but no follow-up from Monster, was grabbing that left side boost. So still, that's the type of teamwork we want to see from Team EXE. As a pass to Monster, redirected off the cross. Noxus was there in case, looking for the clear off to the right side. It's quite soft though, so you could see that Team EXE are thinking about bringing this one back. Seabass with the dive, misses that. Monster in the corner, and Team EXE have been kind of camping out Power for a while.
They've had all the offensive pressure here, which is why it's so surprising they have a single shot registered. And it's even more surprising when you look on the other side and Power have the exact same amount of shots registered. So you'd expect the team with overwhelming offense to just be piling on shot after shot after shot. But no, they're just kind of sending it into this Power half on repeat, hoping for some little mistake. But this is game 1. Power playing this one very carefully. They don't want to make any glaring mistake because they know it could be the separating factor. And in a best of 3, you really don't want to lose a single game. So let's see, can someone find that separating factor, the edge that'll give them the advantage here? Not quite yet. Power going to play this one again slowly and just allow even more pressure out of this Team EXE side.
There's some shots just centered out in front of the net. I've been liking Noxus's presence off the backboard. I know, that kind of hurt my brain cell a bit, but it's been kind of limiting the creativity that Team EXE can do, but you don't need creativity when Tito is ready for a pass like that. Puts Team EXE up 1-0.
It's a bit unfortunate for Power. You can see when the panic set in, double commit off the backboard, and then no one able to make the touch in the corner. So all it took was Tito coming through, flying in for that first goal. And there we go. We finally have someone who has gotten on the board with 90 seconds left, Lemon. That could be the separating factor.
The fact it took that long for everyone to score really just tells me, okay, first we have slow offenses, but also no one's really taking huge risks. I'm not seeing big demos, anyone overextending. And kind of as Jolly was saying on the desk, we want to be careful with what we do, and Noxus drops it off at the back of the net to tie it within a minute 10.
Am I allowed to be annoyed at the fact that it took so long for the first goal, and then boom, immediately we get 2 goals in a row? Come on now, Team EXE, you hold on so long with such good midfield presence, and then all it takes is one single kickoff going awry, and we're back to tied up. Honestly, if anyone's going to get tilted from that, it's probably EXE. That's going to be such a demoralizer after fighting so incredibly hard for that first goal, and it also seems like it might have found a spark of life here for Power as they're trying to go for some passing plays. Niebuhr not quite able to connect on that one, but it seems like something has awoken in this orange side. Power looking to close this game out before the end of regulation.
It's a tie, 47 seconds left. This next goal could be the nail in the coffin. Forky gets rid of Seabass, 3-on-2 for Team Power. And we're seeing both teams kind of not really go for the backboard as much due to just players being able to predict this type of play, be up there already. We're seeing a lot more gaps inside of the box where both goals really stemmed from that extension. But this ball has been left. Noxus takes a shot. And the person in the net didn't even extend to challenge it halfway. They just hoped to block the shot. And Noxus helps so much this lead, 2-1 now.
I took a sip of my coffee and looked back up and I was like, did I miss something? Apparently so. The midfield presence there just not going to be enough. A backflip going to leave them completely vulnerable. And I'd have to agree with you. If you see that vulnerability, don't give them extra time to set up a flick. 20 seconds left now, and EXE, after having overwhelming pressure throughout this game, are staring down the barrel of going down 2-1, maybe even 3. Forky puts on another shot, but at this point, they don't need another goal. They just need to waste time, and uh-oh, they have it. Seabass has time and space. He's going to try and set this up. Forky is there. He'll keep it out, but Tito not able to get it center, and Power will indeed take the 2-1 victory. It's in narrow fashion, Lemon Kiwi, but it's from behind. That's huge for them.
Yeah, what a big flub. I mean, you had a tie game, and then you had this ball just left unbabysat in the middle of the field. And then Noxus gets it. He's gotten both goals for Team Power. But then you got to give credit to someone like Tito, who I felt like did these diving saves. He has 3 saves to his name out of the 6 shots that Power has. So Tito's doing as much as he can on the defense, but a mistake like that costs the Team EXE game 1. And in a best of 3, we'll see how much that's going to hurt in the end.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good thing for them, especially when you look at it as, you know, not even just the back half of that game. It really is like the last minute or so where the fall apart came for Team EXE. The pressure went against them, and they just didn't really know how to handle it. And you can really see how insane this is, because if you were watching that game, you'd think that all the stats would be in favor of EXE, but look at what's on your screen right now. Score, goals, assists, saves, shots, demos, everything seems to be in favor of Power here. So I'm a bit surprised by the stats, but what I'm more surprised is that we're going into game 2, and now Power are up 1-0 on the series.
That's where Noxus, I think you can just look at his points. Having 800, he's the most involved player in this entire game. Whether he's defending, whether he's shooting, and I need to see people like Nibra step it up for the team, and that's fine. If you have a pretty good player on your team, that's all that matters, especially in game 1, match point for Team Power, and a demo up in the air from Tito. That'll relieve some pressure. Forky's going to keep dumping it in. Seabass catches it. Forky's just playing with his food. He's hoping to deposit this one for Nibra, and Tito gets there first. But this offensive pressure was mounting for Team Power until a 50 up in center field gives a shot for Tito, and Nibra saves that one too.
I am a little bit nervous, though. Power, a team that rides with their momentum, sometimes for the worst. They have 3 very mechanical players in Forky, Nibra, and Noxus, and ooh, that is much better than what I was expecting. Usually they'll go for a flashy play. Instead, it's a beautiful drop down, and without hesitation, Noxus puts it on target.
What a good challenge. Was it from Forky? Yep, up that left wall, which pinched it up right in front of the net like that. And to be able to, the shot placement as well, for it to be on the left side, unguarded, is a good start for Team Power. Now we'll see if Team EXE have a response, because again, it's their backs against the wall.
It's going to be rather difficult here. A team that unfortunately is, not going to say ridden this momentum as much as I think Power might, but considering that they did have the lead and now they look a little bit lackluster on the shots, maybe not. They don't need to put them powerfully in. They just need to put them on target. Tito to tie us up.
Oh my god. 3-man pass from the wall to the left side, crosses over to Tito, who scores. We have a tied game, and hey, Bass, at least we could smile a little bit because it didn't take 4 minutes to get 2 goals. It only took 1 this time, so a lot of teams are kind of getting more comfortable as the series goes on, taking more risk, playing a lot faster as it is the first round of the tournament, so I don't blame them.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. It's going to be a little bit of a warm-up period here. We're expecting that. I think the part we were more surprised by is just how quickly one team turned around and warmed up, and the other one fell back asleep. Not really sure how to describe it at this point, but uh-oh, I might describe it at a 2-1. Power cross-court shot, and Nebra will capitalize.
Hey, all I said was Nebra needs to step up, and so they have. A great save earlier on to a shot so far damn away. We zoomed in, and there it was, 2-1 for Team Power. 3.5 minutes left. It's Team EXE who are just kind of consistently playing from a downside.
It's just, it hurts. There's really no other way to say it. When EXE has all this momentum in the first game and does look like they're going to come into this one confident, and now they're missing balls like that, not necessarily getting the same sort of ferocity behind each of their shots that Power is, you're starting to wonder if maybe the team's cracking a little bit here mentally. But we've got plenty of time left. 3 minutes on the clock here. Seabass also with a really good flick high. Can someone get there? Tito tries to, but Forky will keep it out. But there's that midfield presence. Monster keeping it in the half. If EXE can go back to this pressured offense, I still think that we've got a chance here, Lemon.
Yeah, Team EXE just keep trying that backboard, and Power is saying, okay, keep trying. We're going to keep denying it, and just every bounce that goes there is not going the way that Team EXE are hoping to set up, and as they just full frontal force on the offense, it's just blocked like an ironclad wall. Power are just negating every shot. Now you got a double commit from the defense, but Seabass needs some help, and I think that was maybe Tito helping him out. Monsters on the back, just in case you have that long field, clear that would have came to score. We had that happen this game already, but 2 minutes and 18 left. If Team Power stay at the score, they'll move on to the next round.
I'd imagine that they're going to stay here too, because it doesn't really feel like EXE are moving with much authority here. Usually when you get down to this point, teams are throwing everything at their opponents, but apparently
no.
No, Monster! Okay, thank God. Seabass comes through.
I thought they choked. That Monster was just maybe trying to get a little, he had a little bit too much air, hits the cross, and was trying to get more above the ball, but at least there was a recovery. They found the rebound, and Power couldn't clear it in time. So we have a 2-2 tied scoreline with 2 minutes left. 2. And Forky looking for that pass to Noxus. My brain is acting up again. But hey, we're seeing an improved defense from EXE to not let that pass go through.
Oh yeah, they're looking a whole lot better right now. No, please not. Okay, thank you. Jesus, thought I was about to get corrected immediately. I didn't need to start off the day with another caster curse here, but luckily enough, they will survive. 2-2 here, like you said, and with 90 seconds left, most likely the next goal is going to be the deciding one. Could it be here for Power as they get more pressure? No, not quite, but I am a little bit scared. EXE, they've been crackling. Oh my word, every single time on defense. A good save from Monster, but it's not going to get it out of the half. And as Forky is time and space, he's going to air dribble it high. My friend, you had the whole goal to go after. Why did you take that one up?
Apparently Tito has just joined the match, so welcome. But 2-2, 1 minute left, and I love that EXE are just getting in the middle of these passes, because that's what Power have been doing so well at, especially in Game 1. And remember, this is series point for Team Power, and you can see that Tito and friends are feeling the pressure. That sounds like some kind of Clifford cartoon, Tito and friends. Or maybe what I do on a Friday night. I'm not sure. But we're going to try a shot at the net, the double commit. It's blocked again, and it's not even over for Team EXE.
Oh, it's not over in any way, shape, or form. With 40 seconds left, you could honestly see either one of these teams find a goal. Don't tell me Forky's going to get it right now. He's going to put it high. It's off the bar and down. And apparently both teams are just kind of trying to compete after that bar. Last time we were on screen, it was constantly off the bar, ricocheting every single shot from E United. So much so, I wanted to counter. Please don't replace E United today. We do not need another team that runs it off the bar every single time. 10 seconds left. Let's see if Seabass maybe instead can get one on target. He'll set up Tito. Puts it into the back of the net. 5 seconds left and EXE take the lead.
Tito makes it happen again. One of the biggest savers. It sounds like a financial position, but he's just an important member of the defense. In Game 1 had the most saves. In Game 2 has the most saves. And that's not even where he's done yet. The offense can match it. Couple more seconds. The ball is in the air. The offense in control for Team Power. Nox is trying to keep it up in the air. Seabass challenges it. But Power were all committed forward. Wait, that bounced off the wall? But man, they have to cross an entire field. Trying to pass it to Nebra. Monster redirects it to the ground. And Team EXE keep themselves in the series, and we're going into Game 3.
How do you and I do this every single time? Everybody else gets sweeps, and then when you and I get on, it's just close games every single time, overtimes, everything in between here. We get a goal at 5 seconds left. You know what? Honestly, who am I to complain? It means more content for you guys at home, and it means we go to a Game 3 to determine it all. A single game now to decide who moves on to the next round. And again, this is round 1, and we're getting contests like this. Once we get to the back half of this day, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, I know. It's like as soon as Jolly complained that there's 2 O's, I'm like, don't worry, baby girl. I'm here with a Game 3. All thanks to me. Just kidding. But hey, I like that type of caster curse energy. Seabass is like, screw you. I'm negative. I'm going to demo you and score? Look at you go, Bass. Look at you. I didn't know you could cast and play at the same time.
I didn't know either. I also didn't know I could get a flick that nice. Look at that! Around the last offender and directly into the back of the net. Monster picks up an assist basically for free there. He's gonna pat Seabass on the back and just kind of go, yeah, thank you for that one. I appreciate it. And, uh-oh, they might not appreciate this kickoff. Power looking like they might have some pressure here. And if we get tied up 10 seconds into this, I swear, can we just have a little bit of non-volatility for, like, I don't know, a half a minute?
I don't know, man. It's February. It's all about loving, right? Something like that. But Seabass just, like, shanks someone's tire and then scores off of them. Like, where was that the other 2 games? I want to see more of that. Because Seabass is like that silent killer. He's always setting up Tito for success. He's the glue to this team. And it's only a 1-goal lead. So not something you want to get totally comfortable with. As Forky catches it off the corner. Nebra sets it up forward. Noxus tried to get a shot. It got popped up by Team EXE. And now it's a shot found by Forky, and it's tied up 1-1.
All right, well, they were able to make it more than 30 seconds without it being tied up. It still gets tied up within the first minute here, so obviously we're not going to have any idea who keeps the momentum going to the back half of this one. But I am starting to feel like both teams have finally come to life. We talked about how game number 1, it felt like it took some time for Power to get into this one, and once they did, they overwhelmingly took it. Game 2, EXE were in this one and were able to bounce back, but it took a while before the shots really started to have any sort of lethal punch behind them. And now here in game 3, we get whatever's happening in the corner. I was going to say they are warmed up, but seems like maybe in certain pockets they're still having a little bit of difficulties.
I thought they were trying to have some kind of dance battle for the corner boost. I'm not sure what that was all about, but I don't know who won. You'll have to tell me. Ibra catches up in the air, passes up to Forky, deposits it in the corner. Noxus with a cut to the left side. 2 defensive members. That's not going to go through. But the offense continues to build for Power until Tito sneaks up to the left side. He got a challenge from Forky. And 3.5 minutes left. See Team EXE carefully planning this offense, but not a lot of boost to work with means it was pretty easy for Power to squeak by.
Pretty easy so far here. It does feel like this third game is starting to go back to that first one where there is sort of these pockets of, I'd say space is the best way to put it here, where no one wants to challenge, no one wants to overcommit, no one wants to make a mistake that could be the downfall of this series. Both teams seem to understand that, and they're playing very carefully because of it, but they're also putting shots on target. Tito to rip one on target, and unfortunately Monster can't quite find the follow-up. They'll actually get demoed for their troubles, and EXE, oh boy, you guys are getting thrown into a little bit of a panic here. Calm down, lads. You have plenty of time left.
Yeah, they just have to fight their way through. It's like, what, an offense is coming? No, it's not. So now the ball is bouncing. Tito just decided to prioritize the boost. Team EXE, now everyone's respawn, worked on this offense. They kind of just dumped that and left it alone. Was hoping to catch the bounce. Seabass with a shot left side. It's Power have so many damn saves throughout these games. It feels like whatever Team EXE does, the lucky shot that Seabass had at the start of the game is all they've been able to really successfully do.
That's pretty much about it. And that's the crazy thing here is that it's been one-off goals that kind of come out of nowhere. And aside from that, it's just been a lot of midfield presence, a lot of back and forth, a lot of tentative, I don't know, weird touches. There's not a really good way to describe what we're seeing here, but it's also the first series of the day, so I'm not necessarily too surprised. I mean, perfect example, double commit, Monster bumps into Tito. No way this works out for a goal, right? Okay, I thought Tito was going to cut across and get a touch, but I guess not. That would be too on point with the weirdness we've seen so far, and also a team pinch out to the side where Seabass is. Lemon, if you can figure out what's going on in the pitch, I applaud you, because I'm starting to get a little bit lost.
Hey man, Google is free, but I ain't got time for that right
Wait,
now.
no way.
But wait,
Really?
wait! I'm gonna need to Google that one, actually. What? Bass, break this down, please. It bounces from the wall.
What? Yeah.
Hinged. Some...
What do you say there? Just like, okay, cool. You know what? Whatever. All right. 90 seconds left. We're going to move on because at this point, it's going to hurt me too much not to here. Hopefully, someone can figure out how to win this series definitively. Maybe Forky can get a touch to tie us up again. Honestly, I'm already expecting we're going to overtime with the way that this has gone. Just someone needs to score on Power at this point.
See, Power are good at defense when they know an offense is coming, not when there's a random pinch off the wall. There's no one usually set up in front of the net like that. So Power, whenever these goals squeak by, it's off of these kind of unlucky occurrences. But Seabass misses that touch. Control recovered by EXE. In the last minute of game, EXE are in a lead. Remember, they had game 2, and this is game 3. For a chance to go into the next round, there is that lower bracket, of course, so your favorite team won't be out no matter what. Here's Monster catching this. Nebro, okay,
wait,
look at that challenge. That almost set up a tying goal.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it going to be their downfall, though? Monster just needs to get the center. Monster, just get it center. He can't get it center. Seabass was waiting there for so long, but so long that Nebro was able to get back. 30 seconds left, a chance for EXE to close out this series, and they might have just squandered it, because now a chance for Power instead to go the other way. Noxus gets it around Tito. Monster's going to be in the corner, but they're going to need to play some massive defense, because Nebro is prepared. Seabass, though, makes the save, and with 15 seconds left, there is one last chance at offense here for Power. If they approach the ball, eventually Noxus will go to it. Tito, though, he burned off a lot of time, so now there shouldn't be but one single shot. Someone should take it, though. Forky sets it up. Someone take the shot. It's going to hit the ground, and EXE barely squeak by.
And I don't know if best of threes have reverse sweeps, which you guys do in Rocket League, but EXE were behind, and we talked to Jolly about how do you approach a best of 3 when as soon as you win game 1, like, you're on series point after that. And now you look at what EXE just did. They played molasses slow in game 1, gave Seabass a pep talk. He's out demoing kids off kickoff and scoring. Tito has approached and kind of just continuously, consistently is a top scorer and just a contributing to the team, but I feel like Monster's defense is what saved this as well. He has 3 saves, a ton of points, even a goal. Team EXE really stepped up as the series went on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This was just an impressive series all around from EXE for a number of different reasons. The big one for me here is, like you said, the defense just continued to improve, and although their offense was lackluster at times, a very simple way to put it, with some shots that didn't really put much on target, it was nice to see that they were at least starting to play a more all-around ball game. The defense was really good. The midfield presence looked a lot similar to Game 1, but not at the lack of offense. So we liked it. I think it was pretty good, but we have another person we got to ask about that. Jolly, we're going to bring her back in, and our host is going to get to tell us, what did you think from the outside in? Was it just as chaotic as we were feeling in the booth?
We got 3. We got 3 games. Okay, that is what I care about. All right, I wanted 3. Honestly, at the end of it, we saw EXE take round number 2. I'm like, I don't even care anymore, guys. This is what we were asking for, right? So to kind of break that one down, you talked about it, right? The mentality, how do we get through this? That's how you do it, I guess. Ask EXE and you will learn how to kind of recover from that mentality. I'm going to start here with you, Bass. Though you were talking towards the start, the first and second round in particular, actually, about a lot of the midfield play. And you were talking specifically in that first round about kind of lackluster midfield play, like, right, maybe some missed midfield plays. So what is your takeaway going into round number 3 where it looks a lot more cleaned up?
The big thing for me here is that we start to see punishments on the mistakes. That's a really big thing that not a lot of teams start to focus on here. Teams will make these risky plays, and they will make these, let's call them minor mistakes, but they can become more than a minor mistake if a team is able to recognize that and start capitalizing upon that. If you're seeing people constantly double commit in the air, all right, let them double commit, figure out where that ball is going to bounce out, and then immediately hit it back into a position where you can continue the offense. We didn't really see that from either one of the teams in this game, but we started to see it at the very end when teams are starting to recognize that, oh, maybe if we don't play this too, risky, we should be able to actually win it. So I'd like to actually see in this next series some people make a couple more risks here, not necessarily completely throw everything at every single game and every single ball, but make a couple of risky plays, see if they pay out, and if they don't, be aware that you're going to need to sort of recover. And for the other teams, if they are going to play that risky, start to punish. It's a huge way to win, especially in a bubble tournament where teams aren't necessarily always going to be the most consistent.
Yeah, that's, actually kind of going off of that, and I'll ask, Jen, I'll ask you this one, right, because we talked about the best of threes. That was by far one of the slowest starts to, honestly, any series I've seen, whether it is a best of 3, whether it's a best of 5, and it was both teams. It wasn't as though one team in particular was being slower. They really picked up speed in round number 2. So what do you think, I guess, the takeaway is with that? Is it worthwhile to try to stall out to kind of move forward with trepidation, or do you agree with Bass in this, that you got to hit the ground running, especially in a shorter series?
I think it was hitting the ground running. I think that part, especially Power, just when they won the kickoff in game 1, they're just at screw boost. Let's just hold this zone, let's hold this area, and just see what we can do with what we have. And if we can take a corner boost, you saw that occasion that came up here and there. And Power did a good job. I think just what killed them the most throughout the series, because they were consistently having the better offense, in my opinion, was that their defense, just whenever there was an unexpected turn in a play, they weren't able to kind of adapt in time. They weren't in the position to turn around and stop the shot from coming in. So it was always these pinches off the walls or a cross-field shot that kind of hurt Power in the end. Because, all of these games were within 1 or 2 goals. So it's... EXE pulled it off, and I think they got what they got. They made their offense more creative and more unsuspecting, which caught Power off guard.
Yeah, 1 goal, one goal differential apiece, actually. And we were looking at like 2-3 scores throughout the entire series. We do have another series, of course, coming up for you guys, but you know what? I'm gonna keep everyone on the edge of their seat here. We do have to take a very, very quick break, a 2-minute break, guys, okay? So when we come back, I'm still gonna have Lemon Kiwi. I'm still gonna have Bass with the Pass on here for one more series before heading back over to Chixa and Danger Taco, but give us one quick moment. We will be right back with some more amazing series here in the AAA Challenger Series.
She's a late model sedan, Irma. She's not the flashiest car on the high school lot, but one with the most tenure. She's carried 3 Anderson siblings through a lot of great moments, and protected them through some not-so-great ones. Irma has put in her time with us, so when it comes to protecting her, she deserves more than a 15-minute conversation, or less.
I understand. Let's see what I can do.
Thank you so much for sticking with us, guys. Of course, this is the AAA Challenger Series. This is event number 2. We've got a bunch of these coming up, I think 6. Then we got some Super Series coming up after that. So we have plenty of weeks of seeing these incredible teams who just barely didn't quite make it in the RLCS places, I think 9th through 16th in that. We get to watch them perform on this incredible stream. And of course, I still have with me Lemon, Kiwi, and Bass. I'm going to make this real quick, guys, okay? Because I think we're prepping the lobby. Bass, I just want to talk about this upcoming series, right? We've got Torrent and Vibrance, 2 more teams. Of course, I keep saying teams that we're very familiar with. But can you expand on these 2 teams and how you think this series is going to maybe play out?
Oh, I mean, listen, you talk about familiar teams. I don't think there are 2 more familiar teams here in this tournament than Torrent and Vibrance, which is kind of a shame that they have to face off against each other in round number 1, but there's some backstory here that gives you guys a little bit of insight and understanding as to why these matchups have been made. So, Vibrance, a team that has always barely made RLCS. They've been really close so many times, and they've actually been able to make RLCS a significant amount of times, but the guarantee is basically day 3 no matter what. They were bound to end up in one of these AAA Challenger Series. Torrent, however, I don't think anybody expected them to ever get into a AAA Challenger Series because this team always makes RLCS. They make it time and time again. They were in contention for top 8 last split. The difference is that they didn't play with their full roster last split, or not last regional, excuse me. Unfortunately, Smashgg, I believe he was having some mental issues at the time. He was having some sort of, I want to say he was taking a break just for his mental sakes, and we applaud him for that. We hope that he comes back, you know, recharged and ready to go, and hope that he takes as much time as necessary. Apparently, he is taking the time necessary. He's back here today, so we get the full lineup of Torrent. He's ready to go, and that is terrifying for Vibrance, because this is a team that's played each other many times, but when Torrent's at their full, they might as well be the best team out here. I actually do think Torrent could go all the way today.
Well, I'm excited to see Torrent and Vibrance. They're looking at a chance at redemption, more on their egos, and I'm glad that we have 2 very strong rosters going up in this best of 3. And don't worry, you know, someone will get knocked out, but it's the lower bracket. And it's 2 big names, and I know a bunch of casters in the back scene were like, oh my god, you guys get to cast that? Well, I'm excited to get into this, and you viewers are going to have a treat.
It does sound like it is ready to go, so let me, Kiwi, Bass for the past, take it away into this next series.
Let's go. Torrent versus Vibrance. And you were saying you didn't expect these 2 teams to be here, but it makes it for a good series, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, honestly, every single time you and I get to hop into the booth, it's always going to be chaos on the pitch. We've kind of figured that out at this point here. But maybe it's chaos in the best way possible. Listen, I love the chaos. I like to say that, you know, Kings of Chaos are the best way to make it through here. So let's see. Can we have King Kinsei? Can we have the rest of the Torrent squad pop off like they have done many times before? Or will we see Vibrance stand up to the test? Game number 1 underway, and oh boy, Lemon, I'm excited for this one.
I remember casting Kinsei, I want to say, like when he was on the Knights, and I always thought this was a great person, like the glue to the team. And I've already said this about someone else, but really is like an enabler. And you need that spark plug for your team. Jordan tried to set up maybe a pass to Smashgg, but then got demoed on the play. It's a shot. Oh, Smashgg barely saves that with a pinch. That could have gone in.
That could have gone in, and it would have been a heck of a way to start this one off, but already I'm going to say this is going to be a very different series than the last. First game was a tentative back and forth. The best way to describe it is using that word. This one is haymaker after haymaker. Everybody came to a street brawl ready, and it seems like there are going to be no pulled punches. Okay, maybe. Oath, what on earth, my friend? He decides to fake it out in front of the net, expecting someone from Torrent to bite, but no one will. They're just going to play more on the line defense. Another save out of Smashgg. We're a minute into this one. He already has a savior medal.
Yeah, Vibrance's offense looked really good at the start. There's a little dribble from Fifi, and maybe he got disconnected? Or I'm getting disconnected? I'm not sure. But Vibrance have lost control of this offense.
Let's just say, oh, wait, what? All right, I was about to say, this is a very weird back and forth. People just kind of keep taking shots at each other, but Kinsei will find the first blow here. Fifi, oh, he just pre-jumps that one. I don't know if that was the best decision.
He tried. He gets a shiny stinger for that one. But Torrent, they got a goal out of it. And a minute and a half in, you take those. Already starting this kickoff where, hey, Vibrance on the offense, name a better duo, but it's up to Astro if he can challenge Kinsey here, and it does pinch off over to Oath, but got too much, it was too wide, and unfortunately didn't set up for a redirect towards the net, even a shot. And then now it's up to Torrent. Yeah, they're good at challenging, they're good at demoing here and there, but what's your offense like?
Well, the offense so far here, not really had much of a time to shine. They've only had 2 shots, and to be fair, Vibrance has only had 4 at this point. So it's kind of, I don't want to say it's going towards that tentative back and forth after that first goal, but it does seem like the feel is a little different in this game after the first goal. Rather than Vibrance sending everything and playing a little bit risky now, they're trying to play this more methodically. They're trying to build up that midfield presence, trying to break down Torrent to where eventually they don't have someone prepared on the line. But unfortunately, this is Torrent. They love this type of defense, waiting for shots to go against them, and then eventually going into a counterattack. Oh, here is that counterattack. I don't know how long it's going to stay here, though. Magic Bear desperate to try and keep this in the half, and oh, just backflip. Wait a minute, this is open! Magic Bear to put it on target, and 2-0 it becomes.
And you started with that midfield presence. Magic Bear catches the clear. Kinsey's right below and might have even bumped Oath. And not that I think Oath would have been able to come back, but a great play from Magic Bear. And now you have a more comfortable lead if you're Torrent.
Oh, absolutely. And not only do you have a comfortable lead, you have a comfortable lead going to the back half of this ball game, just passing halftime here. And Fifi apparently is going to continue to do this. Vibrance love this nuisance playstyle right now. They're just kind of sending people at Torrent, hoping that someone can get enough in the way that it's going to throw them off. Probably any other team on the planet, this is a pretty viable solution. Against Torrent, they just seem like they're ready here today. Nothing is catching them by surprise.
Vibrance are doing a good job, able to save and also get up to that backboard and not set up, deny those aerial shots, but now's Jordan, pops it down from the ceiling. Thankfully, Kinsey was there, didn't give that immediate possession to Vibrance, which could have formulated into that offense, but they get to go at it again. Oath sends it to Astro, directed almost off the cross, but it's caught in the box by Torrent, who go for a clear to that left side, but those Vibrance passes, they're kind of threatening.
Vibrance are a very good team when it comes to this offense. Get ready. They're going to keep on going for shots like that. It does feel every single individual player on this team has that pop-off potential, if you will. The difference is I just feel like Torrent may be a little bit more solid of a 3-man rotation here. With minute 20 left, at this point, that's all they really need to focus on as well, is just keeping the rotations tight and not allowing Vibrance to gain any extra pressure here in this last minute. They're going to get a breakaway play here, though. That's a great pass from Astro, but no one is there. Oath instead goes for the boost in the corner to try and starve Torrent here. But at this point, I don't know if the slow plays are going to work out here. Lemon, they need to rush this one. With a minute left, they've got very few options.
Now, Vibrance need 2 goals in under a minute. When you look at the shots, we got 8 from Vibrance, only 6 from Torrent. So, and there's just a ton of saves from Torrent, so the shot placement is there. But we'll see if it'll turn into an actual goal. The bounce got way too above Fifi. Astro's going to try and challenge this. Kills the momentum of the ball. Oath is bumping Magic Bear. Now the ball has been recovered by Torrent and moved down the field. But again, more offensive opportunities. Maybe a double tap here. Denied by Vibrance at the last second. But the pressure is mounting. Kinsey tried for a little soft lob, but Astro got in the way. So Vibrance, they negate this for now, but we need a goal from them.
Oh, they're trying their best. Honestly, at this point, a goal for the road is all they're really looking for here to sort of just not get shut out in game number 1. And I don't think they're going to find it. Into the corner it goes, and Kinsey... No, wait, is he going to set up his teammate? They're going to keep this up. Is someone going to score? Magic Bear sends it center. Jordan's there. No way, off the bar and down. They're not going to get another one, but Torrent getting damn close to it. I'm impressed. Torrent with a shutout victory in game number 1.
Yeah, the shutout victory after 9 saves that Torrent had to do to make that happen. After 10 shots by Vibrance, and really felt like, you know, the offense had some potential for Vibrance, but Torrent, once they're set up in their box, there's just no getting through them.
It seems like it. I gotta feel bad at some point here for Vibrance, who just so much offensive pressure there. You can see the shots dead even basically at this point. So it's one of these things where something's gotta drop, right? Eventually something's gotta hit the back of the net, but what is it going to be? We saw Torrent do it in a couple of different ways, whether it was passing plays or individual shots. They were starting to make that Vibrance defense uncomfortable, and that's something I don't think Vibrance was able to do to Torrent that entire ball game. It felt like every time Torrent were on their back heel, they just kind of dug in a little bit deeper. paper and then got prepared, steadied themselves, and were able to make a counterattack. So I need to see that from Vibrance now. I need to see Vibrance have that confidence in the counterattack and then make that defense uncomfortable rather than just giving Torrent enough time to recover.
Speaking of recovering, that's exactly what Torrent did. We have 6 demos to only 1. Vibrance did so much to stop upcoming offenses, but didn't really turn that into a counterattack. So we'll see in Game 2. Now it is a series point for the boys at Torrent. And they're already starting that offense. It was Oath that had to save it close to the post. Astro's going to carry it up and above. But not much boost to help out. And that's where Oath gets there first. And Torrent slow to the pitch, and it's Vibrance with their first goal of the series.
Oh, that is massive for Vibrance as well. Considering the fact that they were shut out in Game 1 to immediately get on the board in Game 2, that's going to wipe away all the rust. It's going to make this team a whole lot more confident. And Lemon, if you've never seen Vibrance when they are confident, get ready. This team is something else when they get to stunt.
Oh, I'm scared now when you say it that way. Where was Vibrance all along? And yeah, that was just a really good setup from Oath. He just like self-high fives, and I love that. Sometimes you gotta do that. 4 minutes and a half left. Torrent getting ready for a defense. Fifi puts it into the corner, bounces up to Oath. Great pass denied by Magic Bear as Jordan picks up the ball, goes forward down the field towards the Vibrance end. Challenge a little bit slow though from Jordan as he hopes to just get back to his end. Fifi's breaking ankles and axles. Ball about to set up in front of the net and no follow-up from Vibrance.
Oh my gosh, Fifi breaking so many different cars down! At this point, this guy's gonna have to pay out from his insurance! Fifi with a first goal, or second goal for him! I'm losing track, because this shouldn't be a goal!
And then just like the bump from that defender just to push him deeper into the net, out of the way to allow that to go through. I think, yeah, I agree that's kind of Oath's goal. But man, Vibrance working as a team, and as the series goes on, they are looking better and better. Fifi just got demoed though. Torrent back at full force. Jordan with a shot. Fifi with the save. And you see Vibrance are desperate to get this out of the hands of Torrent.
Oh my, they're gonna need to get it away from them at some point here. Torrent are gonna need something in their favor. Hey, listen, I thought this team might start to pop after getting that first goal. I did not expect this entire turnaround. Feels like Torrent, I was saying they were never nervous in Game 1. Now they're quaking in their boots. They need something to reinstill some confidence, and there it is. Kinsey with the first goal for the team in orange.
All Jordan passes it from the corner. Asher was ready off the backboard, and I think Fifi tried to dive for a bump, and too little, too late, not getting in the way in time. 2-1, still for Vibrance, and again, the series is being led by Torrent in this best of 3. So you can see we could get another Game 3, and Oath really had to deny that from dropping in front of the net.
Yeah, at this point, I'm starting to feel like we kind of understand through and through what ball game we're going to have here. I'm just not sure if I'm ready for this one. My heart can't take this much volatility at this point, and, well, let's hope the players can at least stick into this one, because Vibrance don't seem to be slowing down a bit. One goal in favor of their opponents, but all of a sudden, they are back on offense yet again. Oh, but maybe they're a bit too far into offense. Oath able to keep that one in, but you can see everyone from Torrent starting to build up a counterattack here. Magic puts it high. Does he have a follow-up touch? No. Oath pops it out to midfield, and maybe now we can... Wait a minute, is that just going in? No, it's off the post! Kinsey keeps it out, and a huge goal missed for Vibrance.
But maybe an offensive opportunity for Vibrance, depending on how possession works. They dump into the corner. Fifi with the challenge. Bounces out mid. Magic catches it first, but it's still Vibrance bringing that offense back. Astro is flying away, setting up Oath, and it's pinched between both teams. And Torrent deny it again. But this is where Vibrance, if they get this goal, they'll have an even more comfortable lead by 2 goals. You still have 2 minutes left. Nothing that Torrent can't handle. Oath with a shot right down. The fake, and Torrent couldn't get it. 3-1 now for Vibrance.
Oh my gosh, this whole team, like I said, it's not just one player, it's all of them with his pop-off potential. And although Oath is going to pick up their second goal, it's the pass from Fifi that also has to be absolutely praised. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left here, and unfortunately, I think Torrent might have locked themselves into an awkward position after Game 1. We were talking about this, Lemon. So many on-the-line saves, constantly playing defense, but if your defense can't play perfectly every time, eventually there will be some cracks, and there's some for Vibrance. Jordan to cut the lead in half.
That Fifi with a mistouch, but then Magic Bear just kind of flying by as a distraction, maybe trying to bump someone in the net. Then Jordan gets a piece of it through all the chaos. So 3-2. A 1 goal separates Vibrance, maybe Torrent, from taking the series. We still have another half yet to go. And man, look how more revitalized Vibrance look in this game too. It's Jordan and friends sending up the offense. And the slow carry into the upper 90. Jordan makes the magic happen to tie the game.
Oh my word. Yeah, Jordan really taken from his teammate in Magic Bear. Usually people are talking about the one skills of that individual, not Jordan. But maybe we should take note. A beautiful flick. You put that anywhere else on target, it's probably getting saved, but top right bins perfectly placed, and we're all tied up with about 100 seconds left. Lemon, I want to see an overtime at this point.
Oh, I don't know if my heart can take it. It might happen, though. Fifi with a shot! Magic can't deny it! 4-3, 1 goal lead for Vibrance. Minute 37 left.
I don't know if that's a caster curse or maybe a caster blessing at some point, because I bet you the teams don't want to go to overtime. We may be the only ones, and, well, maybe the audience as well, but apparently Vibrance just want to get to a game number 3 at minimum. 4-3 here with just underneath 100 seconds left, and if they can hold on, it could be their game, but again, it's been difficult. Torrent have a response every time. Could they have one here? Jordan into the back of the net, and we're all tied up.
Oh, man, what is a defense for 500? I don't know, this is in jeopardy, but Jesus, this game has turned around 4-4, and it's Jordan again. Kind of unsuspecting. He's always kind of sitting in the box, waiting for the perfect pass, and they always seem to be coming his way. He actually has a hat trick. So, congrats, Jordan.
I'm not gonna lie, I think my favorite comment I've seen so far here today is chat, someone going, why are they scoring? You know, honestly, we're all kind of wondering the exact same thing. I'm not really sure. We expected at some point the teams to understand that, you know, chaos isn't necessarily the key to everything, but Kinsey seems to think so. Why save it out of your own box when you can put it off the bar and ricochet around your net? 70 seconds to go, and yeah, I don't know if my heart's gonna make it out of this game, let alone the series.
Okay, Astro got challenged by Jordan. Now Kinsey kind of regains control of the ball, gets above one member of Vibrance, but they're bringing it right back. Fifi with a setup, but it crosses in front of the net. Not the deposit they were looking for. Oath with a good challenge, bounces off mid. Astro was getting bumped by Kinsey, couldn't follow up. Fifi makes sure that Jordan wasn't going to catch that one either. Fifi going forward and just barrels his way to the back of the net to give Vibrance a lead in the last 30 seconds.
Okay, maybe solo plays are the only way people are going to score goals at this point. They're just going to basically make the defense feel foolish on repeat here. I'm impressed more than anything that we're continually having these breakout plays, because it's not like the defense isn't prepared anymore. They're expecting these shots. They just can't stop them. 30 seconds left, and unless something else changes, which it could, we're going to see, no, we will see possibly an overtime. I thought Vibrance would close it out, but Torrent always have a response.
Kinsey, what a pass to Magic into that upper 92. There's no saving that. There are 27 seconds. We have 10 goals in this game 2 alone. 2 people with hat tricks now, Fifi and Jordan. Magic gets contested there by Oath. Fifi really trying to bring Vibrance to an offense. 17 seconds. It could be one of the last ones. And if you're Torrent, you're looking for a series win. Oh, Kinsey almost got away with that one. Vibrance looking to force the game 3. Oath dribbles this one up. Magic trying to read it. It's down to the ground. It's chaos in the Torrent zone. And it's overtime.
We knew we were going to get here. There was no way we were going to avoid this. Not with the week that we had last week and not with the caliber of players we have on the pitch, but it could be a short overtime. Not if Oath has anything to say about it. Whizzes past your screen like a speeding bullet. Let's see, can they find the lethal shot here? Because it doesn't seem like they're out of their half yet. Torrent are setting themselves up. Jordan's putting it center. Is anyone there for the follow-up? No, Torrent played that one patiently. They recognize in a golden goal scenario they can't overcommit, because with the way Vibrance are playing, you give them one counterattack, it's all over.
This is going to be caught by Kinsey. Remember, the winner of this goes and faces Team EXE in the next round. And there's a demo. Oath removed for a second. The offense strengthened from Torrent only for a couple of seconds. Jordan is at the midfield, not even going to bother with the boost, just more keeping this in the zone, keeping this offense of Torrent going. Kinsey with the setup. Magic Bear with a shot. Oath saved, and maybe a counterattack from Vibrance as Oath leads the charge, but Jordan gets possession first. Astro sets it off the backboard, not what they want. They gotta get this ball from off the center field. Kinsey tries to pass it to Jordan. Off the backboard, denied by Fifi, and this is just rock, paper, scissors between these two teams. Kinsey with a shot towards the cross. Fifi redirects it away. Magic Bear isn't done yet. Torrent with a chance. Jordan with a shot, and blocked by Oath. This is never gonna end.
No, it's never going to end because apparently neither one of these teams wants to make a mistake. Everybody just perfectly playing, which is what makes me all the more nervous because, Lemon, I know you know this as best as anybody. At this point, there's one of two ways this ends. Someone hits the greatest goal we have ever seen, or it's a mistake on defense that leaves someone vulnerable. It's always the way that this ends, and I don't want either one of these two teams to make a mistake because they need this momentum, especially Vibrance, who are looking to just survive in this series. They've got a lot of offensive pressure here, but as it's sent the other way, it could be relieved, especially if, wait a minute, Fifi redirect into the backboard. I thought that was inevitably going to be a Torrent attack, but apparently they still need to break out of their half.
I love that bump from Jordan to stop Oath from carrying the W into the net like that, but Magic almost deposits that one in front of the net, but it had such a powerful bounce, not something that Torrent could work with. Shot towards the right post, redirected into the corner. Magic Bear steals boost, Jordan with another setup. And it's Vibrance who keep trying to clear. They have barely any space to work with as Oath finishes off the wall. Kinsey with a setup towards the back wall. Magic Bear needs some help. Jordan with a shot. Fifi saves it again. He has 5 saves to his name alone. And maybe a counterattack from Vibrance, but they keep getting challenged and can't carry through a possession down the field.
Feels like they're also starting to run out of boost here as well. Everybody on Torrent are just kind of going for the slow burn, waiting until eventually they can just outpace Vibrance. But the issue is Vibrance don't seem that uncomfortable with this low boost. They're just in the right place at every time, and they're able to pop it out of their half so efficiently, pick up a couple of small pads, and do it all over again. The only concern I have is, what if they do make a mistake? What if they have one touch that goes awry, and then all of a sudden, without any boost, they can't recover? They need to be very careful right now. What Vibrance is doing is a risky plan, but if it works out, it's going to be something spectacular. 3 minutes into overtime, though. Neither team getting anywhere close to ending this. Wait a minute! No Kinsey! Denied by Fifi for yet another save! And Astro with the follow-up. Vibrance playing a stellar defense right now.
Can Vibrance have any opportunities to make their own magic happen? It feels like we have Torrent putting on shot after shot. If we enter 4 minutes into overtime, that one got close. Magic Bear with credit. Kinsey trying to pass it to Jordan. Fifi gets in the way. Jordan with a slow drop to Magic Bear, but Oath sends it away right back into the arms of Kinsey, who brings it back into the blue zone. This offensive Torrent will never end, and neither will this overtime if Vibrance keep up the number of saves that they have. They have 13 saves in total. It's crazy. But it's up to Vibrance to stop waiting for Torrent to make a move and time to play some chess of their own.
It just kind of feels like they're at the whim and mercy of whatever Torrent do here. It's not a bad position to be in, but lads, this is for elimination, basically. You get bumped to the lower bracket. If you do not win this one, it's going to be devastating, especially when you play an extra game of overtime. 4.5 minutes played, almost an entire extra game here at this point, and still no one able to find themselves a definitive shot here. I've got a feeling that Vibrance, they're starting to feel the pressure. I know that they look calm for right now, but again, when a single mistake is all that it takes in an overtime like this, you're really gonna have to play carefully. And Fifi knows it. Another save for this brick wall of a defender.
7 saves now to Fifi. There's nothing getting through him. Vibrance so focused on the defense that you're probably just waiting for Torrent to make a mistake, as you pointed out. You're waiting for them to run out of resources, to do anything wrong, to punish them in the process. As Oath, well, he charges down the field as a clear happened. He was hoping to recover that and make another solo play happen. Fifi gets in the way of Jordan. And Oath really just wants to turn this ball on its head. Fifi with the soft shot. Magic is there and sends it on the opposite side of the field where Oath was, as Torrent just continue to remain in control even in their own half. But Oath gets past a couple of defenders, but goes off for the backboard play, and nothing that they can work with yet.
Are you kidding me? Finally, Vibrance get a shot and they put it off target. This one is not. Jordan has to save that, and I just got a feel for Vibrance at this point. They're getting so few opportunities, but maybe I should stop talking. It looks like they are starting to build some offensive pressure here, or I cursed it. It's back into the half again. All right, never mind. Torrent back to their usual ways, back to an offense, and back to everybody missing. 2 uncharacteristic whiffs out at midfield, and this actually could go in favor of Vibrance. No, it's popped into their half, and I'm trying to figure out where the momentum's going here, but it just keeps on swinging. It's like a metronome at this point, just back and forth and back and forth. I have no idea who's going to take this.
Yeah, it's a stalemate of a chess game where Torrent are almost at 20 shots.
What?
Only 14 for Vibrance. If that tells you enough about how the last 6.5 minutes have gone, it's been Torrent all day. But it won't be Torrent. Torrent will win the series unless they score. And how can you squeak by? How can you find a gap in this defense? Smashgg Bear says, I'm going to create the gap, but the ball was across the field. Didn't turn into much. Oh, man, you got to keep your eyes on this guy because he's the one who has the most threatening shots when it comes to Vibrance so far. It's back into the blue end. Kinsey wanting to drop this ball in front of the net, denied by a double commit of Vibrance. Smashgg Bear wants a piece of this. Jordan is bumping Fifi, and Vibrance are not letting Torrent get anything done.
No one's getting anything done at this point. We're 7 minutes into overtime, and neither team wants to make a mistake. I mean, to be fair, this is my favorite overtime. It's not something where teams are just kind of throwing stuff sloppily at each other and no one's able to finish. It's the fact that the defenses just go, oh, you thought that was a good enough shot. Yeah, try again, and again, and again, and again. No one can get past either one of these defenses. We've seen miraculous saves on both sides. So again, what's it going to take? What is it going to be that separates these two teams, that gives them that golden goal that either ends the series or keeps us alive? Because again, Lemon, this is game 2 of this best of 3.
Smashgg Bear has the mitts out. He says, Bass, you want me to solve a problem? I'm going to demo the most problematic kid on this team. Just keeps going after Oath. And maybe they're not the most valuable demos, but you're making a statement. So the backboard denied there by Smashgg Bear. It's a long clear, recovered by Vibrance. Magic's up in the air. Jordan picks it up. Astra's off the backboard. And again, rock, paper, scissors of deny after deny. And it's up to Oath to see if he can just get by this offense, have a counterattack. But Jordan, he's playing squash off this backboard. It's about to drop in front of the net. And Oath gets a piece of it. It goes across the field. Is that going to land in? It doesn't have enough speed. Jordan got there in time. And we are entering 8.5 minutes of overtime.
Can we take a nap after this? Like, I get I have a job, like, there's more series to catch, but, like, I just need to re-energize. Like, what is going on? 9 minutes of play. I'm exhausted from just screaming at the video game. I don't know how they must feel playing it at this point. Mental fatigue is absolutely going to set in at some point, or maybe not. Smashgg Bear does it as he does. Breakaway solo play, and we finish after 9 minutes of overtime.
21 shots later, Smashgg Bear from the top left corner. Torrent take the series 2-0. They move on to the next round to face Team EXE. And I believe that means Vibrance will drop to play Power, if I'm not mistaken. So that was a long... That didn't feel like a 2-0. That felt like a best of 5.
Basically, we played a best of 5. There were 3 games played in that series, and we only went through 2 of them. I don't know. I literally have nothing really to say at this point besides just shock and awe at the excitement we have seen here. So, just take deep breaths at this point, Lemon. I got nothing else. What a series.
Chow. We got to bring our girl Jolly back because it sounds like Bass needs a nap time, maybe a lullaby. And he's not.
Okay, we're back, guys. We had our obligatory crash and burn. Luckily, it was pretty early on. Not for y'all. I will acknowledge that. I've got Lemon Kiwi and Bachelor of the Past still here with me. You guys put in some work there in those 2 best of 3s. The first one that we saw, of course, being EXE and Power going to a full 3 series. Right? Oh, cool. I'll just keep talking. You guys can watch that.
Everything's on fire, I think.
Right. Everything. As I say it, it's like, ha, you thought that was it. Nice try. We do have, the Vibrance Storm one was great, but you know what? We are going to head right into the next series. We're going to be starting the semifinals, RBG Esports into the Circuitry Gaming. This is going to be a best of 5. So, casters, Lemon Kiwi, Bachelor of the Past, take it away as we're getting right into things.
Let's do it, Bass. You got what you wanted all along, which was a nap time. You didn't have to go and blow up the stream. I asked to go to the bathroom, and you allowed me that. Thank you, Bass. You're incredible.
Well, apparently the technical issues I started off with on the day have infected the rest of the stream. The good thing is that infections pass, and sickness, you know, you move on from it. Now we're all healthy, ready to go into the back half of this one, and what a way to kick it off. Like you said, it's going to be RBG versus Circuitry here, and two teams which have done incredible things as of recent, but can they stand up to the next test? We've got game number 1. We're not going to delay this any further. Best of 5 now, though, Lemon, so a little bit more time for a warm-up.
Yep. RBG in the first round took out Prestige Esports 2-0 with a 3-2, 3-0 scoreline. So quite a dominant showing, to say the least. Circuitry took out Accelerate in that first round, but it was a much closer series. You know, 2-0, but in terms of scores, 2-0 and 2-1. So they have earned their place here in the semifinals. As Jolly said, a best of 5. So a lot more time for, you know, to adapt to your opponent. As Expert just kind of turned the ball on its head and gave a chance for RBG to have an offense going, and so will the rest. But kind of like in every game 1, Bass, it's been a lot of challenges and slow going up until people really find the kryptonite to the opponent.
It really is that feeling out period. It's not necessarily too surprising. It's more that you'd expect the teams maybe to be a little bit hotter coming into this after both taking wins so dominantly in the beginning. Okay, never mind. They are red hot. It just took something to ignite them, and the fire has been started. Expert, what a way to kick us off.
Wow, in the upper 90 and everything. He had a teammate there to bump Peep just in case. And 1-0 for RBG in the first minute of play. And it's already a kickoff for RBG. Well, they couldn't stay too close to the ball. But if they continue doing that, this is going to be all money all day. Up into the corner of the blue zone of Circuitry. Lunar is kind of assessing who he can pass to. Peep has too much coverage on him, so him and Cam are going to work that right side and see what Circuitry Gaming can do on their offense. Oh, that's a good shot.
Whoa! It's a beautiful shot. It's an even better save, unfortunately, though. I mean, if you're a fan of the other side, maybe you'll be pretty happy about it. And RBG right now have to be pretty happy that they've been able to hold on to this lead for about a minute 30 here. Again, how long can they hold on? We've seen a lot of volatility today, but we also have seen Zanil with some banger shots, but that is not one directly on target. But Expert can be there for the follow-up. 2-0 to RBG.
That's Expert's second goal. First, it's Zanil that forces Cam to save, and then a shot right down. The follow-up, the pressure from RBG is out of this world as they have a 2-0 start to this game, and less than 2 minutes into the game, Circuitry Gaming are not really allowed to have any room, let alone any time to think about what the answer could be. As Expert is right there about to drop another one in, and there was no one awake in that net.
All right, I said I needed a nap. I didn't think the team should do that. That's not a great play here. Expert drops his one in center, and Cam pre-jumps it. Lunar slams it into his own net. The panic's setting in, and we're not even 2 minutes into this one, Lemon.
The bag has been fumbled slightly at the net. But there's a clean restart we can do. Circuitry, it'll take maybe another game. We still have 3 minutes, but just what I've seen so far, we're going to have to assess how Circuitry Gaming can stay into this game. First, I think Expert has been a real nuisance. Can we go and demo that guy? Maybe that has to be the answer as Zanil gets ready for a shot. An important save by Peep, because a 4-0 scoreline for RBG is not something Circuitry can just mentally handle right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're just going to suddenly bounce back if they go down in a shutout game 1 where Zanil is stunting like this, especially considering the goals that we've seen. They've been some brilliant passes. They've also been some mistakes on the other side. RBG trying to show off their brilliance again with a passing play like that, but we cross halftime and still it doesn't feel like Circuitry have found a response to the onslaught of offense that RBG came out the gates with. They do have some pressure here, but again, 2 shots total. Can they find a third? They'll find a goal. Zanil caught sleeping, and all of a sudden, they get a goal.
And now if you're Circuitry, your confidence is right back up. Great reaction. Just good positioning from Lunar to just wait in the box no matter left or right what's happening. He can pick up a play where it's left off. Did exactly that. 3-1 still for RBG as Circuitry start to climb back.
start to climb back, but they still have quite the hill in front of them here with 2 minutes remaining and very lackluster offense so far. They need something special. That's not going to be enough. Expert very prepared for that one, and I'm going to say this as well. I just realized this is actually a different roster from the RBG we saw earlier today. They finally have the full team in Expert, Money, and Zanil. I believe that earlier Money wasn't quite able to play, so now that they've got a full roster and they've been able to make it into the second round, this team definitely going to be feeling some confidence.
And they won without their full roster, so that just tells me you're seeing RBG at their peak. And to come in swinging, 2 minutes, 3 goals, almost a double tap from Money Zanil. Okay, that damn cross. You should have had that, buddy. But Expert is still putting on shots as finally a demo from Lunar is going to relieve some of that pressure. But it's only for a few seconds because Circuitry Gaming, they've recovered this. Cam tried to shoot towards that backboard. Lunar is ready at the right corner. Cam is being cut off from his teammate, can't receive a pass. And here's a long clear from RBG.
A very long clear here, but is it going to turn into any more offense? Doesn't seem like it. With a minute to go, they don't necessarily need more offense. They just need to hold on here. But I would say getting a goal back in RBG's favor would do a good job at just sort of stifling the momentum that Circuitry are starting to build. First half of this game, rather rough for Circuitry. A lot of minor mistakes that I don't think were very representative of the team as a whole. Now they're playing a little bit more consistently. So if you want to try and shake them again, get them back to that little bit of an uneven edge, you need to get a goal back in your favor here. RBG probably going to take this game because with 30 seconds left, a comeback is near miraculous at this point. But still, RBG maybe losing grip on this series so far.
And we got 4 shots total by Circuitry versus 3 saves of RBG. I don't want to say that wrong. RBG. So that just tells me, yeah, we haven't had a lot of opportunities for Circuitry Gaming, and it'll be maybe about waking up from their nap, from their slumber, from hibernation, and Game 2 will be a different story. At least you hope if you're a Circuitry Gaming fan. As the clock dwindles down, as I'm combining words together, 3-1 will be probably your final score, because Money's getting double committed, and RBG walk away with Game 1.
They do indeed walk away with Game 1. And I would say convincingly, but that second half of the ball game didn't feel as convincing as the first. Out the gates, you see RBG get the 3-0 lead, and then after that, not quiet, but not as lethal with the shots. The defense looked a lot more prepared, and Expert, who had a hat trick out the gates, has to kind of slow himself down. Doesn't get any more shots after that. I believe he only added 1 more during the back half of this ball game. So RBG, very impressive performance to start it off. I don't want to take anything away from it, but I don't know if this is going to be the same sort of dominance in game number 2.
Well, when you got a guy who gets a hat trick in, the first minute or a couple minutes of game, 5 shots to his name, Expert, hey, it's in his name. It's misspelt, but it's in his name. So it's Circuitry, you got to connect the wires and see what they can drum up in Game 2. At least it is a best of 5, so you've earned your way to have more chances to figure out what you need to do. But hopefully they got a coach in the back room, even a captain, a leader to look towards and say, what do we have to do? You look at the stats, and the shots are all for RBG.
Completely RBG in that game. But the good thing is that it's Game 2. They now get a little bit of a reset here. Can they bounce back after what was a rough Game 1 and possibly hold on to the momentum they had from the final goal of that ball game? Seems like Lunar is a little bit more aggressive here. Out the gate, sending themselves into the other half. And if Circuitry can find an early goal here, maybe they can just erase all the momentum that's against them.
That's about working with that momentum. You saw Peep already playing really fast. Cam is in nowhere's land, trying to get some boost. Rotates back in. As for Circuitry, they can mount that same pressure that RBG had in Game 1, and that's how they're able to mostly double, if not triple, the shots. So far, that Circuitry Gaming pressure has been relieved. They fall back, get ready for a defense. Not much boost to work with here if you're Lunar, but Peep gets past some of the defense, but it gets warded away to the corner. Now it's maybe just up to Circuitry to maybe continuously challenge like they are and find an opportunity to punish after that.
They're trying their best here, but the unfortunate truth is that against a team like RBG, it's not going to be easy. Circuitry would have loved an early goal, but apparently everyone on RBG just know how to keep that pressure and do not stop. A minute into this ball game, there's been opportunities on either side, but maybe the first can go to Circuitry. Drop down pass. I didn't think anyone would be there, and I thought that'd be the end of the play, but at least they can keep it in the half here. Again, if Circuitry can find this early goal, not only do they gain momentum in their favor, but they really show RBG that, yeah, we weren't awake in game number 1, but now that we are wide awake and ready to play.
Now we got it. What, did Lunar? That wasn't a real one. I was like trying to... how much were they kissing there? You know, I was trying to figure out, but just kind of swerved, and that's fine. 3.5 minutes. 0-0 still the score. As Money, oh, that was a dangerous touch. Crosses in front of the net while Peep was standing there peeping. Didn't get a shot, didn't react in time. As we'll see what Expert and friends can do on their counterattack.
They're trying their best here. It feels like both teams, though, are really throwing everything they've got at each other, and still nothing sticking at this moment. 2 minutes of play, not a goal through. To be honest, I'm liking this a little bit more, but it's also got me nervous. Again, we've talked about it a lot tonight. In scenarios like this, where you've got such a close stalemate, it's one of two scenarios. Either someone makes a glaring mistake or someone hits the greatest shot ever. I don't know what to expect at this point. They both have pretty high skill ceilings here, but considering how, I'd say, awkward this first game or two has been here, I'm thinking maybe that first mistake is going to cost them, and really cost them dearly.
As it tips over to Money, and maybe a chance for RBG to set something up, but kind of gets lost in the sauce, and now possession gets back over to Circuitry Gaming. So can you maintain control of the ball once you get into these dangerous situations? Money is removed from play, so the offense of RBG might dwindle, and they're buying time to get all their men back. Now having to rotate back to get boost. Good shot in. Lunar jumped. Expert gonna set it up, but Peep's not gonna let this drop in front of the net. But Zanil, or just disrupting, buying time, grabs boost, heads for the hills, and Circuitry Gaming could have a chance at an offense, but as soon as they do, they get challenged. The 50 goes the other way, and all this momentum that Circuitry Gaming could have had is just gone.
It's starting to get them locked into their own half, and that's not a place that they want to be, especially when we were talking about how momentum wasn't in their favor going into this game. In order to try and reinstill it, they needed an early goal to just try and get them with some mental confidence at this point, and I don't think we're seeing it at this moment here. With 1:36 left, it's starting to feel like RBG are figuring out how Circuitry want to play and are just kind of waiting for that perfect moment to strike. This could be it, double demo, but they can't take out the last defender. Peep, the only one alive, and the only one that needed to as they were on the line, but can they do it again? Yes, indeed, another on the line save, and Peep picks up their third. At this point, Circuitry need to be careful. The RBG offense is really coming to life.
Expert just put the gloves on and said, come on, boys, take it outside. How about that? But when you remove 2 out of the 3 members and you still can't get a goal, I mean, the timing just wasn't perfect for RBG to find that opportunity. Still a 0-0 score. Wait, the ball's about to drop. Everyone dove for that, and that still was not a goal for Circuitry.
Oh my word, how on earth does Expert get back to that, and how does Circuitry not score again? It feels like Circuitry, there's still not enough wind in their sails here. They're so fearful of RBG as they've been able to break out on repeat here that they don't want to send the house, even if it's a golden opportunity. But unfortunately, you can't afford that with 30 seconds left and already being down 1-0 in the series. If you don't take the risk necessary, you might find yourself having to reverse sweep against a team that won with their sub earlier. So, Lemon, we've got 20 seconds left. At this point, it really is golden goal scenario. If someone can find a strike before the end of regulation, they're taking this ball game.
RBG had a couple of threatening shots. The counterattack, though, from Circuitry is here. Expert, he's getting away with this. Passes it to Money. Back to Zanil. The ball's about to land on the ground, and we're at 0-0. I'm not sure if anything Cam can do, but Peep demos Expert, and the ball cannot stay up in the air for Circuitry as we enter overtime.
I thought maybe at some point we'd start to get games where it isn't this close the entire time, but apparently not. This is just how it's going to go for the rest of the day here. Every single team of the utmost caliber, and they are displaying it right now. Peep! Oh, that's an utmost caliber shot! The slightest of angles, and all of a sudden, Circuitry end it!
And Circuitry, just like that, in a 14-second overtime. All they needed was a kickoff. Everyone just needed a physical and mental reset, apparently. Off the left wall, Circuitry will tie the series 1-1. But it got damn close for it to not be the case.
It was such an incredibly close game, and again, you'd like to think that RBG were in control there, especially considering how much pressure they were starting to put against Circuitry, but you look at the shot total and you can tell it really wasn't that different of a ball game. 3 shots to Circuitry, yeah, it's a small amount, but RBG only gets 6, so it's one of these things where I think we are starting to see the team still feel each other out. Yes, they are starting to play at the best of their abilities, but maybe they don't necessarily have the game plan completely written down. There's a couple little audibles that they've got to adjust here and there, so, Lemon, I think we've got quite the series on our hand.
Absolutely. And I know you said like the shots are so even, but I felt like that one moment near the end of the game, game 2, when Expert got the double demo and went for a third one, you just had a very dangerous situation created. If you're a Circuitry Gaming fan or defense, that those demos could have quite literally made the space in front of the net for RBG to be not heading into overtime, but to end this game 2 in their favor. But we go into game 3 with a tie series off of RBG just having such an ironclad defense after the amount of shots that RBG had to put and the amount of demos they went for and still not finding anything. That's really surprising.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, this series already has been surprising here, especially considering the fact that you'd expect RBG, after coming through without a sub, or without the sub, after having the sub initially, to just carry that momentum and just have the utmost confidence. And honestly, they did to start off, but unfortunately, Circuitry don't bow down. This team has that never say die attitude that I always applaud, and I think we're going to have to applaud them again. Circuitry not missing a beat here in game number 3.
Well, Cam misses the net, though. It was off the right post, so it is what it is sometimes. It's first shot, you can't win them all. But a 0-0 game, if you were to start off with a goal, man, that would just help out a lot. As Zanil pinching this one off the ground, couldn't get past Cam. Now the defense has formed for Circuitry Gaming, so how creative will RBG get to get puncture through it? And even through the double commit, it's nothing RBG could work with. And the bounce finds the cross. Lunar dives, a 50 against Money, just stifles all the speed of the ball as a long clear for Circuitry, or sorry, for RBG, gives them a chance at a counterattack.
I'm so confused at that play. I thought someone would score, whether it would be on the counterattack or the miss in front of the net, but apparently no one's quite ready to capitalize. Again, it does feel like the two teams are still in that feeling out period. Not because of the fact that, you know, they need to, but they understand how volatile both of these teams play. They are not necessarily the traditional squad, especially for Circuitry, who are a newer team with very mechanical young players who just kind of go after the ball on repeat. This nuisance playstyle of get in your face and get in your way, they love it. They really do it constantly. So for RBG right now, who aren't necessarily unsure how to counter that, this is probably going to be a bit of an awkward game for them. The good thing is they haven't conceded. 90 seconds into game number 3, and after giving up a goal in overtime that I would say was pretty devastating, to not see them just kind of shook in here in this next game, yeah, that's really good.
And I like Cam's position on the defense. He's denied a lot of opportunities. He's just not letting any setups happen, but the offense needs to come alive for Circuitry Gaming. Especially if you're depending on any overtime, that's not going to be pretty. And it's right in front of the net. Cam dives, but the defense of RBG was there first. Now Cam and friends try to get this away from Money. It's back and forth in terms of who's touching this ball, as Money is now bumping somebody in the net. I think Cam is stuck. So you have this 2-on-2 where Lunar and Peep are working together. A shot towards the net. Expert is taking too much. Janelle is there to save it. And somehow no goal has gone through.
I want to be excited, but I'm just confused at this point. We're seeing double commits like crazy. Weird plays in front of the net. That's not going to go in as Peep saves it. I thought at some point I'd start to be able to understand the gameplay at hand, but apparently chaos reigns supreme here. Everyone understands that through the smoke, fire, and flames, that is the only way they will find a goal. And I don't know what that goal is going to be. We're halfway through this ball game. No one has seemingly had a solid shot on target. There have been a couple, but most of them have been in such awkward positions that I didn't think anyone would capitalize, and maybe someone can capitalize here, but no. Expert, he's on the wall for this one? He's trying to pass it to Money. Wait a minute. Well, how did that even turn into a shot? 2 minutes left here, and I'm perplexed at this ball game.
This is just his jungle. We're all living in it. But it's not going to turn into anything. What? Lunar from the corner gets that? That's the first goal of the game, and that is impressive.
Are you kidding me, Lunar? After the chaos in between, this guy comes from the top rope and just RKOs it into the goal. 2 minutes remaining here, and apparently Circuitry, they just know how to have that flash. Breakout plays becoming commonplace for them. See, can they do it again? Winning the kickoff here. Peep gonna send it center. Zanil will pop it out to the side, and oh, wait a minute. No way. RBG just immediately gets a response. Money drops it down. Expert there, and indeed they do. All tied up yet again.
Well, Circuitry was just sitting there waiting. Cam's in the corner and thought he had time to go for boost and needed to have time to get in between that damn pass and a quick response. A 1-1 game, 1:43 left. And it's a tie series, so this is just so back and forth.
one day we'll get a game that we can actually keep track of, that we can understand the pace of play and, you know, sort of the momentum as it builds, the storyline, if you will. Instead, this is no storyline. They ripped out a couple of pages, switched around a couple of chapters, and glued it all back together and went, is this good enough? No, it's not, because I don't know what's going on. At this point, we've got 90 seconds left. I'm as confused as ever. But to be honest, I'm loving it, because it's leading us to an incredible back-and-forth ball game here, one in which Circuitry could close out if they can find a good offense here. Lunar wants to send us to the backboard. Expert will get in the way, but RBG need to be careful. This offense is looming, and if they get one more good goal, Circuitry will be on series point.
You're just running out of time, so it gets even more dangerous. Zanil just putting it near the post, and it was maybe on target, so at least the defense were present for Circuitry. Expert getting in the way. Money crossing over. This Expert and Money just try to find any gap in this defense. And Zanil just pushes Cam out of the picture. Lunar's gonna catch it. It's a dangerous challenge. Expert really wanted it. Zanil with the carry off the backboard. Cam challenges, and he's trying to bring this over to the left side. Money tips it back into possession for RBG as they prepare for another offense. And Circuitry Gaming, they're now getting demoed in their own zone. This is scary.
They're getting very close to giving up a goal at this point here. And with 15 seconds left, they can't afford it. So they need to be careful. How careful can they be, though? When Money's got a flip reset, but it's not enough. Peep again on the line. Savior doing this game after game after game. And it could turn into a shot the other way. No, I think Money's just going to spike this down. Indeed, he's... Oh, not. Zanil tried to keep that up, but inevitably we go to another overtime. Game number 3 in a series, which feels like could go on the rest of the night.
No more 8-minute overtimes, please. That broke the stream last time. So, Expert catch in the air. Peep's gonna jump up, challenge, puts it in the corner. Zanil is there first. It will be Cam that gets the boost, so keep that in mind for the offensive resources. As Cam just kind of is buying time. But now that the offense have rotated back with boost, this is RBG that needed to maintain control, because if shots like that keep coming, that's going to surprise you in overtime.
Wait, no, this is not...
Oh my
okay,
God.
please.
Wait,
all right,
what?
Okay, thank you. I was about to say, first shot was off target, but the more surprising thing, open net here for Circuitry, and it's going to cost them 37 seconds in, and Lemon, we're heading to game 4.
I'm still like searching where is the defense at that moment. It was just poor old Peep in the net. Well, that will give RBG a series lead, 2-1 in this first of 3 in this best of 5. So we'll see if Circuitry Gaming can catch up, because it's been 2 overtimes in a row, so it's damn close.
It's incredibly close at this point, but you did highlight something rather important there. Peep, the last one left there on defense, and, well, as you see from the scores line here as well, Peep the only one apparently playing defense there. A single save to anybody else on the team, and Cam, and meanwhile, Peep has really been that rock-solid defense here, so I'm starting to think maybe Circuitry are sending a bit too much at this offense here. They're getting frustrated that RBG have been able to make so many saves that now they're kind of just sending Cam and Lunar on repeat into that final third and hoping that Peep can at least hold down a backline. I'm nervous. We've got game number 4 underway, and unless we can see in a turnaround where Circuitry can play a little bit more with team play, they may fall. Great example of team play here as RBG open up the scoreline.
Yeah, the defense is just hugging that net, and it just opens up chances for passes like this. Great synergy between Zanil and Money at that moment, and a quick 7-second goal by RBG, and Circuitry are playing from behind again.
It's been unfortunate for them as well, because this is a team that I feel like rides with momentum, and there's really not a lot of momentum in their favor at this point. Had that goal gone in, I might have been eating my words, but unfortunately Zanil just a bit too tough on the back line. Now he's going to set up his team for maybe another goal. Zanil wants the redirect center, forces Lunar into an awkward touch, but I think that's not going to end the offense here. Zanil wants to put one high. He wants the double touch. No one wants the double touch, but he's just going to let Lunar get in the way, and maybe for a good reason. Looks like Circuitry are just kind of sending the house and hoping something works, and it did not. Zanil to strike again.
Zanil gets a goal, Money's got a goal, and Cam, too slow on that, pinches it off the poor member. Cam was just trying to get control of it, man. Let me do my magic. But 2-0 for RBG. It's a good start for them. And even the kickoff, they're already setting up at the corner. Lunar's under fire. Expert all over this. And this is where Circuitry Gaming need to take back control. And now I'm not even talking about the ball, I'm talking about the series, and it starts here with a great passing play.
I was about to say, this is looking all too similar to Game 1, where RBG came out the gates firing and Circuitry just didn't have a response. That is a hell of a response. They brought a freaking boombox with that one. Made sure to amplify it all across the block. And now the thing is, they got to do it all over again. 4 minutes remaining. They've got plenty of time to, but it's not going to be easy. RBG have been good at holding on to these leads, especially when they have momentum in their favor. And considering Zanil is not done playing with some stellar offense, it's going to be hard to break them. Pass center, money to expert, but denied by Cam on the line.
Just fireworks in front of that net. But nothing yet for RBG, playing this slow expert, trying to redirect this one back in. He's like, you've taken too much damn time. The Lunar's already on the backboard, and that's where RBG need to reassess their positioning, fall back a bit, push it back in, and that's just so much pressure from RBG. It feels like they put on so many shots. We got 6-3. They're quite literally doubling the shots of Circuitry, but oh, it's off the cross. Cam couldn't do it, and Peep tried to follow up off the rebound, and it was denied by the defense. So close to tying it.
Can't happen. It's Game 4. You're gonna head to the lower bracket if you don't put it on target, and unfortunately for Cam, he's fallen victim to yet another one banging off the bar here. 3 minutes to go. Lemon, it's absolutely possible for them to find another shot, but we call them golden scenarios for a reason. It's gonna turn to bronze if you are not careful, because with 3 minutes remaining and all this pressure, someone has to put a shot on target.
Has to happen. 2-1. Zanil removed. Circuitry trying to force everyone away to find that gap. It's money that misses that touch, and it almost bounced in. Peep's not going to let that happen. Goes back to the orange zone of RBG. We're fine with wasting all this time, but he's still got another half to defend and keep this lead. As money gets chased to the right side. Lunar there. Zanil with a good bounce, good setup. Expert there, but met by Peep halfway.
They're doing a good job at starting to get these passing plays. They're really making them link every time. The issue is that final shot can never get past the final defender here. And honestly, I'm happy about that, because Circuitry, like we said, the last game, they kind of relied on Peep to always be that brick wall. This game, completely different story. Cam has the same amount of saves at 3 apiece to Peep and to Cam, and Lunar even picks one up as well. Circuitry are playing a better all-around ball game. The issue for them, though, is they're still at a deficit. Those 2 early goals for RBG have still stayed on the board and kept them with a lead. No, wait, this is open. Cam just needs to flick this on. He's gonna take forever, okay? He made me scared. Zanil got ready for the save, but it is not enough, and Circuitry will tie.
Just plows this one in. It doesn't matter if Zanil's there. It doesn't matter if Money's there. You got 2 defenders, slams it in. 2-2 score line. And it just can't get any closer than this, folks. But we said as further the tournament goes, tighter this gets. And I mean, we have 2 overtimes in a row in Game 2 and Game 3. This Game 4 just the same, as Expert drops it down to Money. I love the passing plays between RBG. Needed someone more center field, and Lunar kind of pops it up. So something that RBG couldn't work with at that moment.
I think I'm starting to understand also why maybe RBG are playing this one a little bit differently. They're recognizing now that everyone in Circuitry know that these passing plays are coming in. So if you know a passing play is going in, you're going to probably try to intercept it like this every time. So if they're going to keep doing this, throwing at it, all RBG really need to do is wait patiently until one of these touches goes awry and they've got an easy shot on target. So I think the ball game's going to switch up here for the last minute. RBG probably going to play a little bit more methodically, or maybe they can just rip it on target. Zanil finds a shot out from midfield and puts RBG back on top.
Wow, I gotta see this again. So that's just Zanil at the right place, and Peep tried the challenge, got beat. And we have a lead for RBG. And this is where they're leading the series already. If they can maintain this for the next 54 seconds, they'll go into the upper final. Still a best of 5, but hey, the road is getting closer to the big bucks. Now Cam, he's working with his friends to see if they can match that score. But man, Zanil just keeps challenging. As soon as the ball hit the ground, they didn't have time to recover it. Circuitry Gaming cannot allow another goal.
No, they cannot afford that, especially considering how little time there is in this game, and honestly, how few and far between the goals have been. It's been rather difficult for them to earn a goal, so if they can find one here as the clock dwindles down, I will be rather excited, just because, I mean, listen, I shouldn't be cheering for another overtime, but maybe I just have to cheer for a goal instead. Money and Expert find themselves free time and space, and oh, it's a bump from Zanil in the center. What a play.
You got people passing to each other in the upper 90 and no one in sight to defend it, and Circuitry physically removed 4-2 with 16 seconds left. Circuitry are just praying and hoping for a miracle because this series could end in the next 10 seconds. Cam did demo Expert. Peep is chasing. It's in the blue zone. Time is of the essence and not something Circuitry have any of. So RBG will be taking the series and going to the next round.
Woo, RBG with quite the day here after giving themselves a little bit of a scare in game 2 from an overtime with 0 goals on the board. They are able to bounce back, take 2 straight in what I wouldn't say is definitive fashion, but pretty impressive fashion at that. And they move into the winners finals, and honestly, congrats to them for a team that came in here with a sub initially and then had to kind of bounce back once they finally had their full roster. Yeah, this isn't a bounce back. This is a launch back. This is like a missile cruising through the air. These guys are doing fantastic. And honestly, I kind of fear for any other team that now has to face them. They are looking incredible here today.
Well, someone who is incredible, who is not scary, is our good buddy Jolly. Will be joining us back in a second. There she is. Her name is Jeff, the Danger Taco. She's so
again.
dangerous.
Oh my
She
god!
even did a little rar.
I did. I'm so honored. I'm so honored to be here. Can you hear? You hear me? You hear me, Jen?
Yes.
I see you.
All right. Okay. You see? Okay, that's not what I asked, but that's fine. Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I mean, what a series, right? We had another overtime. Luckily for you guys, it was not, the game breaker that we had a little bit earlier on. But I'm gonna start, I guess, kind of just covering that with Bass specifically because you mentioned, right? There's gonna be a team that's going to be facing now RBG in the finals, right? If you were a coach of whatever team is going to be coming up here, because as we have to follow, of course, EXE going into Torrent for the second semifinal, what is one of the things that maybe, even though they showed really very, very few disadvantages, what is something that you will try to work on to break through RBG's, big interference in the midfield and just trying to get through their defense?
It's going to be hard. They're not an easy team to break, and I feel like part of that is the fact that they have built so much confidence today that why would you have any sort of break of that confidence? The big thing I would say out of either one of these teams, I feel like maybe Torrent in specific is going to be a little bit more, is going to be solo play. So one time we were starting to see some vulnerability was when a breakout play went awry. All of a sudden it's Zanil on the line, or maybe it's going to be Expert on the line, whoever it might be. That's the one time you can find them vulnerable. From a breakout play, from a solo play where you flick it top right, you double touch it off the backboard, something similar, because that was how Torrent broke down Vibrance. So if they can do it again against EAC and then move on to do the same thing against RBG, it's going to be a dangerous day. But we're going to have to find out. Who really knows with this next series coming up?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And just, you have to also be on your toes as soon as the kickoff happens. We saw just even in game 1, RBG did not play around. We had Expert with a hat trick. And this is not a player who's just like the star and like is doing all the work. Everyone, Money, Expert, and Zanil work so well together. And besides, Expert's couple of solo plays, they rely a lot on passes in the box. So I'm just hoping whoever faces them has to get in the middle of that, because Circuitry did not, and look what happened.
Yeah, and I guess touching too now for Circuitry, because they're not out of the woods yet, right? They get to go down to the lower bracket. They fought really hard up in this top portion, but they are going to be sent down, and it does look like it's going to be Accelerate that they're going up against. So with this one, I'll start with you, Jen. In what do you think maybe they need to clean up in particular, right? If there's one or two things that you're saying, maybe not just in general, or maybe not against RGB, or RBG, but in general, going down into facing Accelerate to stay in this matchup, since it is still best of threes at what we're looking at down there. What's the one thing you're focusing on going into the following match?
I think stick to your guns on that defense because it was really tough to get through for RBG. And from what I remember of Accelerate in the last tournament, they were just such a hyper offense, just everyone committed to offense. And that's what kind of was their strength and their weakness in the last tournament. So Circuitry Gaming, it might be about the wait and see, wait and react type of playstyle that might work out, but they might have to look to their coach to identify those weaknesses that Accelerate have already shown in the previous tournament. But Accelerate did get pretty far from what I remember, so at least you have a lot of footage to look through, and hopefully they studied up.
I'd like to think.
Yeah, and into the next series too. Obviously, I'm gonna lose you guys for just a little bit, but we are going to have, of course, Danger Taco, who I have been posing as recently, apparently. Danger Taco and Chicks Up back in the wings. They got a nice long break because of all of your guys' overtimes, but I guess looking forward at the following match too. This is gonna be a stellar one. Going into Torrent, are you guys anticipating Torrent? And I'll ask you real quick, we'll start with Bass and then Jen, you can pick that up. Are you guys anticipating Torrent to make the run in this one, or do you think EXE has what it takes to push this best of 5 out?
Listen, any other day, I might be betting on EXE. They have impressed me pretty thoroughly here today. Their series against Power was extremely well done. This is Torrent, though. When Torrent is on their game, there are very few teams, whether it be Bubble Scene or above, that is able to stop them. I wish luck to anybody that really faces them here today, because that was kind of my thing. I wanted to see one series from Torrent, and then I would judge them from there on out. Is this the day Torrent takes it? Yeah, I think they're about to just crush and cruise through the rest of the day, but we're going to have to find out. So I'll back Torrent on this one, but I will say, don't underestimate EXE. They still could surprise us.
Yeah, EXE did some pretty solid work today, and there is someone named Seabass on there, so it's like we don't want to hate on Bass too much. But Torrent, the mechanics were insane. Magic Bear, when he's in the air, no one can touch him. Jordan, when he starts creating a passing play, it's too fast to even react to. Torrent are just mechanically so dangerous and so good as a team that we'll have to see if EXE can even keep up. Because just like my friend Bass here, I might be leaning more towards Torrent in terms of they're might not even supposed to be here,
Yeah. Hey, well, you guys get to watch behind the scenes because, like I said, it's going to be Danger Taco and Chicks are returning. We are going to take a very quick break, though, just to transfer everything over, get that lobby set up, so don't go anywhere. You have a moment, of course, to grab some snacks, water, stay hydrated. Of course, we'll be back with some more amazing games here in the AAA Challenger Series.
Our grandfather built it with his own 2 hands. It's been through 3 generations, going on 9 cribs. It's had a couple of facelifts over the years. The 70s weren't so kind. The scuffs and the cracks are just memories. And some have been patched up, others preserved. So when we talk about this house, we do it with love, not through some chatbot.
I completely understand.
Thank you, everyone, for hanging around. Of course, this is the AAA Challenger Series. This is event date number 2. And as you can see, honestly, we got the most stacked smiles in these two casters right here. We got Chixa. We got, that's not Bash from the Past. That is, in fact, Danger Taco. I threw him off, I think, because I was pretending to be Danger Taco earlier. But thank you guys for joining us. You had a very long break, and not really just a very long break. You had a pretty short series to start the day. The first 2 were 2-0 sweeps, right? We didn't see any overtimes. You guys got to sit in and watch behind the scenes. So, all right, you got a good break. Hopefully, your energy is still high. Chixa, we'll start with you because we have an excellent series coming up here. Of course, another winner semifinal, best of 5 in EXE versus Torrent. I kind of got the ideas of the feelings from both Lemon Kiwi and Bass from the Past previously. Do you guys have the same thoughts? And again, I'll start with Chixa. Do you have the same thoughts in that this is just going to be all Torrent all day for the rest of the series? Do you think EXE is going to be able to put up enough of a fight?
You know, I think Team EXE may take off one game from Torrent, but we talked about it like way earlier before chat could even hear that the Vibrance Torrent game was kind of like the biggest game of the day, and whoever won it would just win it all. So I think Torrent, they're in a really good place right now. Magic Bear has been absolutely popping off. He's been in chat too, so he's been vibing today, and it's just been fantastic for the entirety of the Torrent squad. They're just having a good time. They're playing well in the field, so I think it's really hard to beat that vibe.
You feel the same way, Danger Taco?
I don't know. Torrent's kind of trash. No, I'm kidding. I just wanted to add that in there. No, Torrent's playing well. They're not trash at all.
You might as well have been holding a Torrent, like a neon sign when you were talking about
No, Torrent is such a good team, and honestly, it's one of those. Torrent is one of those teams as well, especially one of those orgs where when you see them in the Challenger Cup, which is normally a tournament that's for the teams that don't consistently make it or don't have more of those high-profile rosters, and you're kind of like, oh, I didn't expect to see them here, and naturally, they're going to get the victory in the fashion that you anticipate. Granted, it did take them 9 minutes to get that game 2 off against Vibrance. I'm fairly certain I went away, off cash, shaved, and then regrew the beard by the time that overtime was done, so I don't really know how to feel about that, but they still got the victory. So at the end of the day, Torrent is, I could argue, the team to beat. I could agree with that take. I think it'll be decided at whether RBG would be able to match up with that in the upper bracket final, but they're going to have to get through Team EXE. Whether they do, I think they are able, but I think the bubble scene is exciting because I don't know up until these two teams actually do face off.
Yeah, that's why I like to force questions out of you, but it does sound like the lobbies are ready, the players are ready, and of course you casters are ready, so I'm going to toss it off to you. Chixa, Danger Taco, take it away from here.
Awesome. Thank you, Jolly. It has been frantic for us, of course, in the booth, waiting to finally get on. But I mean, this match, it couldn't be better. Torrent certainly feeling themselves, as we've said. So we continue to see if Magic Bear will continue to pop off, or, you know, Team EXE, maybe a little bit of dark horse, maybe a little bit of underrated, but they've had really good teamwork thus far. So I think they definitely have the potential to take a game or be surprising at least a little bit.
Yeah, and it's all about being able to be surprising, because when you are playing against a team that is coming in to expect to beat you, then it's really on Team EXE to bring the heat, make sure that they get uncomfortable, and make sure that you are not giving them too much respect. I talked about this earlier on the broadcast. A mistake that so many lower-level teams make is they know the other team is good, but kind of in a weird way, it's not about matching their level. It's like, I'm going to sit back, play reactive, and, I don't know, not get beat over the top. I'll try to play more passive, and ultimately that lends to be their downfall. So Team.exe, I want to see a lot of speed, a lot of conviction, and confidence going for these challenges in Game 1.
First, Team EXE in the blue, Torrent in the orange. On 30 seconds elapsed, not a single shot on the board. In fact, no one above 30 points just yet. So slow to start, both teams feeling themselves out, which is, good. We're back to best of fives. We only cast the best of threes earlier. So it's nice to see the best of five format. And if these teams can truly adapt throughout the play, this one almost off the corner for Torrent. And it's cleared out, actually almost on target. Kinsey able to find it, and Jordan now out to Kinsey, and hopefully a clear for Torrent soon, but it seems like Team AAACS, they're just pushing this ball, maintaining pressure, and doing a good job of giving Torrent exactly what Torrent is throwing at them.
Yeah, and it's really on Team AAACS to always kind of look for those openings. But that long clear, that could have been a goal if it was hit a bit harder, but it really just came off, I think, more of a demo and kind of a clear that they didn't anticipate going as far as it did. Though there are open space, these kind of wider, deeper rotations from Torrent, and I need Torrent to be a bit more aware of that, because Team AAACS, once they realize that space and start taking it on these slower plays, something could be able to open up. But I suppose if you're closing the gap fast, like Magic Bear did right there, it's not too big of a deal. Long clear. Kinsey needs to get this touch in. We'll kind of give it away right to Tito, but they're not actually, or Tito, apologies, and they will be demoed away and sent right back to mid.
Get the vodka taco, Tito's, Okay.
Yes.
Anyways, 21, only for like 6 months now or whatever. Alcohol, still exciting. That 50 in the midfield, it actually goes in his favor. Not exactly. Magic Bear able to bring this ball back onto the EXE side. Kinsey, touch center field, doesn't go as far as they would like, and still struggling for offensive pressure is Torrent. This is a nice look, but a better save by Seabass. Another shot put in by Magic Bear, and two back-to-back opportunities saved out by Team EXE. They have 5 total saves, and it has yet to be, much of this game is yet to be a score, and still, they are fighting on the defensive side of the field.
Yeah, EXE is doing a good job to get the first touch away, but they don't have the second. There's no double taps at the sidewall. There's no second player being able to follow the touches out. And when they are, they're chasing. Seabass gets beat by a mile for that from Kinsey, and they are able to build that attack up, although that touch did let them down a little bit. So both teams are looking, I would say, rusty, or really still warming up. They're still very much in the series, but they don't really have any forward momentum. There doesn't seem any to be continuation touches coming out. I'm really just waiting for the first team to do that, or really the first mistake to go through, because we've seen a couple whiffs. Monster will not have one of them, so Jordan will be deprived of a goal.
A demo there as well, hoping something like that will really open up a play. That ball, though, bouncing off the corner. Jordan will be at it first, but Seabass, a good read off that back wall to send it out, and back where it came from. Monster has the boost. He has some control, but again, an early contest. Teams tonight have done such a good job of not allowing anyone time and space to make these plays. That's why the games have been so close. No one can control the ball. No one can make that mechanical play that they are all so good at this level.
Yeah, and building off your mechanics, it's always good to implement them in kind of this hybrid way by using them to open up space, but then being able to supplement that with a team play, and that's where coordination comes through. If you don't have the comms to have someone following up that play, or at the very least being able to get on the tail end of your pass, then it doesn't really matter, because solo plays at this level tend to get shut down pretty well. Tito's going to do that. Seabass will follow through. Monster gonna have to wait on the goal line. Jordan, corner, high off the ceiling, and again, just deep rotations from Torrent. It's like they're waiting for the opening, and EXE just, they do not want to give it, so we're just gonna keep on playing, keep on waiting.
He passed 5 of the 7 saves right now for Team EXE. He leaves the net. I'm sure something will open up, and just like that, Monster missing it off the backboard, and there's the opening Torrent was waiting for.
Yeah, and then waiting is the operative word. They were far back enough, and that's, again, showing off you can break down a defense without passing. However, it's just a little bit easier if you can combine everyone through. Though, if you just hit the ball over the top, sometimes no one is there. 2 players actually on EXE going for the same corner boost, just a little bit off camera. So that spells a little bit of confusion for their coordination, but you only need one moment. Maybe here in the last 4 seconds, as Monster will miss on the touch. They were going for too much of an angle, and Seabass has to play hero all the way from the back corner. They're going to be up with a firm challenge. Kinsey will let that one drop. Torrent taking a close game 1.
Only 1 goal scored. That is not the way that we thought it would go, but as we said, in this format, it seems teams do not like to take risks. And when it came down to it, Team AAC, 1 total shot registered for them. Torrent with 8, of course, 1 of 8 on that. And all 8 of them on target. 1 goes in, 7 are saved. So Torrent just had that better pressure, had better opportunities. The 1 opportunity, that's all you need to win Rocket League.
Yeah, and that's about taking your spot. So even though they're playing back from Torrent, normally that is a critique because you're never able to get up on offense. The problem is that Team.exe, they never really got up on offense because they were sitting back defending the whole time. So I guess Torrent can afford to play patient if they're pretty much locking down that midfield. 1 shot compared to the 8 on Torrent. It's not a sustainable play. Team.exe looks very shaky. Granted, there were misses from both teams, but the contact from EXE needs to be a lot sharper, especially on transition, especially on those clears at the end, getting it upfield, because otherwise some disaster is going to strike. And if this game is going to be as close as it is, with Torrent being kind of the desk favorites to win, then I think Torrent needs to step up the offense, make sure there's a little bit more of a gap if Team.exe does indeed step up their gameplay.
Absolutely. Team EXE, find those outlet passes on your defense. You're going to need them to get out of your half and find a good transitional scoring drive. But game number 2, it's a best of 5, so Torrent 1 in hand, starts all over again. Only 1 goal the difference in game number 1, so certainly both teams have the opportunity to take game number 2. No bloodbaths here, at least so far tonight. And we'll see what Team EXE can continue to do as Torrent already the first register shot, a demo control for Smashgg, and he cannot get it over the lone defender. This 50, good territory, but Torrent back in, and Kinsey with the shot monster there to save it, and Torrent, they're feeling pretty hot to start. Seabass has a good touch. This will be over him. Tito off the sidewall, can't find the touch center, and Smashgg able to work the sidelines only for as long as Team EXE can find some nest, but another demo breaks up that offensive pressure.
It's almost like the moment that EXE actually gets up onto offense, I'm saying, oh, that could be promising, they get demoed away, or they get shown to the side, or they just allow this ball to bounce down. I guess it helps when you have Smashgg creating the disruption. Kinsey for goal number 1.
A great read by Smashgg to open that up. It just slips it through that 1 defender for Team EXE, and that's all they need for the opening. That half a second, 1 second where no one's on that ball, and they capitalize beautifully.
Kinsey is going to try to do some magic again. The nice air dribble. Jordan on the follow. Does have Smashgg lurking in the middle, but they'll opt for the solo play to the corner. Tito will shut that one down quite well. The attack is not done for Torrent. They're back for more. Apparently, that somewhat passive attitude was really just a game 1 mentality, as they're going to go right back to business and completely just circle tank here, like sharks in the water. They're looking for a lot of offense. They're going to continue to find it. Smashgg did not anticipate that pass back, or at least at the trajectory. That's another attack out the window, but Torrent looking a lot more confident game number 2.
Smashgg demoed for his efforts to stall the ball there, but Seabass wasn't ready, so Monster to take over. Hope he bumped for his efforts, and cars go flying for Team EXE. Tito actually finds himself up. The shot touched down, but not on target. Seabass blasts back on this ball and safely in the hands now of Torrent. Jordan's making a play. It's just high. Can Smashgg squeak this in? He does. Torrent finds their second. They have been on fire to start in game number 2.
I can't even blame Monster for diving underneath that. They're not playing the read, they're playing the double tap, because when Jordan is marching through the air with a ball glued to his bumper, you better believe it's going on target, and then the one time it isn't, that's when Smashgg has a wide open finish. Very unfortunate there for EXE. That's going to be 2-0, and that's already been such a struggle to fight against Torrent to get up onto offense. Still no shots from EXE. They have been locked down in the midfield. Trying to send 2 players here, but even then, Seabass can only look and watch as Jordan sends it right back over the midline.
Monster, a good controlling touch, gets the flick. Tito opened that play with a demo, but Smashgg just gets the touch he needs to buy some time. Tito working that sidewall of 50 all the way out towards midfield, and Monster will have to restart this offense. A pinch! He almost recovers into the shot, but it's just off target. And with that, the demo, all his efforts gone. The bounce shot almost squeaking through as well. Team EXE late with some pressure, but so far they've all been saved. Another save out here for Torrent, and with that, they clear the ball and relieve that pressure.
Seabass is on that near post. Jordan is hounding them, just nipping at the heels as they're trying to backpedal through. Tito's trying to take over, but that touch gets away, and Magic Bear closes that gap. Now Jordan, that's a one-on-one against Seabass. He tries to go low and is met with a quality 50. It'll slow the play down temporarily. Ixie scrambling for these clears. You can really start to see that Torrent has found their way in by just slowing the ball down when they need to and then chucking it past that last defender when that opportunity does present. It's getting more and more dangerous. This is not a Torrent I want to see if I'm an EXE fan. I do not want to see them get on a run. They got to do something quick, maybe a goal, just to at least curtail some of that momentum. Magic Bear testing again, but going to get rejected by Tito.
No pressure's continuing. Jordan as well off that backboard. Can't find it. Kinsey with the demo, so Magic Bear another opportunity. Will get it over Monster, but Seabass just squeaks that save on through. 7 saves right now for Team EXE. There's still a minute remaining. There's still more blood to be had with Torrent. They continue to pressure that net, but this is the first pass we've seen. It works out in the favor of Team EXE. They find the outlet, they finish, and they get this goal late.
Yeah, and that is a nice finish there from Seabass, particularly because it comes off the team play. It just ticks a little bit inside, and then they need one player to beat, so they don't need a fantastic shot. It just needs to get around that last player, so they all count the same. Goal doesn't have to be pretty, but the kickoffs do really have to be. No, not like this, EXE. You just got one, and then right off the kickoff, Kinsey answers back.
This is the most unfortunate way to lose all that momentum that you have created. And with that, Torrent, they regain. They have a 2-goal lead. There's 55 seconds remaining. Team EXE, you are so close. You still have time, but it needs to be, again, another quick answer. And with Torrent, they've just had the better of opportunities, the majority of opportunities. I mean, technically outshooting Team EXE 8-1 in game number 1. That's 8 times the amount of shots. That is a ton more pressure. And with that, their 50s, their contests, their positional reads for defense continue to look strong. Ooh.
Ooh, Tito gonna send a deep one. Kinsey is back in time, so they will be able to catch that temporarily. A bit of a 50 flying by, so more chasing across the field. And more Jordan in open space, going for the flip reset. Instead gets a 50. Kinsey uncontested. That's a backboard double, and he can't actually get above it. Not like they need it anymore. Feels a little bit greedy on that regard. They already have more than enough with the final seconds ticking down. Maybe one for the road for EXE, but not even Torrent's going to give them that one. They are on match point.
Match point for Torrent. They've certainly contained all of their momentum, all of their possibilities. I mean, outshooting Team EXE 14-3. May have had one more shot in there by Monster, but unfortunately Monster will not be back with us. He had internet issues during that match. I don't know if you noticed him. He may have been stalling on the field a little bit. So the sub will be coming in for Team EXE. It'll be Mobizi. Taco, what do you think this does for Team EXE? Are they able to regain bringing the sub in at match point? Torrent just continuously putting on so much pressure. It's really hard to stop a team that's so dynamic on the field to open up those opportunities. You know, Seabass, that first game, he had 5 saves himself. He was able to position himself where he needed to get those saves, and he was notably the one in net for a majority of the time. I said it earlier, Seabass isn't in net, then, you know, the open opportunity for Jordan came through, and just like that. So Seabass, he is proving to be the rock right now for Team EXE on the defense, but we need to see more out of Tito and out of Mobs hopefully on the offensive side of the field. And we saw that outlet pass being their only success, so they need to again continue their transitions in order for more opportunities against Torrent.
Yeah, and I think Team AAC, the main thing that I'm looking forward out of them is looking for that coordination on the clears. I think it's so tempting when you're getting up onto offense, just send it deep, clear it as far as possible, and then we'll figure it out everything else kind of as we develop. But that's really the wrong strategy sometimes. Sometimes it's a little bit easier just to grab a 50 to buy time for the rest of your team to get boost, and then you can have the resources to go forward. Granted, I say that, it's a whole other thing when you're facing down Magic Bear Torrent against them because they are relentless to be getting on all those touches. So I'm not a fan of being in that position, and thankfully I'm up here in the booth with you. So I don't have to be them facing it. I can just give offhand criticism to those teams. I do feel for EXA. This is not an easy task.
No, and those 50 is so vital. Sometimes it seems like they approach the 50 the wrong way and it's like a 75-25. Or earlier you said it was 100-0 with the perfect read right on top of the car. So certainly they need to be more careful with that ball, really getting it out of their half. Again, the controls, the outlet passes, and sometimes it's nice to just take a breath and breather. Sometimes Torrent, they'll just throw their car at you if they really want to contest you early. And we've seen teams today, they like to contest early. They don't want to give anyone time.
Yeah, I think closing those plays down very quickly is something actually RBG was doing really well. We were plotting them earlier because that was the series we were covering, is they are so quick to be able to just hop right on top of the car. And even if it's not even a challenge that I would say needs to be made, just the fact that that does go in more consistently than not on the challenge, you always have someone in your face. It causes, I think, a lot of psychological damage to the opponents because it feels like they have to get the ball away immediately. And then they start to throw the ball a little bit more quickly. They don't build things up methodically. And all that pressure, as long as you can maintain it without overcommitting, it's really effective. Torrent is doing just enough to make EXE uncomfortable, but not enough that they're giving away easy breakaway goals. The only time EXE has gotten close to scoring really in the series is a long clear that was kind of just a roller on target. I need them to get something a bit more substantial, and I'm sure they hope for the same. Mobsy is in for the Monster sub, and Seabass and Tito, my goodness. Yeah, I'm not even getting respect on their names. I guess hopefully they can earn my respect on the field with Game 3.
Early shot already for Tito, so that's a good sign for Team EXE, although that touch out isn't as nice as we'd like, but Mob able to find the touch initially upfield, but again, Magic Bear Torrent able to really push this ball across field, and Kinsey will find that first touch, that first goal off a beautiful clear.
Yeah, it is a beautiful clear. It's also a perfect setup. It's one of those things where everything comes stitched together. You get a long clear, and it's not deliberately a pass, but it works out to be flawless. Kinsey knows that. They're just waiting for it, and they have plenty of time to do so because EXE's beaten on the midfield. There's no one back to prevent that one. Going to be a casual goal here for the Torrent side, and they're starting off their potential sweep with a, I would say, a fairly standard opener for them.
Standard. That's a way to start off with that read off the corner. I would never be able to read that ball. Corner reads, they're quite awful, but Torrent, they continue to get these reads. They continue, again, their pressure as we've seen out of them. Magic Bear off this ceiling, gets it off the backboard, but easily put out to the corner for Tito. All the way across field it goes, and Kinsey with some boost, gets 50'd early, challenge through. And across the field goes Magic Bear. Seabass able to take it from him, but it looks like he doesn't have any boost left over in his car, so Tito's touch will be off the backboard, will be touched down again by Torrent, and Torrent looking for a clear. They do indeed get it. Kinsey, though, running out of boost, will get a little pot shot going. Seabass to roll this under Torrent, and Magic Bear buying beautiful time for his team to regain boost and actually transition into an offensive opportunity. A demo coming out on the backfield will also allow these rotations to get messed up. But Tito, a very nice clear to again restart the action.
Magic Bear just kind of throws it downfield. There's no one there. I was about to say, Magic Bear, what is the thought process? And even if he saw an open goal, this has to be miscommunication. There's two players staring at it, and no one wants to touch it. Of all the ways for the EXE squad to give up a goal, I would not have predicted that.
I handed it off thinking it was going to be, a nice restart. You can talk about whatever jazz you saw on the field, and it just rolls in.
A lot of jazz out there.
But I guess, those mistakes happen, and at this point, Torrent has penalized, again, those mistakes on the field, and they actually have an open net to shoot at. Again, Jordan, right straight down. Beautiful pass for Magic Bear. Couldn't be better.
I kind of like that Magic Bear dunk down, and Kinsey goes up, and Jordan just calling him off, and Kinsey's like, no, after you, sir, and just allows him to score the goal. Like, they gotta, like, literally just take their picks. They don't even need to have a definitive player go for it. They can just say, hey, you haven't scored in a bit. You want a stat? And just throw them on the field. That's how casual it is for them. EXE, they just look a little bit unraveled. They don't really have the coordination, and maybe that is playing with a sub. I thought it would be a little bit of a step up because they no longer have that connection issue, but right now, it's just not clean enough. All the clears go out, but not have a follow-up. Everything that Torrent is doing has a purpose, and building up these attacks so beautifully that I can't really blame EXE for being a bit shell-shocked on some of them. Tito getting the saves, that's going to prevent number 4. We still have half the game to go.
I have to wonder, though, what is the mental state right now for Team EXE after having someone DC, after needing your sub to come in, after struggling to really create any offense on the field. Their heart at this point may just not be in it, since Torrent seems to be walking all over them. Magic Bear will do it by himself. A little bit of chaos, of course, by Jordan upfield, really opening up and bumping Tito there. So again, another beautifully executed play for Torrent. They know how to score.
And those are the plays that are so frustrating. You see Magic Bear go through the air, and as a defender, you have to be thinking, that can't go in. They're going way too low. And then you notice, oh, that's why Jordan's moving up, and then slaps you out of the way. It's just such a brutal way to get scored on. That's why you always have to be alert of those bump plays, because they can build in the most nefarious of circumstances. Jordan, not trying anything nefarious here, just trying to go for something more standard out of those opening skill level plays. Just a high lob, Kinsey. Now she's going for something more advanced. The air dribble not going to fool Mob C, so Seabass will be able to extend it, but even that will register a shot, but just a lob desperately thrown forward. I'd love EXE just to get a goal, just for a little gift basket if they're truly going to head home after this.
They're going to, after completely bloodbathing them in shots, give them a little goodie bag.
It's kind. I know the Torrent people. They're good people. I feel like they have the good manners enough to do that.
I don't know if you've looked at their Twitter. They were calling out.
Nah, it's banter. It's fun. No, not at all. No, that's just banter. They're good people deep down.
We love the competition spirit, of course, by Torrent, and certainly they have shown it. Just the minute they need to wind down this clock, and this game will be all theirs for the taking against Team RBG, waiting patiently for their opponent in that winner's finals bracket. So certainly a match to look forward to. Adding on 1 or 2 more shots to the scoreboard already is Torrent. Still though fighting. Team EXE, they're doing some stuff with the ball. They're able to hit it around. They're able to at least get Torrent out of the way for now. And with 30 seconds, this one's pretty much all done and dusted.
Yeah, and ultimately, Team EXE are looking at least a little bit decent. And, hey, let's go! Oh, no, it can't go through. Kinsey was close enough to screw up the shot, and it's gonna go wide. I thought that was the moment, but instead, they might not even get that one. So Kinsey gonna reject another chance to hand off the goodie basket, and it looks like Magic Bear is gonna tick down this clock all the way back in the EXE corner. Jordan putting the exclamation point in the series, perhaps? No, letting it drop, and that ball will indeed hit the turf. Torrent, easy as you like, sweeping their way to the upper bracket final.
Wow, Torrent, I mean, what can we say out of them other than good job? Like, solid clap, pat on the back for everyone on the Torrent team. They played a flawless game, and I know we have someone waiting in the back, Jolly, who was probably not expecting this either, and probably wants to talk, so I think we're going to bring her in. If she's ready. I don't know if she's ready. She may not be ready. I may have brought her in too early. That's okay.
No. I don't know if not expecting this is really necessarily the case, because, while we always hope, especially getting into the later matches, getting to things where, we're switching over to the best of 5s, it's no longer best of 3s, you have a little bit more of that buffer space that we were kind of talking about that might put some pressure onto some of these teams. Team EXE, they kind of struggled a little bit earlier on anyway, right? That was the first, an only game out of the best of 3s that we saw that actually went to all 3 games, right? And so Power, of course, being a team that is incredible. No surprise they were able to take that off. But yeah, that's a tough one. You do have to feel bad for EXE that they say, okay, that's definitely going to be the end of it for the upper bracket, but they are going to be able to drop down to the lower. That game is going to take place, so we will find out who is in the lower finals while we are covering the winners finals following this one up. But just a couple quick questions for you guys before, we move on into that. Is going to be, honestly, I got to touch on the fact that we saw, I think it was 7 demos to 0 in that match number 2. It was something that you guys touched on, like vehicle interruption, disruption. Whether it was an actual demo or it was just a bump, it still, affects the gameplay of the opposing team. Most of my questions are going to be this. How do you deal with that kind of thing? Okay, we're going to start with Danger Taco. How do you deal with that many demos, that many disruptions to be able to kind of recover and progress from that point?
Well, first of all, just keep in, I always say, there's a saying, you keep your eyes in the back of your head. There's literally a button for that. So maybe think about binding that. But more importantly, it's on comms just to recognize that if a team is hitting the ball up and landing in your half, it's in their best interest to maybe give you a little tuck, a little bump to the corner, maybe just ascend to the Shadow Realm when they are rotating out. So you have to be very aware of that and always be alert to the potential bump play. And I think sometimes when teams try to just say, okay, let's gather the play down, let's try to be more methodical, if you notice, hey, there's only 2 players back, you have to be aware that that bump is going to come through at any point, and that is either challenging a lot more aggressively or specifically posturing yourself so it doesn't come down to you having to jump over and hurdle people down. And I think that takes a lot of pre-planning and hopefully some help, because sometimes a bump is unavoidable and you need to make sure there's someone behind you to take care of really the remnants of the rest of the game. So whether or not there's an easy counter to it, it's not. It's just pure awareness. You just have to get very, very good at understanding which teams like to bump and then how to position yourselves accordingly so that if the bump comes through, it's not going to ruin your whole strategy.
And then, Chicks, I'm going to ask you another one of those. How do you deal with that? The number of shots on goal that were coming out of, when you're saying when Torrent is, just tallies across the board, right? You're getting the tick tallies, you're getting the cross tallies compared to very, very little. How do you deal with just barrage after barrage of shots like that if you're not able to kind of regain boost? Like, honestly, just how do you recuperate as a team?
It's really just controlling that ball when you get that shot. You want to make sure you place that ball close to you. You don't want the shot to just bounce all the way back and into the possession of the other team. So controlling that touch when they do come on target. And again, I like to say outlet passes. Find someone else upfield. Make sure there's purpose behind that ball placement, behind the touch. Everything you want to do is with purpose, because if you're throwing away the ball, then you may as well have just thrown away that entire save and all that effort, all that boost that you just wasted.
Well, you know what? Let's take a quick look before we toss it to the next game at the bracket. I believe we've got that available. Of course, you guys can put / bracket into the chat so you can see the Liquipedia page, and that will be updated pretty frequently. But this way we can get a visual of how the day has gone through. Again, Power, Team EXE, the only team in those best of 3s, or the only matchup that was actually going out to a full 3-game series. Of course, we saw the previous semifinals go to a game number 4. So no extension to 5 full games just yet. That lower semifinals that we can see, it was EXE, obviously, who's going to drop down to play Vibrance in that lower semifinals. That will be a best of 5. A best of 3, as opposed to these upper semifinals being best of 5s. So we do have some exciting things, but I think, honestly, one of the most exciting parts is when you get to navigate your eyes all the way over to the right side of the bracket. Maybe not the very, very far side, but we are now heading to the upper finals after, we do take a quick break here. So it's going to be RBG Esports, no big surprise, but even less of a surprise for a lot of us here is Torrent, who has just been kind of mopping today, straight up. Really doesn't matter who they're up against. Doesn't matter how long of a break that they've had. They are feeling very, very good today. So, you know what? I'm just going to say we're going to send it straight to a break so we can get into the next matchup as quickly as possible. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be another best of 5 here, RBG versus Torrent on the AAA Challenger Series.
This is Larry. Larry just loves candy.
Oh, hello.
And even though these sweet, glorious pieces of candy don't seem expensive,
this one's only a dime.
The inevitable dental fees his mom will have to pay makes it pretty pricey. The APR of eating candy is the cost per piece plus the dental bills. A much higher APR than, say, vegetables.
Why can't I quit you?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking with us, or, just showing up, depending on where you're at here in the AAA Challenger Series. Of course, we do have covering the winners finals before going down to the losers finals. I got Chixa still, along with Danger Taco. And, Chixa, we got a little bit of information, a little bit of a development here. For our RBG, they took a quick break, and something has changed.
Looks like someone fell asleep. Expert nowhere to be found. So whoever to sub in, then their coach. So threes will be coming in, and that may cause some issues for, we'll see. Are they gonna be okay with threes? Is he gonna rise to the occasion? I'm told he's like GC3 SSL, so maybe a little bit under everyone else. So I don't know. I said his positioning will be good, but Taco was like, meh, if he's too slow, it doesn't even matter.
Whoa. I want to clarify. I said if you're playing at this level and the speed that it requires, then regardless if you're not comfortable with that, you're going to play out of sorts. But yeah, kind of. If you're too slow, you're not going to be playing pretty well in this. And it's tough because playing against Torrent, they're going to keep you on your toes.
Exactly. I was going to say, being slow, you can be one of the fastest teams and still struggle against Torrent, right? Because their speed, everything, their cohesion, their rotations, their speed, everything that they do is on kind of another level. So that's what I was going to ask you, Danger Taco. I mean, do we think that this is something where hopefully, fingers crossed, right? If Expert does wake up after like the first match, then it's going to be the sub back out. Do we anticipate there being any real pullback, or do you think this is just going to be kind of an easy move on to the grand finals for Torrent with this sub coming in?
It's tough because this isn't necessarily an ordinary sub. It's the coach coming in, and granted, the coach is a really good player, but there's a huge gap in skill between even the best ranked warrior and a pro player. So I think RBG is probably going to do fine, but they will feel a little bit disjointed because threes, they know the strategy. They know the strategy that they're trying to implement within the gameplay of RBG normally, but when you have to step in and actually fill that role, it can be a little rocky. I say Torrent might have this one pretty comfortably, but who knows? It might be surprising. We might see threes just pop off, and if threes gets a couple of goals, then I'm his biggest fan.
Well, we'll have to see. It is going to be another best of 5 going into this winners finals. Of course, a best of 7 for the grand finals, but I'm going to toss it to you. Sounds like everything is ready, so go for it. Chixa, Danger Taco, you know what to do.
Thanks, Jolly. So, as we said, threes, he's coming in. It may be interesting, but you know what? What's the team dynamic like? Does he start coaching them while they're playing? I mean, that must be bothersome. I think he'll probably be good with just really good comms, but I imagine, do they play with their coach often? Like, is this a pressure situation? Like, I need to make my coach, do well. Like, I don't know. It'd be a mental game for me, but I'd probably over-exaggerate.
Yeah, I mean, I do definitely think it's a weird scenario. I have to think that he's not the usual sub, but if he is, then he has some understanding of what it probably is like to scrim with them, at least from time to time. I don't think he'll be coaching too much during, mainly because I think part of the main utility of a coach is that when players are playing, they're going to get frustrated and they're going to have problems, but it's kind of nice to have an exterior figure that you're not gaming with second to second, moment to moment, and you could just kind of, get angry at the coach figure, like, screw you, but then take those words into consideration. But when you're playing, I don't know if it's super nice to be able to just, try to coach them while you're potentially making mistakes. So we'll have to see. I don't know what strategy they're going to uptake, but hopefully it is something fairly good for all the team and how it's going to all work out, because ultimately I think they're going to want a victory. It's going to be tough to be playing with a sub in a winner's final, but who knows? Maybe they can peak. Maybe they just have that chemistry.
You know, it's certainly been an interesting day so far. You know, thus far with the stream issues with the teams, 7-minute overtimes. You know, we've seen some best of fives. We've seen a lot of sweeps. So, I mean, we can guess as much as we'd like, but we may as well just throw the playbook out the window. Like, there's no script, because it just keeps being ripped apart and remade and glued back together and taped, and then, you know, it's back in. So teams, they're finally ready. Winners final. Who's going to get that advantage? We don't know. Games played on the pitch, and it seems like the teams are certainly ready to be played.
And so right off the bat, I think the thing that I'm waiting for is to see that falter moment. Not necessarily that RBG fails and lets in a goal, but just the moment where everything doesn't quite click in. Because I think if that moment doesn't come, or if it's lesser than I think, then I'm actually not too worried, because the way that threes is going to fit into the rotation, it will make or break anything. You're playing against Torrent, who's scrimming together, who's been playing together for months and months and months in regionals and high-stakes events, so this is nothing new to them. But when you mentioned, like, is the pressure on? Is this a weird scenario? I have to think it certainly is. Threes has to know that they are technically the weak link by no fault of his lack of skill, but just lack of preparation for this level. So if you're caught in the mixer, like with a high clear like that, it can be rough. So too when Jordan is uncontested, spanking that one into the open net.
None other than threes, of course, actually caught in that misrotation, caught in between that clear for Jordan. So Torrent indeed does get first blood. We probably would have predicted it. They've been so deadly on that shot count, putting on pressure. But we'll see, can RBG continue to adapt? That's the important question with these best of fives. We've seen not too much adaptation so far with best of fives today that we'd like to see.
Jordan almost trying to get that second one off the double. Threes, good challenge to shut down Magic Bear, so Money will just try and take it underneath themselves, and actually Jordan has given him just enough time to actually march through, nearly getting the flick underneath. Kinsey able to beat out another player in the midfield, and Magic Bear will be uncontested, coming from the back corner to put in yet another open net.
It seems like just there's an over-rotation right now for RBG. Again, all three players were in that blue half. Nobody even remotely close in that third man position. Nobody can get that save, and you're correct. 2 open net goals for Torrent. Like, come on, give him a hard time. We know Torrent can score. We know Torrent likes to flood the net, but so far it's been just too easy for them.
And that over-rotation is very tempting when you feel like you have a chance to get forward. It's so easy just to say, oh, it's okay. Well, what's the worst that can happen? You move up a little bit too far. Well, the problem is that if anything goes wrong, ball's right in your net. And same with this. What is this? A dunk from the sidewall. Magic Bear had no chance at that one.
Beautiful job by Zanil to just pinch it right in Magic Bear. He is caught kind of in the middle of it off the wall. Can't find it. And RBG, they do get one. So a 1-goal differential, and certainly these goals have not been the normal type we've seen so far today, but they've worked. They're in the back of the net, and that's all that matters for either team.
And Kinsey is going to try to keep things alive with a nice little tap, but Money is well prepared for it. Threes diving in at it, and that's really all they're doing. They're going to rotate out and allow Zanil and Money to mount an attack from the sidewall. Kinsey gets a nice clear, and this is obviously an improvement here from EXE, where RBG is more than happy to mount up an attack in the midfield and then slow it down. And Torrent's also respecting that by essentially just staying on their goal line, staying back and kind of absorbing pressure. Whether or not that strategy is going to hurt for them, because they're letting the ball encroach pretty far in. I guess we'll have to see. Zanil getting bumped out of the way from Magic Bear, so Kinsey is able to take that one on the counter. There's that bump play rearing its head.
Torrent being allowed so much space. Again, they're trying to crash this net with some shooting opportunities. Jordan finds himself with the ball, able to get it through in front of net, but Zanil with a good clear, and threes isn't up quick enough to continue that momentum. Magic Bear trying to work the corner. Kinsey now has an opportunity, but threes gets a nice touch out. Jordan will continue it, just pop it past him, be fast, get the demo, but the ball actually finding itself on target on the Torrent net. So threes, small shot, this one's easily off-centered. Zanil can't get it, and Money now needs to flip back, get ready. He's back on defense, back on offense. That clear looking good, but Magic Bear back for Torrent. And so far, the score has been stayed the same. When we thought more pressure would come, more shots would come, it's pretty much stayed at no pressure.
Yeah, and that's really something that's a bit surprising. Usually when you see goals start to flow through and players start to play more aggressive, you at least see more chance on goals or at least more mistakes as the pace picks up. I've certainly seen the mistakes, a couple different misses, a couple different errant touches, but ultimately we haven't seen the end result. Maybe this could be one as Magic Bear is going to get blindsided as Money comes through to save the day. Zanil trying to be a hero, gets the air dribble over 2 defenders, a demo leading the way, and we have a tie ball game.
But a beautiful control by Zanil and threes as well, just getting back through it, causing some panic in that chaos. Zanil finds himself with both goals, ties it up against Torrent, and it just seems like Torrent has slowed down. They had all the speed, all the pressure to start, especially in the last series that we've seen out of them, but they have just slowed down. Now is not the time to stop. Now is not the time to let off the gas. They need to continue that pressure because right now, RBG, they're finding some holes and they're making do of every opportunity they're given.
Yeah, and that's a great way to put it. They're making do with the opportunities because when they do get in front of the net, they know the importance of it. They're not just going to squander. They're not just going to throw the ball away. They're going to make sure that everything clicks well. That's a heck of a touch by threes. If by nothing else, just be able to steal that boost and allow his teammates to move forward. Which they will, but not close enough. Money, bit of double commit with threes, but doesn't seem to be hurting the rotation anymore because they'll be back enough to get a 50. 30 seconds remaining. I don't know if we're going to be seeing another goal here in this play, but RBG certainly hungry enough to look for it. Kinze on the counter. That's a really tough angle, and that shot is actually not wide. It's over the bar. Getting just a bit too underneath that one. It's going to go wide for Torrent, and seems like we're just going to keep on playing, maybe in overtime in our sights.
I don't know if we've personally had an overtime tonight. If so, it was short. We saw a very long one earlier with Bass and Lemon, but with the ball about to touch the ground, we will indeed see overtime for a game that we did certainly not expect it.
Yeah, and this is something that I'm happy with because that was my main question. If Threes is going to sub in here, I definitely think they're going to feel uncomfortable, but they're not going to be a liability. I don't think it's a player that's going to be throwing a lot of options. You just need to make sure that you're doing enough to keep everything intact, and they're doing more than that. They're in overtime against Torrent, a team that just kind of tore apart kind of a full roster in EXE. So with that said, it doesn't really matter in the end of the day because winning and losing is a binary result. You got to get this dub in OT. Zanil with a quick little challenge. Threes and Money on the near post, not getting it. Magic, soft touch, and unfortunately that's only going to result in a 50. So kind of mentioned Torrent being a bit slow to the ball, and I think they're kind of waiting for their opportunity. I guess that's why Jordan tucks it underneath the defender, fall from the sky, and there is game number 1 to Torrent.
Waiting for their time to strike in that pass. Couldn't be better on target. Unfortunate, Zanil could not fall off as much as needed off that backboard. And Torrent, you know, they squeak away with it. And I say squeak because it was a close game. They still did not show as much pressure as we've seen out of them before. They, you know, held back by RBG. And RBG had also some opportunities. They took the chances to get those opportunities. And, you know, Threes, it's their first game in with him. They didn't do half shabby, and that means they can only get better from here, hopefully.
I don't know, they did very well. They actually outshot Torrent overall 7-6, and I think a performance like that can be at least a little bit confidence boosting because if you're going to lose, losing in overtime is, I would argue, the best way to lose because at least then you're bringing it all the way to the very, very, very end of the contest. Though in game number 2, that's not going to be good enough. Obviously, you can't get close and get points for that. Nope, you have to get series victories. And right now, the only way to do that is to take control of this game, trust in the rotation, and make sure that Torrent isn't getting those open passes. It's one thing to defend the goal, but Torrent is having really a lot of fun with that bread and butter infield passing to the wide open player coming forward.
Oh, I love when teams go to their bread and butter plays. That's the way to do it. But again, fresh start. Torrent, 1 game in hand. A very close game at that. And we'll see if they continue to get back to their old Torrent fashion. Or is RBG, they're going to get more comfortable? Maybe not. Because with that, Kinsey just playing everyone out for Jordan to finish this off.
And that's why you don't let pros have open nets, because even from that angle, they had to put it at an angle that it just almost tucked in but didn't. And even when you don't deal with the first one, you got to deal with the second one. Crashing in is Jordan, getting that first goal right off the kickoff, more or less. And already RBG in a hole to dig themselves out of.
Up in the air. A good 50. This one will roll for Torrent, and Kinsey looking for a shot opportunity. It just finds itself wide, and the backflip for threes will save off Magic Bear's shot. Torrent, they can't get it through, but Magic Bear able to send this one out to Kinsey. The shot slow on target, saved out by Zeniel. A good clear for money, but to who? Nobody then Torrent. Torrent able to get the control again that they need to bring this ball right back onto the opposite end of the field. A good touch by Magic Bear. This will touch down, but Money able to intercept, keeps it out of harm's way for now. Zeniel up to Money, but Jordan to cut off that play. Good continuation by Zeniel for the clear, but again, only right into yet again another Torrent player. Still Torrent doing such a good job of keeping this ball out of that blue half.
And right now, RBG just needs to clear, if for nothing else, just to buy them some time. And threes, what do you know? I asked for it, and he delivers. Getting a nice 50 as well. Money will get a corner boost steal. Zeniel, she maybe not anticipating that back pass. They will turn in time, and ultimately that will only find the bumper of Magic Bear. And that's the difficulty of trying to break out of the half, is that you have to make sure that's in a position that you can either follow it up consistently, or your teammate can be able to get that continuation touch. Torrent needs to be able to just continue what they're doing, and they're going to get this victory, because right now RBG is not threatening enough. And if they do get chances, they need to bury it. Zeniel, the first real opportunity, but even that double's going to tossed aside.
Magic Bear trying to work that corner for Torrent. Jordan will do a good job of controlling it off the corner. Possibly something spicy in the making! Oh my goodness, the heat off that ball on the pitch. Barely saved out, but the reaction time incredible for whoever was able to save that. What a play to almost open up another goal for Torrent. They continue, though, to pepper this net with opportunities. This one squeaking in by Kinsey, and a great play by Magic Bear to again open up an opportunity.
That's why I trust in the reads and crashed the goal. Kinsey was up pretty much before Magic even touched it. And they know they just throw it close enough to the post, even if it doesn't go in on its own. Maybe it'll make the defender panic. Going in for their second goal. Halftime just about here. RBG really needs a response. Game number one, I think, even surprised them, but there's no surprises here. Torrent has warmed up. They're comfortable in the series, and it is showing. They are playing lights-out defense. Only one shot for RBG this whole match.
I was exactly just going to note that 8-1 on the shot count. They're back to their usual out shooting their opponent, and that's why they've been so successful so far the entirety of this tournament. Continuously, I believe almost every single game they have, if not like the one last one that we just saw, they've outshot their opponent. And with that, more shooting opportunities means more ability to score. A fantastic save by Money, but it doesn't matter since the entirety of Torrent crashing that net, finding a way to just finish that ball in the back of the net. In it goes, a third goal for Torrent, and they are not letting up.
I love plays like that, specifically because Kinsey is just throwing it forward, not to make sure that Jordan has a redirect, but just to tap it right back around. It's entirely just to make Zeniel feel like they have to challenge it. And the moment they do, it's tapped around them, and Kinsey may have gotten denied the goal, but Magic Bear was there for the cleanup work. It is so organized by Torrent. They never feel out of place. They look so in control, and even though that Vibrance series is where we were saying the winner of that might go through and win this whole thing, yeah, I suppose that's one way to look at it, but Torrent is certainly putting that theory to test. They are looking so strong on both sides of the field.
Back to center field, this ball will go. Zeniel with the initial touch, Jordan able to 50, and this one back into threes. Threes will get the double tap, but Zeniel, he can't find the shot to finish it. A huge clear for Magic Bear, but back at it on the field into midfield. Just over a minute remains. That is not a lot of time. RBG, again, still only a single shot for them on the field, and they certainly need at least 3 more to even have the possibility to win, but that ball also needs to get out of the orange half, which it has yet to do for a pretty long time. The ball continuing. Finally, a 50 will come through for Money. Money doesn't have the boost, will just fake it out. Threes prepping a shot. No, the pass instead to Zanil. Zanil to fake 1, Zanil to fake 2. This is an open opportunity, but Magic Bear comes down with the save, and the best look that we have seen by Torrent is just saved out.
I just have to laugh at that only because I was looking at Magic Bear because I'm wondering, man, that's a great passing play. Oh, what a touch by Zanil. And then I'm looking, why is not Magic Bear there? Because Magic Bear knows that he just dropped from the sky at any point he wants and stopped that attack dead. Great save and just really summing up a lot of RBG's issues. Even when they do get forward, in game number 1, they were taking those shots and scoring them more often than not. In this game, even when they do get forward, it's just not good enough. Torrent is not breaking a sweat. They are cruising through, and they're on match point.
I don't think there's going to be any change, honestly. Maybe if Expert wakes up and, you know, takes the place of threes, but honestly, I think Torrent, it doesn't matter. Torrent is completely dominating this series. They've dominated so far tonight, and, you know, 10-2 on that shot count. I mean, what more can you say about a team that is just doing a good job defensively, offensively? In fact, they're playing with their food at this point. They have the ability to really think up of any play that they want, and for the most part, they've been successful.
Yeah, and of course we want to just point out for those that is just joining us, we're not trying to rail on RBG at all. They're in a very tough position playing with their coach as their third instead of their substitute, who I believe was unavailable to step in for their starter. So they are up against the wall, and I'm not necessarily saying they should be playing better. It's just a tough thing because there's even elements in this game where they are a little bit short-staffed, where they may be having trouble matching up with Torrent's level of talent, where they do have a chance to say, hey, look, there's your shot. You just got to put it on target. You have to beat that one defender, and then they still can't. It's heartbreaking to see because even being without your starter, they're able to get right up to the precipice, and Torrent shuts the door.
We'll see. Can they make a change? Can they get a goal off? They've had a difficult time so far, but still, opportunities were present for them, and it'd be nice to see, you know, that goodie bag, as you like to say. We like these teams to get these goodie bags to find their success in some way or another, and crashing the net so far is RBG. Threes almost able to squeak that in, top left corner. Zanil trying to work the ceiling, can't find the touch of the ball. Soon to be cleared out for Torrent. Torrent gonna push that offense ever so hard. Kinsey can he get that read? It's down and red, but Zanil, the better read on the save, but the ball rolls out right into Jordan. Jordan positioned perfectly to get that goal.
Magic does a very good job of getting that 50 because it does roll straight out, and you can't really blame Zanil. They get a good save, but they know that follow-up is coming in immediately, so they dive in. They're not even thinking about the angles they need to take. Magic Bear does, and coming from the sideline means that it's going to pinch out more often than not. Brutal way to give up the first goal, but hey, they lasted at least a little bit longer than last game, nearly getting a full minute. So we'll have to see if RBG has a comeback in the back of their mind, maybe just somewhere in the playbook hidden away, some way to break through this Torrent defense.
Good shot here is cleared out by Zanil. Jordan waiting patiently to, I was going to say control it, but he's just going to smack it right back and put on some pressure. Money, who's out of boost, able to be stopped out on the corner. A good touch here by Kinsey will go straight down towards midfield, but Zanil, again, controlling, trying to get it underneath. The bump was attempted in the net, but still, Torrent, they regain, they control, and they go back into pushing for some offense. A good touch by Money, but still, again, in midfield. There's Magic Bear, 50 by Zanil. Possible opportunity, but again, control. Someone for Torrent is always in the position that they need to be in.
And Jordan will slow play down, so good challenge by threes. Money. Another extension. Zanil might actually have the beat on Magic Bear. They do, but Magic Bear, I suppose, hit their target, knocking Zanil out of the sky. Sometimes that's just as good as stopping the air dribble. And RBG's going to have to go back to the drawing board. It's going to be met with Jordan with a long, clear threes. Back out to Jordan. Never mind. Money cutting in. Magic Bear with a beam of a shot. Going to meet the crossbar. Kinsey going to keep things alive again. And even though it's a one-goal lead, Torrent is sending the house. They are so confident in their ability to rotate back that they don't even mind sending all three players repeatedly into the fray.
Kinsey maybe a little bit overcommitting on this one. Money will end up able to get it across field. Almost gets that double tap read. Certainly not the easiest shot to make. Money out of boost, trying to send it down to Zanil, but that's in vain. This ball passed out to Kinsey. A good pop. Can Magic Bear finish? The touch is down, but Zanil, again, ready off the backboard to save it. Zanil already has that savior medal, has 3 of them, and most of them so far have been so close close and ever so accurately on, but Torrent holding on to just a 1-goal lead, so still a dangerous territory for them to be in.
Look and say that is a nice angle. We've seen a score before. Jordan getting rejected from the save off the post. Magic Bear. Look at the awareness, though. I said that they're not afraid to send players forward, but they also have presence of mind. Instead of going forward, risking a 50, Magic Bear knows that most likely RBG is going to tap it forward, and they do just that. Jordan needs that presence of mind. They gave it right away to Money, but a goal line save. Now a post and out. Magic Bear will recover again. RBG. It's like all the pieces are there. They just can't put the puzzle together.
Good clear for them, could cause some offensive pressure. Zanil's just out of boost, so Money with the follow-up. He will be dunked by Jordan, who will go across the field, doesn't have the boost, so an easy roll up in threes, able to send it out safely into the midfield. Actually beating out two, so Money to continue this pressure. Jordan, the save out just to threes with a good shot. Attempted there to be better shot on, but a quick counter attack, and Zanil has to make another last-second save. Torrent just so good on those counter attacks, and each time RBG reeling to get that save.
As we'll be seeing Money. This didn't play out. The control, they're hoping for a 50. Jordan will not oblige. Long clear for Zanil to chase down, and I don't think they have that one. That is so tough. Just hitting the crossbar at a point where it comes out and not down. Zanil no chance, and Jordan an easy finish to potentially put this game away.
2-0, 47 seconds, certainly enough time on the clock for 2 goals, but RBG, they've yet to really find scoring success in this series, and with 2-0 match point right now in favor of Torrent, all Torrent needs to do is that's the icing on the cake.
Yeah, this I think there's been a lot of icing on the cake for quite some time now. This is a diabetic concern at this point for Torrent because they are just throwing it forward now. We've gotten to the point where, yeah, they have a lot of pressure. And then they get the goal. Then they get a second goal. Now it's just a throwdown field, and RBG is like, that might as well happen. It's fine. Just one more forward, and it seems like that will be the end of the road for their upper bracket run. That's why you set an alarm, kids, and never trust a nap, because RBG is just not quite ready for the force that is Torrent through this upper part of the bracket.
Torrent, of course, going to advance to the grand finals. They'll get that game in hand. Everything, whatnot, advantage, momentum, everything that they've done so well, they will continue it. And, you know, they have a lot of people to face. Losers semifinal, Team Accelerate, Vibrance right now, and that bracket goes up. Of course, our BG will go down to that losers final to face one of those, whatever ends up going. And, you know, that just won't roll in either. So that goodie bag Danger Taco, just out of reach.
I'm changing my mind. Torrent are terrible people. You could have given them one goal maybe at the end. Maybe tap it in for them, but no. They just let it roll. I guess that's fine. It's all business, and that's what it looked like on the field. Torrent taking care of it, just putting away everything, never under pressure, and they're looking clean. They're looking efficient, and I'm very excited to see what kind of damage they can do in our grand final.
Grand finals, that's the big picture, but I know, again, someone else was watching in the background. It was a short wait for her. Jolly, why don't you come give us your thoughts about this other sweep that Taco and I have yet had again?
yeah, that wasn't a long one. But you guys are getting lucky. I do have to say, you know, you got production chat going to the background. All of these sweep series that you guys have been able to cover, and it have been pretty dominant wins. I do have to ask, you know, Danger Taco, how much of an impact do you think Expert would have had he been there instead of Threes having to jump in, or even the primary sub to have been available?
I think it's a huge impact, mainly just because even though the coach has great tactical understanding, there is the moment where you do get kind of lost in the play, and you do try to rotate in, and then a little bit of hesitancy, and then you go through, and also as your teammates, you know that your coach stepping in as the third is a good player, but they have that certain read, so maybe you can see them not moving forward, trusting the next touch because they're not sure if it's going to come out, or they're ready for the pass and then you don't quite get it on the sidewall. So it just throws a wrench in things. It doesn't allow you to trust everything more freely, and when you're not playing with that trust, you're not playing with that predictive ability, you can't rely on your instinct, and then it gets a lot of hesitation, and I think that's kind of just a domino effect from there. I could go on and on with how much that can affect. So I think it's a huge impact. It's very unfortunate, and I would say the only fortunate part is that RBG did really well last round, so you do have lower bracket. Strix had mentioned, at least hopefully we can get some into, I don't know, just summon someone to the House of Expert, knock on the door, and wonder if they're available to pop back in.
Some pretty long games going on. Speaking of, losers final, because that is where we're going to be heading next, of course. It is Vibrance 1 over on Accelerate, so we are likely going to have just, a little bit of a stall because we do want to wait for that semifinal to finish out before heading to the losers bracket and then finishing things up with the grand finals, of course, which we know Torrent has already locked themselves in for. This is the real question, Chicksa. What is the punishment for Expert, right? You force you gotta post on roast me, you gotta post what do you do in that situation to be like, man, this can't happen again? How do you kind of prevent something like that? Or really, how do you punish a player like that?
I don't know, a team branded alarm clock. That sounds good, and maybe wireless controlled that the team could actually just alarm him at any time they want it.
Right.
That
There's
may
an app
be a
for
little
that, right?
annoying. Yeah,
the
of
wristwatch.
course. There's an app for everything. So,
That is good. Yeah.
I think that being, especially because I was gonna note that Expert was, I think, their primary attacker today, honestly. So I think he's made a huge impact on the field. So that impact gone, the dynamic, it is going to shift, and at least minimum third place, right? They get some money.
Right. Yeah, exactly. They get some money. They still get to come back, right? This is not the end-all, be-all because the series is extending over several weeks as well, with some super follow-ups, too. I like that. Okay, I think we've come, based on the desk, Expert, you're going to have to install an app to where even if your phone is on silent, the calls from the team are going to come through on loud, max volume, right? Louder than any alarm you might have set for yourself. Very unfortunate to see that in situations where, for instance, even the last one, the last best of 5 series that you guys just covered, Monster not being able to perform at 100%, and that was when their backs were to the wall after losing two games. Woo, it's been a long day. After losing 2 games and then saying, okay, we're getting a sub in now. We never really like to see players unable to play at their peak or even having the entire roster on the board. So sad to say that is how things went for the last couple of series, but you know what? That is okay because, like you mentioned, there is the lower bracket. Again, Accelerate, Vibrance, that one is going on right now. We'll kind of keep you guys up to date, but in the meantime, I do believe we are going to be taking a quick break just to stall out until that losers semifinal is finished. Then again, we'll drop down to the losers final. It will be another best of 5, the only best of 7 today being that winners final. Honestly, with that, it's hard to ask questions after that series, right? Like a blowout, right? Like what more could be done? And I guess before we toss it, we've got some extra time. If I'm gonna ask you guys the same question, if we'll start with you, Chicksa, you had to go up against Torrent, what is one specific strategy or one specific thing that you are keeping constantly at the forefront of your mind to try to break through their vehement defense and their oppressive offense?
Run and hide. I wouldn't do it. No, I think
it's good advice, actually.
Honestly, if they get a little complacent, which we've seen them at times because, they've done well, they've swept. I think it's breaking up those little holes that they get complacent with. If they're overextending, we like to see the outlet passes, we like to see, of course, the purpose behind the ball. So I think catching them kind of off guard when they're not expecting it. And, we haven't seen those demos in a while. So I think change up the game plan, do something a little different, and see how they react. Can you make them nervous and panic? I think right now, Torrent, they are high on confidence. They are high on momentum. So I think anything to kind of break it, make them think twice about overcommitting. We saw all 3 of them crashing the net at the end of the game. So anything to kind of break up that we can just all go in and we'll be safe on the rotation, that may change up the game for whoever has to go against them. But I'd be scared nonetheless.
Yeah. Well, same to you. Same to you, Danger Taco. What is the one, maybe 2 things at most that you're like, I need to constantly focus this. I cannot allow this to go to the back of my mind at any point.
I would say making sure that you're never losing sight of where the Torrent players are defensively. I felt like there was way too many times, especially in that RBG series, and granted, this might just because Torrent is complacent, is a good word for that usage, in saying that, well, they're not playing that tough of a team, so maybe they're just going to retreat back and wait for the shot and then save it. But there was a couple times where there was just a midfield pass made by RBG or even against EXE where it was pretty clean. It was perfectly to a read, and then there was no one pressuring on the Torrent side. So if you are having Torrent rotate all the way back to goal and really locking down, parking the bus is one thing, but if you're just allowing midfield shots, then I'm just going to be repeatedly all into my teammates, hey, make sure you're positioned in the middle. I'm going to keep serving something up to you, making sure that you're making Torrent not just sit back, but have to start to press up, bait them in with challenges, and then you can get more varied by going back to the backboard. But until you actually do that, just those long clears into the backboard aren't going to do anything, because that's what Torrent is doing. They're just waiting back. They set up camp in their own half. You see that, they swat it away, and then you have to start from square one.
All right, well, hopefully that advice can be taken moving forward, because we still don't know who exactly is going to be going up against Torrent in the grand finals to get a best of 7 for that. In the meantime, though, again, that semifinals is taking place. I don't know if it is the longest overtime that we have seen so far on the day, but just based on my bracket, I'm seeing, over 21 minutes in that best of 5, and only one game has been finished. So hopefully they are able to end this one up quickly. In the meantime, we are going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We have the most exciting matches of the day coming up, the losers final into the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more AAA Challenger Series just after this.
Why is gamer extraordinaire Yvonne Bosworth playing with the lowest rated character on the game?
No.
Well, she's just biding her time. Because now that the Siege of Arcana is upon them...
Elves. Flank the Warlocks.
It's time to level up to a wizard, obviously. In this scenario, the character rating is the credit score, which is useful when you're predicting your ability to pay back a loan, getting good interest rates, or in Yvonne's case...
standing with the army of Xandar to protect my king.
Go get him, Yvonne. Go get him.
Archers, on my signal. Phil! Dude, you're blocking my horse.
under pressure. Oh, you say you wanna go home, yeah. So let's get away from here. Let's get away from here.
Everyone, thank you so much for sticking around or joining us. Of course, this is the AAA Challenger Series, and as you can see, I did not do a good job of outroing my previous casters. I forgot that we were gonna make the switch, so well done, Chixa. Right, you know, give your thumbs up. You know, show your support for Chixa and Deji Taco. Of course, always fantastic to have them on, but. Hey, I'm not disappointed with the replacements, not gonna lie. I've got Lemon Kiwi, I've got Bass for the Pass back here, and I do feel like I'm kind of throwing off your guys' blue vibe.
Oh yeah.
I'm breaking it apart. I have to remember this for next time. I'll just have like something blue behind me that I can throw up for every time y'all cast. But we are gonna be going into the lower finals to start things out, right? That's gonna be a best of 5, and then the grand finals, of course. And what we see, if you take a look at the bracket, which actually, you know what? Can we bring the bracket back up one more time? That would be super cool if we can take a look at that, just because we are getting down to the nitty gritty of things here. It was Accelerate and Vibrance. Vibrance did take that round number 1 in that best of 3, and that Accelerate was able to turn things around in their direction. They did the little mini reverse sweep. Not sure if it counts as that one. It's only a best of 3, but coming into this one, now is going to determine who goes up against Torrent in that best of 7 grand final. So I'll start with you, Bass, just talking about the performance of these two teams, of Accelerate, RBG. That's going to be the two teams that we are seeing here in the finals, and kind of what you're expecting from them based on cool. We'll get the bracket pulled up based on, you know, their previous performance for the day and how long that they've had to work through this bracket.
Honestly, I'm thinking that this is going to be a rather interesting back and forth. And like you said, it's been a long journey for both of these teams here. RBG have had, let's call it, some ups and downs. Having to not be able to play with their full roster in the upper bracket is really going to demoralize them in comparison to the momentum they carried earlier on in the day. In the opposite light, though, Accelerate were put down to the lower bracket very first round. They faced Prestige there, luckily got a bye, and then just carried through the rest of the day. So I'm impressed. Accelerate seem to have more momentum than I can even understand at this point. But my biggest question now is going to be whether or not they can handle what is an RBG that I would say is looking for revenge.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is a situation too where we might even just see a rematch of the winners finals that we just saw. RBG, of course, they ended up going down in that best of 5 to Torrent. It's kind of decisive too, I won't want to lie. However, we have to consider the threes had stepped in for the sleeper, not the kind that you're thinking of, but the sleeper in Expert, who is going to be back for this series. So things are kind of back up to par. Now, do we feel, based on the fact that RBG has been doing a pretty solid job so far through the day, did manage to make it through the upper final? Jen, do you think that we're going to see a rematch in that grand final? Do you think RBG is back to form? Do you think that nap was good for Expert?
That's what I'm hoping is, what kind of person are you after a nap? Because I'm absolutely useless after a nap. Like, I'm brain off. Like, it depends, you know, are you, because there's some people who can have a cat nap and they're just ready to go. I need to sleep for 3 hours before, like, I can be a normal human. So it's about that post-nap meta, as you said. But at least they have their real roster. So if they're going to win, if they're going to lose, it's by their terms. Now, this might be different circumstances than they're used to, but it's just, you're going up against Accelerate, who have lived and grown in the lower bracket and want that grand final so bad. Because the last event, they got knocked out, Accelerate got knocked out by 2 teams who made it to the finals. So it's like Accelerate got beat by amazing teams and they want to go to the finals this time.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, it was Manzana that ended up winning the grand final in the overall. And it was E United. Yeah, which is, that's a team. Those are 2 teams that, honestly, if you're looking at the overall brackets, right, you're not feeling really disappointed in yourself. Those are pretty steep mountains to climb. Torrent, I would say, maybe, you know, a little bit more accessible on this one, especially given the fact that they just had 2 series back to back. So coming into this, I think, you know, especially knowing that RBG, they showed up in the second series, and you guys covered that one early in the day. It was Accelerate, and it was Circuitry. That's when Accelerate first showed their faces. They immediately dropped down to the lower bracket. They've had such a huge drive forward. They got a 2-0. They got a 2-1 against Vibrance, as we can see right there. So now it's just kind of, it's both of these teams who have had the long haul, right? This is a really sucky situation for one of these teams who's going to drop out, because both in the upper bracket and in the lower bracket, these teams have fought tooth and nail to get to this point coming forward. So, you know, I do think if there is one thing that you want to focus on for you, Bass, going into this one for Accelerate, to say, hey, we fought through the lower bracket, right? We're maybe at a little bit of a disadvantage here only because RBG was able to take things down really early. What is one thing that you're going in here with your mentality facing potentially getting dropped out here or going to grand finals?
Honestly, the big thing at this point is to sort of just keep on doing what you do. Don't necessarily get too creative at this point. We're far into the bracket. The teams have had time to figure out what is the game plan for the day. And while some teams can adapt on the fly, I don't think this is the time to do so. You've got a single best of 5 to determine if you make it into that final. So don't necessarily mess around and change a bunch of stuff. Go with the game plan that you know is solid and why you've got here in the first place. If it's RBG, it's the way that you got to the upper finals. If it's Accelerate, it's the way you got to this game here. Play your game, play confidently, and I think we should have an incredible back and forth.
Oh, yeah. Alrighty, guys, does sound like the lobby's ready. Everybody is ready, so I'm going to toss it over to you. I do appreciate, before I go, I love that we've got matching reds now, right? We got matching reds, so
I left out.
Lemon kiwi. No, hey, you guys been together all day long, so I'm just going to toss it back to you. Take it away, go kill it. We've got the losers finals coming up.
Hey, everybody, we're going into that losers finals best of 5. Okay, you gotta, I was gonna say, you gotta bring back that blue. What the hell, man? You kind of left me out to dry there.
I got you. Never gonna leave you out to dry. Don't worry. I got you.
I did say RGB at least twice when we casted RBG, but I've redeemed myself. So colors aside, Accelerate versus RBG. I'm excited. You know, I wasn't sure if Accelerate were gonna make it to this point after the last tournament.
Honestly, I was very surprised as well. Accelerate, I'm not going to say drop the ball the last tournament, but we were expecting some big things. We had hyped them up as the guardians of the bubble scene, and then the rest of the bubble scene kind of ran past them. So now they get a chance to respond here. It is the second week here of this event, and oh my, are they already feeling the pressure out the gates, and it seems like apparently RBG might actually be pretty mad about the last loss.
Oh, maybe, especially when it wasn't on their terms. But now that they have their whole roster alive and ready, and most importantly, awake, we get to see how their journey may continue or end from here and accelerate. They're no strangers to this tournament. They're back. And when we casted them last time in the last tournament, it was just such an aggressive offense. And what I mean by that is just extended forward and just that's what they really prioritized. And that's when that ended up being their strength and their weakness of not always having someone to fall back, or sometimes a play would turn around so quickly on them unexpectedly. But I could see how Accelerate are approaching this a lot more measured than before.
Yeah, they seem very calm right now. And again, it could just be game number 1, so the teams are in that feeling out period that we've mentioned many times previously. But yeah, I do feel like maybe it's just a different game plan altogether. Like we said, if they figured out a game plan at this point, they're most likely going to run with it throughout this series. So maybe that's the way that Accelerate want to play this. They want to play this patiently. They want to play this with a lot of development to each of these plays. But right now, they just need to play some defense, or maybe not. Zanil and Money combining in a way I wasn't expecting in the corner, and it should alleviate some pressure. Expert is there to keep it up, and he's actually going to go for demo. It might work out, but no, Tool barely able to make the save on the line.
That was almost a dangerous miss from Accelerate to just leave the ball unattended for Money to take a shot that close to the net. So thank God Tool was there, but everyone needs to be alive on the defense, or else just a one-on-one can turn into a goal opportunity, but still a 0-0 score. But when you look at RBG, you don't see them as individuals, you see them as a team, and I would like to see Accelerate get in between those individuals, not let them pass. And speaking of passes, it's Tool to J-Bot, but decides to put it in the corner as Bambi chases this away, but a missed touch! This could be tucked right in! Zanil was there for the follow-up, but Bambi saved it, put it away just in time.
Are you kidding me? How on earth? I feel like we should be used to this at this point. We've seen so many on-the-line saves out of RBG from pretty much every angle imaginable, and now we're seeing the same thing out of Accelerate. Both sides playing masterclass when it comes to this final line. But again, something's got to give here. We're halfway through this game. Both teams have had some solid shots, and maybe this can be the one to hit the back of the net. No, J-Bot puts it a bit too high, and Tool instead just has to try and rebound out at midfield, but he's actually going to find a demo. Bambi's going to get some free time and space and go down the other way, and oh boy, we thought this might be a little bit more of a slow-paced, patient game. No, it just took a couple minutes, and now we're going Mach 7 speeds.
Oh yeah, 2 minutes. Still no goals, which was surprising. As we take a look at the shots, I mean, only 2 from Accelerate, 6 from RBG. So it really tells you who controlled that first half. So we got to see Accelerate step it right up, and it's about control as you move down the field. Bambi with a dump over to the backboard. Spots Zanil already up there, so he knows you don't have to trust what that pass is going to turn into. He's got a double commit on the front from RBG, chasing that off into the corner. Money, it's not going to depend on Zanil. He's falling back for boost, and I think Expert had a bit of coverage on him, so it wasn't an easy pass for RBG to accomplish, but they're keeping it in the zone, and they're forcing Accelerate to maybe make a mistake, and that could be how RBG find a weakness. Now it's another dump in, and RBG are still on the offense.
They're trying their best to find anything at this point here. Weakness or not, they need to get a goal just to try and shake off the loss of momentum. Again, RBG come into this one 0-3 in their last series. They did not get a single game off of Torrent. And then Accelerate instead, they have a nail-biter winner against Vibrance in that lower, or not final, semi-final, excuse me, where they basically had to fight tooth and nail the entire time. Game 1, they take it. Game 2, it's an overtime win. And now, the momentum might be gone, though, because RBG, they're the first to strike.
Well, Tool with a good challenge, but couldn't really follow up for the full clear, and this went back into the hands of RBG, who cover each other's butts so well. Like, if someone gets challenged, there's someone immediately there from RBG to help out, and that's how I think they're able to maintain a lot of possession. But a kickoff goal from Tool, as there's chaos on the kickoff, gives us a tie game 1-1.
Honestly, this is kind of our fault. We should have just expected this. With the way that it's gone every single series we've casted here today, there was bound to be an equalizer. 46 seconds left at this point. I'm expecting 4 more goals before the end of regulation.
Could be the case, and Yeah, it was just like an odd 50 off the kickoff that just had the ball standing there, and it was really the decision of teams of who's going for boost and who's helping out at the kickoff, and that almost slid right in for a second consecutive goal for Accelerate. That would have been so weird for RBG, considering how much work they have to do in the first half just to get one goal. And now we're 25 seconds. We're running out of time to make these opportunities happen. Bambi gonna try and deposit this in front of the net. Money won't let that happen. He's hanging off the backboard. J-Bot's got boost, and Tool gets demoed on the counterattack of RBG. But still not enough offensive pressure to really have a threat.
No pressure really being put out by either one of these two teams right now. It's just kind of, let's let the ball drop to the ground. Let's just get to overtime. Or, wait a minute, maybe not. Oh, hold up, RBG! They've got a chance! No! Brought to the ground, and Zenio barely unable to keep that up. I thought for certain we'd get to overtime without any excitement, but apparently not. We still do get to overtime, but my oh my, that could have ended.
Yeah, you just got a demo off the kickoff too to cause a bit of confusions on the rotations, but nothing developing from that as Accelerate are able to pretty pinch this off and clear it away from their end. But it's Money who has currently has possession. Expert and Zenil ready to push down the field. Money tried to trick Tool with the bounce, and he catches that. Great reads from the defense. And Tool is trying to slow down this level of play, and RBG relying on that speed. Money shoots it right in. An easy lob from the center field, and Accelerate didn't see that coming.
I mean, I didn't see it coming either. I thought that at least someone from the defense would be prepared here, but maybe J-Bot got bumped. It did look like he was kind of flailing around a net, so we might have missed something, but either way, RBG take the win here and do so in dramatic fashion.
In an overtime, it's just fate for us to address every single time. And you look at the shots, wow, 5 for Accelerate and 16 for RBG. So talk about really who was controlling just this entire game one, like a piñata. Like, they really chose when and how this was going to end up.
I mean, this was a weird game all around. It definitely did feel like there was those moments where it was these high-flying action plays, and there were other sides where it just kind of felt like a little bit of a stalemate. Still trying to wake up, still trying to figure out how to play this game here. But to be honest, you'd probably expect that from RBG. They get back to their new roster, and they should seem a little bit uncomfortable, but it felt like Accelerate might have been that one. Maybe something happened in that Vibrance series to where they just started playing defense on a repeat, but at 13 saves, they cannot afford to play that much defense. Yes, they did get a goal there, but it's an errant goal that comes out of nowhere off a kickoff, so you can't really rely on kickoffs. They need to get some offense together.
Yeah, Tool did a good job of having those 7 saves to his name, but when you're just stuck having to play so safe, like you said, it's hard to find that time to counterattack. And I think that's what a lot of teams had struggled with, is their defense might be immaculate, but it's how they're able to move down the field and still just be in possession, be able to just know where each other are and go for passes. As Tool has control right in front of the net. Zenil up in the air challenges. Expert down on the ground if there's a rebound. Speaking of which, Accelerate working on just that. Tool keeps it in the corner. Expert doesn't have a lot of boost, but is able to pop it over one offensive member and give some space for RBG to work with.
A little bit of space to work with here, but honestly, it's been so incredibly close. As you can see, Money challenging off the ceiling. Neither team wants to give the room. They recognize that they've made it this far into the bracket because both of them, when given the option, will do something special with the ball. Right now, though, it doesn't really look like anybody wants to do much with the ball here. It's just kind of back and forth, a ping-pong match that occasionally has some contention out at midfield, and then J-Bot puts that shot on. All right, apparently not. They're just kind of waiting for a golden strike, and this should be it. It's open. J-Bot on target, and he will hit it.
What a goal in the first one with a minute gone by in game 2. Look at that twist in the air from Bambi, and J-Bot was ready to receive the rebound off the backboard. And J-Bot was one of my favorite players to watch from Accelerate in the last tournament. His shot placement, just his offense was just a show to watch. And I think that was what was most exciting from Accelerate's run the last time. They're only up by 1 goal, and they're down in the series, so still a lot of work yet to go if they hope to make the finals.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy run for them no matter what, but it's good that they are starting to come to life. It's also good that Money misses that if you are a fan of Accelerate, as I think that's going to be the end of their offense. Bambi now with a chance to go the other way. No boost in the tank, so I'll have to rely on Tool to pop that back into the half. And now, with 90 seconds gone, we're starting to see the Accelerate I've seen week in and week out here. Oh, but we're also starting to see the RBG I've seen many times. Expert puts it off the bar!
Oh, no, you can't mess that up. He had the dangle and everything, faked it left, went right, and just flicked it too far up, and it hits the cross, and that just hurts at the end of the day, because that's what RBG needed to tie the game. Now you still have 3 minutes, but this is sent away. Bambi's gonna bring it back. It's centered out. Zanil is always the first one up in the air. Expert's gonna catch this pass. He needs some backup as he's going for his own solo play, but Zanil doesn't really have enough boost to get involved that quickly, and that damn cross keeps getting in the way. Money misses his touch. Expert's gonna recover it, but RBG just can't keep this going, it looks like.
Honestly, there's 3 things that are guaranteed when you and I are casting a series. Overtime, long series, and people shooting it into the bar on repeat. We ran into this issue last week with E United, and it became their downfall in the grand finals. So for whichever one of these teams do make that grand finals, they need to be careful. Missing shots and having anything with even the littlest bit of inaccuracy is definitely not going to be something acceptable against a team like Torrent. Like we said, downfall for E United against Manzana could be the downfall for whichever one of these teams if they don't sure up. And also, if they leave the defense open, Money cross-court shot in. We're all tied up.
Just the random goals too, as it's just off of challenging this, and it just is a long clear down into the net, and Expert just couldn't get there in time, so we have a 1-1 game.
I mean, Zanil will be happy about that. He picks up a free assist for pretty much doing nothing at that point here. And, well, you know, stat padding, as we've seen many times throughout this tournament at this point. And honestly, I gotta hope that maybe we start to see at least a little bit less stat padding and more goals that are truly earned and truly deserved. Because, oh boy, I was gonna say, if someone scores off a J-Bot backflipping in the net, that is not gonna be a good look for Accelerate. The great thing is, though, they have survived, and now with 2 minutes remaining, it is anybody's ball game. Zanil, not if he dunks the defense. What kind of challenge is that?
I was worried about what J-Bot was hoping to do, but oh, okay, good redirect back into the corner. 1-1. Still 137. We've had a few close calls, and it feels like the offenses have had to be a lot more creative, especially the backboards are continuously denied by both teams. And Accelerate are starting to match the shots, if not have more shots than RBG, which is quite different from how Game 1 went. So we'll see what Bambi can do. From Bambi to J-Bot, saved by Zanil. The ball left unattended, but Accelerate get there first.
They get there first, but they don't get it out of the half at this point. Unfortunately for RBG, they're really feeling the pressures. All 3 of their defenders just kind of have to wait in net, but then Money gets a shot on target. Bambi barely able to keep that one out, but oh my, the volatility we're seeing as this just goes back and forth and back and forth. With a minute left, I'm not surprised if we don't end up going to overtime here. It feels like someone's going to get a goal, whether that be an errant touch that goes awry, or it's a great shot on target. A little bit of both with that one. With 45 left, Lemon, something's in the air. Someone's going to close this out.
Yeah, someone has to, right? Or else, what's another 8-minute overtime? I'm done. Just more time together to bond again. So, Zanil, oh, the dribble! Right up top like that, 2-1, what a shot!
Yeah, this is why we've been calling Zanil the GOAT for like the last year or so. What on earth? Last second flip reset, gets it around J-Bot, and with 32 seconds left, not only does he get a goal, he gets the dagger on this game. It's possible for them to come back, but Lemon, I'm thinking maybe, just maybe, we might be going into reverse sweep territory for Accelerate.
Ooh, could happen. 24 seconds, small lead by RBG. See J-Bot, oh, misses that touch. Bambi should get it, though. And now control for Accelerate. Maybe they left it in the corner. They're just falling back for boost. Counterattack from RBG as the ball crosses the field. Accelerate just trying to deny control, buying themselves time. Bambi's going forward. Good control in the air. Expert, easy challenge to get this candy away from the baby. But 2-1, ball's going to drop, and RBG take game 2.
They take it, and they really do so in, again, very narrow fashion here. It really does feel like Accelerate are so incredibly close to being able to find that edge, to being able to find the advantage against RBG here. But every time they do, it's one errant touch that goes the wrong way, and it costs them here. Again, that challenge out at midfield from Money that just ended up going into the net is the separating factor here in this game. So, Lemon, I'm not going to say that this series is over, not by a long shot, but Accelerate need a change here. I know we were saying before, you know, stick to the game plan you've got. I'm gonna take that back. Accelerate. There's gotta be a change at this point.
Has to be, right? And you look at the shots. Again, it's like my favorite stat to look at. RBG. So they have 7 shots, but then there's only 3 saves. So working on placement there. He got 10 shots from Accelerate, a whole bunch of saves. He got 8 saves from RBG, and surprisingly, with maybe better accuracy from Accelerate, that damn cross got in the way so much. And the fact that J-Bot, that offensive presence that I was hyping up, 7 shots to himself alone, gotta keep an eye on him. But Accelerate just are kind of playing from behind. They got the first goal of the game, but Money then quickly tied it up, so they never had kind of an advantage to work with.
Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate. It really does feel like the advantage should be showing at some point here. They're going to be able to take a game, or at least you'd like to hope so. If they do not, that's the end of the series here, because now RBG on series point with a chance to head to the grand finals, as long as they don't start dropping games against Accelerate, which, as we've explained, much harder task than we say on paper.
These games have been so close. 2-1 scoreline in game 1 and game 2. One of them being overtime. What a carry. What a drop. Zanil with a quick scoop up. So it's not left in front of the net. Could have been a big scoring opportunity for Accelerate. A good bounce from the corner. Tool pops it up. Well, look how there's a double commit, I think, from RBG. And now the ball is lost. Zanil has to fall back. He knows the counterattack could be deadly here from Accelerate. Don't manage to maintain control. The challenges came real quick from RBG to stop the pain train that could have been coming.
And I'm starting to notice something with Accelerate as well here. They're getting a little bit too creative on their offense. Last 3 plays they had, they either sent it to the backboard, sent it to another player, something to try and catch the defense off guard. Lads, if you're not catching them off guard, just start sending shots on target. Make them uncomfortable until eventually there's enough of a break to put in a shot. That could have been it there. Instead, Tool opts in for the long shot from out in the corner. He's putting on the pressure, though, so maybe they can find something with a little bit more oomph behind it here. A minute gone. Neither one of the teams able to find a goal, and Tool cannot find the accuracy. Bambi will, but Zanil will find the save.
You just have this triangle offense. All 3 members of Accelerate are involved. A 2-man passing play from the right, crosses to the left, a 3rd shot from Accelerate, and they still can't puncture this defense. It's getting kind of insane. As, okay, we almost thought they had a rule 1. They were all just bumping into each other, and can't believe Accelerate are still at a 0-0. A Tool gets demoed, as now through all the smoke, we got to find each other. Money versus Bambi. Accelerate want to bring another offense, but RBG just can't seem to have control of this.
Oh no, they
Wait,
can have the
shot?
first goal from that? Okay.
Okay.
Thought we were about to see something. I don't really want to use a word to describe what we would have seen there had that goal gone in. But with 2 minutes gone, no one has been able to get a goal in thus far. And it's really surprising considering that Accelerate have just onslaughted these shots here. They already have 8, and we're not even halfway through this ball game. Something's got to drop. I don't know if it's going to be in favor of Accelerate, but at this point, the volatility that we saw in the first couple of games, it has not dissipated. Not by a long shot.
Still, we're entering. Oh, okay, just kidding. We're not entering the second half with 0-0 Expert. So it was Zanil with the challenge. He got a double commit from Accelerate. Money finds the money shot, or the money pass to Expert, and that goes in, tucks into the bottom right. So finally, RBG are on the board.
Part of me wants there to be a comeback at this point. The other part of me right now is saying, oh my gosh, are we finally going to get a series that doesn't go to game 5 and like continually go back and forth and back and forth? Because at this point, RBG seem to be in control of this game. Accelerate, again, they've had so much offensive pressure. They've had overwhelming offensive pressure, but they still can't find anything to show for it. We are now into the back half of this game. It is a 1-0 in favor of RBG. And again, unless Accelerate change up their offense at this point, they don't seem to be throwing off RBG by any stretch of the imagination.
Feels like, yeah, RBG are just getting in the way of all these passes. And even if they let the passes go through, they know at least where the shots are coming from. Even with that triangle offense we saw earlier, like, RBG did not let anything in. And then the other way, it's Money finding the second goal for RBG.
Another weird touch out of midfield, and Money just kind of takes advantage of it. 50-50, touches it off the ceiling, and I don't really blame Tool for not being back there. There is no way you would expect someone to get a shot, and, well, unfortunately, you have to expect the unexpected here, because this is definitely not the results they were thinking about here. Accelerate now looking down the barrel as they have 2 minutes left, not only to try and get a goal, but to try and turn around this series overall. Like we said, they lose this game, that is the end of their night.
J-Bot was trying to get fancy with it, but RBG's defense has been so good that I don't even think a solo play will surprise them. Bambi off the backboard. Expert beats Tool to the ball as J-Bot's trying to help him out. Guided back to the center field. And Zanil with a pretty hard touch just completely squashes the control or the possession that Accelerate had. Now Expert is squeaking on by and almost places it in front of the net for someone from RBG to take a shot. And Accelerate are just scrambling to gather an offense that can be consistent.
Consistency is just not there right now. It feels like they're getting the pressure, but instead the lethal shots are on the other end. Money might have put it off target, but just look at the overwhelming pressure that comes afterwards. Wait a minute, that could be too much, because now it's a goal the other way, and with a minute left, Lemon, there is a shot.
Everyone from RBG committed to that offense. They knew, just one more inch, and that ball will go in past the goal line, and as soon as the spaghetti was dropped, we saw that breakaway happen and Accelerate punished it. They're still in this game 3, and this is series point for RBG, and we need a tying goal from Accelerate if they want to stay alive.
Oh, we absolutely need it right now, and honestly, I'd love to see it, but again, RBG, they don't seem to be loosening their grip whatsoever, continually putting on pressure, continuing to even try to get another goal here. They want to guarantee, but maybe they should focus on defense instead. J-Bot intercepts out of midfield, and we are all tied up.
I mean, I'm as confused as the players are bouncing from the left wall all the way to the ceiling, and the fact that J-Bot had the perfect touch for this to bounce in, even past Zanil, is incredible. 44 seconds, 2-2 game. Accelerate to force the game 4 and RBG to go to the grand finals. Expert, off the cross! It goes past the goal line, and RBG take a lead!
Expert had a little conversation with Bar. He said, hey, you haven't been real nice to me earlier. How about this one time you let it go on in? Bambi will do a little bit of an assistance there as they kind of own goal that one. Reality was that was too perfectly placed. 40 seconds left, and now Accelerate come their toughest task yet. They have found responses before, but can they do it in the clutchest of moments? J-Bot seems to think so. Offense already exploding here for Accelerate.
RBG are so quick with these challenges. As soon as Accelerate even receive a pass, it's immediately 50 the other way, and now it's up for them to pick up the missing parts. As J-Bot, the offensive king himself, helped out by Tool, is gonna maybe carry this one right in. Again, all 3 members of RBG hanging out on their goal line as Money is hoping to counterattack. Tool is there just in case. A couple of seconds for Accelerate to tie. They're in the RBG zone. Tool is getting ready to set it up. It's off the backboard, but it's an unfortunate touch that is centered out in front of the net. And Accelerate, can they work with this? Tool and J-Bot together. Tool is demoed. Bambi with a shot and denied at the last second. RBG going to the grand finals.
And they do so in a sweeping fashion. A game that definitely didn't feel like a sweep, but a well-deserved one at that. Very well earned, and congratulations to RBG on moving on to the grand final. And oh my gosh, Lemon, finally happened. We have a series where it is not completely back and forth. RBG get it done in a sweep.
Well, you're gonna have to change your color back to red, because Jolly, once we bring her back, I see you're already ready. We're gonna bring our host Jolly back in, who will feel so much more welcomed with this fiery presence that we've created for her. And just to say, we're all awesome casters because we, have the matching with the logo of AAA. It's pretty awesome, huh, Jolly?
I didn't even think about that. You're so right. We planned that. That was planned.
It's all up here, baby.
Exactly. Okay, all right, guys. I think you had your first series was a sweep, and then you were kind of put to your wits' end every other time. We actually had a sweep. This was a best of 5, and I think this kind of goes back to the fact that, Expert was providing just that much for the team, right? And Expert really popped off here. Lemon Kiwi, I'll start with you on these questions. I want to kind of talk about the defense, particularly in that last round, because something that kept coming up was just the vehement defense that you were seeing from Torrent, right? There were lots of shots, coming from RBG. There were lots of shots coming out of Torrent, but things kind of fell through the cracks there towards the end, and so we ended up seeing, my screen just went. Am I still in? I'll keep talking.
You're still alive. I see you.
Oh, Firefox is not responding, so I'm just going to leave that where it is. We're not going to touch anything, and hopefully it starts to respond at some point here. So it's great to see that there was, expert coming up out of this, but what do you think kind of happened with the mentality right there for just a short amount of time in terms of RBG finding themselves, kind of potentially not in a sweep situation?
I don't know. I think they just stuck to their guns, and I think it came down to once they had their third man, they didn't have to play with the substitute anymore. I think that was like, okay, guys, let's put our heads together, let's win this. And so they did. It was Accelerate that I think were the ones challenged to figuring out a solution. And it came down to, okay, well, if we can't find gaps in the defense, we have to create some, whether with demos or like you had these three-man passing plays in the box. And through all these passing plays, they still couldn't score on RBG. They were getting outshot at least a lot in game 1 and game 2. And to the point where you can almost see frustration. I don't know if anyone else got that vibe from J-Bot, but J-Bot would just take the ball and just make his own magic, his own plays happen. And sometimes you gotta do that. If they're expecting team play, you gotta switch it up. And Bass and I talked a lot about that creativity needing to change, but then it just still wasn't enough. So it was tough. And we talked about Accelerate being such an offensively driven team, and to see that this being such a low scoring game for them was surprising and disappointing as like a fan.
For sure, and now we have our grand finals, right? We've got our best of 7 set up. It's Torrent who just 3-0'd in the winners finals, and then of course in the lower finals we just watched RBG 3-0 in response. So, I gotta say, Bass, we talked about how much of an impact, that single player in Expert being gone and Threes having to step in, and that's not that. Honestly, for me, that's a little bit surprising, right? You do anticipate that things go off kilter. But I guess kind of just expand on that, just in the sense of one player with how cohesive of a game this is can make such a big difference, and how important Expert has been in this entire series today.
So, I mean, Expert's been an incredible player in the bubble scene for a fairly long time, and to this team in particular, he's even more important because this is the formerly SUP roster, a bubble team that had done really well for many different times, only slightly different. This is Money and Expert and Zenil now versus, I believe they used to play with Stokely. So, it's a new roster. It's still trying to get its footing here, if you will. So when you take out one of the original 2 members, it can be a little bit disorienting, especially when they're not even technically playing with their sub. Their sub normally is Asfura. He was not here today, so they had to play with their coach instead. To say that there's a drastic difference between the 2 of them, no disrespect to Threes whatsoever, there is. There's a massive difference between the 2 of them. So to see them back with this full roster is awesome. I just love it. There's really nothing else to say because I think now we're going to get a grand finals that is worthy of that grand finals title. RBG look back in form, and I think if anybody's going to give a good run against Torrent, it's going to be this RBG squad.
And it is cool that we kind of get a run back, right? Even though Threes was there, Expert wasn't there, this is the winners final that we just saw. So we're watching winners final transition over to grand finals, but now with that actual original roster in there. So, we got a lot to talk about, but we are going to take a very quick break while we set up the lobbies for these before we do head into that best of 7. So don't go anywhere. This is what everybody has been waiting all day long for, including us here behind the desk. So we will be right back with the grand finals here between RBG and Torrent in the AAA Challenger Series.
There are over 1 million roads out there, stretching over 4 million miles. So where to go? Where to go? Where to stop? What to see? What to eat? Which sights? Which lights? Oh, wrong lights. That's better. And most importantly, who's in charge of the playlist? Not you, Gary. But no matter which road you take, it's comforting to know that AAA knows the way.
All right, everyone, everything that we have seen, everything we have done today is leading up to this moment, grand finals. Of course, it's still Lemon Kiwi, still Bash from the past that are here joining me on desk. And oh my goodness, guys, man, you have had a long day. You got to consider you got your first sweep of the day in that last finals. Going into this one, though, I talked about how this is a rematch from the winners finals over to the grand finals. And I think we just got to touch back. Honestly, Bass, I'll start with you. We just got to touch back on Torrent as a team, right? Whether or not RBG showed up today, which they absolutely did. Expert has been on fire. Zanil has been on fire. Really, everybody has been. But, I mean, just talk about the history of this team, if you don't mind, for a moment, to kind of put some perspective for those who might be viewing that are less familiar with the team as to how surprising it is that they're even here right now.
So, the reason that it's so surprising that they are here today is not because of the fact that, well, we expect them to not do well in this tournament. We don't expect them to really make it into this tournament, if that makes sense. Usually, they get through those close qualifiers without any problems, but unfortunately for Torrent, they weren't able to have their full roster for the last one, so now they come into this because of the fact that they didn't make it into main event, and I think this is just kind of a revenge run for them. They're just sort of showing to the rest of the teams that, hey, we might have dropped the ball previously, we are not doing it again. We are going to show you guys that we are the kings of the bubble scene, so far past the bubble scene that we're going to just go right back into RLCS next time. And honestly, it's not necessarily going to be an easy thing for them to take it here today. Based on the stat record, this probably should go in their favor. Last 4 times that RBG have matched up against Torrent, it has gone to Torrent every single time.
And you'd hope that, given all that experience, right, that RBG is like, okay, we got a game plan going into this matchup. Lemon Kiwi, what do you think, just based on how well we've seen both of these teams perform today and kind of the strong points, what do you think maybe might, like, that game plan might entail for them going up against such a strong team like Torrent?
I think just doing exactly or close to what they did against Accelerate, because I think that was what we were all waiting to see, was how that match was going to turn out. Because especially after being 3-0'd in the upper final, that just hurts the soul for RBG, who also had a player issue, and then I'm sure that's frustrating internally, to now having that player back and everyone looked at their full form. Yeah, there was, a couple of accuracy things around the crossbar, but they still ended up winning, and even though it was by 1 goal, I think it was a big confidence boost they needed to make this return, to have a rematch against Torrent, but they got 3-0'd by Torrent, and they got shut out twice in that set. So I'm really concerned about how they're going to reinvent themselves to face Torrent, because I think it's not about standing up to Torrent, is that Torrent's on a whole other level of Rocket League that I'm wondering if RBG can even match.
Maybe that nap helped out. We're going to take a quick look at the point standings, though. And this is covering last week, of course. So you're going to recognize 2 of these team names. Of course, it was Accelerate, who is sitting there in a tie with flashes of brilliance in 5th place at 9. And then Prestige, who, man, sad days for Prestige. First week, they made it in 7th place, tying with Phoenix. Today, they got knocked out in game number 1, and then they ended up having to FF in the lower bracket. We have no idea really how far they would have made it given this matchup with today's standings, but we do have to consider that the top 16 teams, or top 16 points, are going to be making it into the series championship. We've got 4 more weeks after this week of the standard event series. We got a couple super series, and then we got the championship after that. So it is it is rough to see that Prestige has been struggling here, and you will see a couple of teams kind of filter back and forth through some of these weeks over here, but I mean, this is for the big boy points, right? 25 points you can see for that first place team, 18 points for second place. So it is a situation where, hey, if you're fighting for the most points at the end of the day, there are currently 14 teams. I believe that as of right now, we have 7 for each week. Every single little bit you can get. RBG feels the hunger, they feel the fire and the heat underneath them, and it does sound like they are ready to go into the game, hopefully coming off that high after that loser's final sweep that they had. So, for the last time today, Lemon Kiwi, faster than past, take it away.
Let's get it, Bass. It's the grand finals of our second AAA Championship Series, and we could picture 2 better teams to be there. It's Torrent, who will come from the winner's bracket. Thank you for changing that blue back. who have not dropped a game this whole tournament. Torrent have been untouchable, as RBG have their rematch against them, but they got 3-0 in upper finals. So do you think this will be different?
I'd like to say so. Just based on the history between these two teams, I'm going to have to hold out at least a little bit of faith. The last 3 times that these teams faced against each other, before, obviously, the 3-0 that we just saw in that upper bracket, it was Game 5, Game 5, Game 4 in a best of 5. These guys continually face back and forth on so many different occasions that I'd be surprised if this isn't still another back and forth game. That being said, it's all the more difficult for RBG because they lose this first game. Torrent are literally only 2 games away from taking the series. They come into this one with a game advantage. So it's not going to be easy. If anyone's going to do it in this bracket, I have faith in RBG to be that team. But man, when we say pull out all the stops, they need to quite literally rip them out the ground at this point.
Yeah, Torrent have been amazing to watch, especially I think what Jordan is able to accomplish on that front line when he is passed to or when he is completing those passes. I think Torrent can make a lot of magic happen. And speaking of the magic man himself, Bear be flying in the air and there's just no stopping him. When he's up there, the control he has of the ball in such an odd spot makes him really fun to watch. In Torrent, they've been untouchable so far. They only have to win 3 games to take our championship, get all them points, and help themselves qualify into the playoffs at the very end. But RBG, you gotta hope that maybe that warm-up, that sweep against Accelerate has propelled them into finding different ways of scoring around such a defensive-heavy team like Torrent, because Torrent shut them out twice in that upper final.
Yeah, they did a really good job at just sort of limiting the options that RBG had. So can they go back to the drawing board and find themselves a different game plan here in their revenge? We're going to have to find out. It is game number 1 in this best of 7. Again, Torrent comes into this one, though, with a game advantage. So they only need to win 3. RBG need to win 4. So to say that one game is going to make a difference, that is an understatement. Let's see. Can they overcome it and tie up the series? Game 1 underway.
Oh, and Magic Bear's already up in the air, but Zanil knows that backboard, something Torrent love to play with, so Zanil's already waiting for it, glides along the left wall. Kinsey meets him halfway as Expert gets a shot down. It bounces, double commit from Torrent, puts it up into the corner, nothing there too worried about. As Jordan Kinsey could lead this if they get control of the corner, turn this counter-attack into something they can work with. Shot from Magic Bear, blocked by Expert. Kinsey with a follow-up. And there was only 1 person left in the net. RBG thought the job was done.
Oh, it seems like Zanil, he went to the backboard, expected that he wouldn't need to make the touch, but was there in case. And that little bit of hesitation, you cannot afford that at this level. Torrent are way too quick of a team. If you give them a half a second to breathe, they're going to do more than taking a breath of fresh air. They're going to do a whole meditation and figure out how they want to attack. 40 seconds into this one, it's very clear that Torrent have not missed a beat despite the break. And RBG, well, they're going to need to catch up.
But it's still a Torrent offense. Jordan is there. He came sailing in. Hoping to dunk that one in. But Torrent still have control, and I'm not seeing RBG too eager to challenge so far. They're letting Torrent have control, and that could be dangerous. But they're just, it seems like they're waiting, and they're being patient for the perfect moment to challenge. Because look, through all of that patience, through all of that you conceded to Torrent, they didn't get anything done. And on the other hand, it's RBG just fighting for that corner control. Oh, Expert just barely with a missed touch. Jordan needs to get out of dodge quickly, but money's not going to make it easy.
Well, they're not going to make it easy at all. Nothing's going to come easy in this series here. It's going to be back and forth the entire time. Because, again, I don't expect RBG, even if they do lose this series, to go down all that easily. They're a very, very competent team who have put on a lot of nice shots today. The issue is a lot of those nice shots have come when they have time and space to develop something. But here, as you can see, the time and space given, but they are very, very unsure what to do with it. Torrent's a team that can put on that presence. Even if they aren't approaching the ball, you have to second guess. Because if they get it around you, they're going to punish.
At least Expert was able to catch that clear and brings it right back, and that's why you got to be quick on your feet if you're Torrent. And so they are. I mean, they're all grouped back up on in their zone. They're even demoing the offense of RBG, but it's Expert who picks it up, and the pre-jump just too slow on it. Whoever was in the net, and we have a tie game.
You can see Smashgg and Jordan both kind of push out, expecting that 50-50 to give them some time and space, but when it immediately turns around and Expert is ready for a shot, they kind of just got to sit there, jaw dropped, and hope maybe they can make a save. No such luck, and we are all tied up, and there's that resistance we were hoping RBG would show.
And I think that pre-jump was just miscalculated because there was a slight bump, which ended up giving the ball more air during that shot, so it was hard to read where that shot was even coming from if you're the defense. So 1-1. And this is pinched off towards the net just like that. RBG take a lead.
I can't even look down at my notes. I take 2 seconds to look away, and all of a sudden it's a goal immediately in, pinched across the court. And hey, listen, RBG, we said that you guys have gotten some spectacular goals all day. A pinch cross court, definitely not one I expected.
And that's 2 unanswered goals, like right back to back for RBG. Kickoff that goes into the corner as Expert takes the time to take out Kinsey, but it's still not going to slow down someone like Smashgg. Loves these aerial dribbles, but it's caught quickly as Expert bounces his thought. He had possession there to go over the defense, but it's cleared right back. Torrent going to give them a taste of their own medicine, but they just couldn't get past Zanil, who it seems like RBG love to just go above Torrent when they can, as Jordan centered out. I don't know, missed out on boost or something. Kind of took his time with that shot, but Smashgg got his back, but seems like they're having a tough time getting through that defense.
Both teams kind of not finding uncontested airspace here. Like you said, they're having a tough time getting past the defense and then really getting solid shots here. Another good example is Torrent just dives that one, but no one ready for the follow-up. Speaking for the follow-up here, Kinsey off the backboard, trying to disrupt whatever RBG might be setting up. Smashgg will do the same. A fantastic save on the line, but it's getting harder and harder to make these saves here. You can see Torrent running out of boost, desperate to get this out of their half. Kinsey will finally find that relief of pressure, but with 90 seconds left, they need more than a solid transition. They need a good offense and a goal to tie us.
Yeah, it's all about how clean your rotations are. Can you grab boost while you're following the ball, or do you really have to go out of your way? And Kinsey, oh, almost hugging that through the left corner. Nothing yet. Minute 10 left. A lead for RGB. I knew I was going to do it at least once a series. RBG. You know, gamers, man, and their lights and their colors. Flying machines. Torrent, it's about the defense. And, well, they're still trying to get out of there.
They're trying their best. Maybe the rainbow can help them out here. Maybe they can just get that little bit of extra motivation here. Because to be honest, RBG are going to need every color in the rainbow to help them out here against this Torrent side. They may be finding themselves with a victory here in game number 1 if they can hold on. But I don't think Torrent have shown us the most that Torrent can do here. They still feel very defensive. And a team that usually plays with some breakout plays, I'm rather surprised how defensive they've been. But maybe they can make me eat my words. With 30 seconds left in an offense building, all they need is one good shot, and this could be it. There's a demo in the net, but Smashgg not able to put it on target.
Yeah, an Expert didn't even bother with the challenge, just set up on the wall. Denied any kind of double touch opportunity from Smashgg. His money maybe up in front of the net. Still not allowed. Deny after deny. A save towards Jordan to Smashgg. We're still moving down the field because it's Torrent's last chance to score a tie. It lands on the ground. And RBG, I believe, will be tying this 1-1 after Torrent had a free game 1.
Indeed they will be, and now we basically go to a best of 5, which honestly makes this all the better for me because, again, the last couple results that we do have are all best of 5s between these two, and when they went to that best of 5, it got to game 5 and always went to Torrent. So now it's up to RBG. Can they flip the script? Can they change the history that has been written so many times over and finally come out of top of the series against Torrent? If there's any time to do so, this is the moment, Lemon.
Feels like just a 100-point Jordan is quite quiet compared to the Jordan that we're used to seeing in other games. So I'm wondering if just Torrent are having issues completing passes. Is it that they're so busy challenging that you don't even have time to go for passes? It feels like RBG are challenging them in a different way than how the upper final went, as Expert with, dangerous 50, that Magic Bear thankfully saved for them. And then, well, justice, revenge has been served, and Torrent are on the board.
Very quickly, too. 10 seconds into this one, and you can just see RBG thought they'd have a little bit more time, and Zanil, again, gets a little bit caught up on that backboard, not sure where to posture himself, and, well, it's going to cost them severely. 1-0 here in favor of Torrent, but we have a long game ahead of us, and considering the way that RBG have played, I don't expect them to go without a response.
There's Jordan with the carry. Money waits patiently to meet him halfway. Expert, that touch. He's got to kind of readjust it, make sure he doesn't just land in front of the net. But it goes over to Money. Kinsey forces the 50 in the air. Another 50 in the air. Jordan got there a little bit earlier, so Torrent is trying to scoop up possession where they can, and it's kind of chaotic because Jordan takes a shot. Zanil was waiting, and Zanil gets demoed for his efforts. So Torrent with the 3-on-2, I mean, just for a couple of seconds, couldn't make anything happen there.
And they're trying their best to take advantage, just find some sort of gap in the defense here, because that's the difficulty. It's been so prepared every time. A couple of weird touches from Zanil, and another good example as he double commits with his teammate, have been the only ways they found any vulnerabilities. So RBG seemingly have an idea of how to play this one. It does take a little bit to get them reserved enough to play on the line. Another good example, Zanil pulls just a little bit off, and that's enough for Magic Bear to put in a second.
Look at this control in the air, and we talked about this on the pre-desk with just Magic in the air. I would like the bear name to be changed to some kind of flying animal, because I think that's really what he's mastered. And now that's 2 of the goals that Torrent have been because of him. So we'll see if RBG, colorful men on that side, can have a response. 3:43, you got the time to do it. But I think that it's just there's so much chaos between the back and forth possession trade-off that I think RBG might have to meet them more halfway in the air in order to try and force it their way.
100%. It feels like they are just not understanding that if you give time to a team like Torrent, they're gonna do something with it. I mean, I don't know how many times we can say it until eventually the players pick up on the fact that at this level, you cannot let plays develop. You need to cut them out ahead of time, get in the air, pre-jump them, put on the pressure, because even if you don't actually get that challenge, they're gonna think you're going to challenge, and that's a big thing. Making teams second-guess themselves before they make risky plays, before they dive at the ball, just randomly, is how you get that pressure built. It's how you get into their head and really win a game mentally, because listen, I know Rocket League is a lot of mechanics, but folks, mentality and momentum are a massive factor in Rocket League. If you don't have it in your favor, you might as well kiss the win goodbye, and at this moment, RBG might need to do exactly that. We're getting down to halfway through this game, and they still have 0 shots registered.
Ooh, that was scary. That went right to Magic Bear. Looked like he could have had a free shot on net. And yeah, even as soon as RBG, they go down the field, they usually like to set up from the corner side. They sometimes have these missed touches, or like you said, these kind of awkward touches that aren't really helpful. But off the backboard, not something Torrent can work with. But they're up by 2 goals, so the weight is not on their shoulders. Well, it is, because they have to climb back in the series, considering they had a freebie. And that was their first game loss, to be fair. So RBG are still going to be a challenge, but Torrent aren't being challenged yet.
Yeah, again, if anybody's going to be able to take down this Torrent side, it's very clear that it's RBG here on this day, but it's just not going to be easy. Against anybody really in this entire bracket, you're going to have to fight. And right now, RBG seem to not really want to fight. They kind of just want to bob and weave until eventually they can find a parry, and I don't think that's the best way to do this. You need to get in the face of your opponents, get big, get loud, and Expert seems to know that. First goal on the board for RBG.
Jolly talked all about the impact that this guy has on a team, and Kinsey even tried to bump, and Expert still placed it to the right side. And that's perfect. Now RBG are back in the game. And you know what was funny? I was about to look at the shots and talk about those stats again. RBG only have 2 shots. That second shot they ever took was one of their goals. So they just need time to ramp up, I guess.
Apparently so. Hey, listen, there's always that argument, quantity versus quality, and right now we're seeing two very different sides here. RBG are just looking for precision shots. Meanwhile, Torrent, they don't care if the shot is even on target. As long as it puts on pressure, it makes RBG uncomfortable, and that's exactly what they've done. 80 seconds left here. It still doesn't feel like RBG have got quite the grip they need on this game if they want to make this turnaround happen. I might eat my words here. They do have a good offense, but what a bump. Overextension here. Money needs to try and save this out to the side, but that's a huge, huge physical play. Torrent now just need to keep up the pressure and let this clock tick on down.
Money had just such good possession in that corner, just kept it in the air a few extra seconds, but no one had control of the box. One person in net, no one else home, and Smashgg finds a great shot.
I'm going to guarantee you that that was off target. Jordan, like, intentionally. Jordan put that there just to leave Export so that he couldn't move to the other side of the pitch the goal, get to the back post and get prepared. They just left him there hanging and basically went, yeah, figure it out. Good luck. And he did it, because guess what? No one can figure out Torrent so far here today. Everyone has tried, but no one has been able to take down this team. And honestly, it kind of feels like now they have finally woken up. We said game number 1 looked a little bit odd to them. Game 2, a great representation of the Torrent squad that has dominated here today.
You just gotta have more coverage on Smashgg Bear. I guess Jordan too, as we go 4-1 with 34 seconds left. This game is pretty much done for Torrent to take back their lead of the series, but still is a best of 7. A lot of Rocket League yet to go. But by the way, Expert also has a Smashgg Bear has a hat trick. 3 of the 4 goals have been to him.
He's just been electric. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's something that you have to come to expect from Smashgg Bear here. Like we said, he took a couple weeks off to try and get himself together again, and we're glad that he did, because he looks so revitalized now that he has come back into the scene. He's played his heart out today, and I really don't think he's going to stop until the very last ball drops here, and, well, good evidence here as they're still pushing for another offense. 10 seconds to go, and at this point, Torrent have this one in the bag, but they just don't want to give away any extra momentum to an RBG squad, which looks like they need some sort of boost here at this point, Lemon. They're not looking bad, but oh my, when you're getting saved off from shots like that, it's gotta hurt. Some sort of fire has to be found underneath the butts of this team if they want to survive.
As Torrent take game number 3, they'll lead the series 2-1. Remember, Torrent had that free game 1. What was I gonna say? I really like that the challenges that RBG are going for, and I think that's what what was so impressive about them in other games was how they were challenging and then turning plays on their heads. But here, it always felt like they were just a millisecond behind challenges, that Torrent were winning a lot of these 50s or being able to make something out of those challenges every single time. So RBG, all they did was cause chaos, but not create opportunities. And you saw that in the shots, where their one goal came from a 2-shot as we entered the second half. So I like RBG to just play a little bit quicker. Maybe that helps out.
I really like the way that you phrased that, saying that they're just trying to cause chaos right now, because I think against any other team in this bracket, causing chaos is enough for someone to break down, for the defense to get uncomfortable and to make some mistakes. The difference is with Torrent, they've got way too much experience at a high level. Even if a team starts to cause some chaos and they can't quite read how it goes on the pitch, they go, okay, what's the default now? Let's play some defense until we find some sort of semblance of just normalcy, and then we go right back to our game plan. So RBG, you might have been able to find weakness in other teams here today because of that really weird, chaotic play style. It's not going to happen against Torrent. You need to figure this out, and I know I said, stick to your game plan, stick to your guns, and see it through here. Maybe the guns are unfortunately a little bit jammed here. Maybe you're gonna have to trade out the ammo and look for something else, because so far, it's not working.
Oh, Jordan just got demoed, as maybe RBG thought, okay, if we demo this could slide through, and that chaos or just the smoke created could have started something. As RBG fight tooth and nail for this corner control. Expert gets above one defender, sets up Money for the money shot, and RBG are on the board.
That's a huge first goal for them, especially because it shows a little bit of vulnerability. Smashgg misses that one, and we've been talking about it all day. Capitalization upon the little mistakes. Expert could have just easily retreated back there, just left the play to go, but as soon as he sees a mistake, he cuts rotations, sends it center, and gets the first goal for his team. 1-0 here for RBG, and if they want to walk away with a series, goals like that, opportunities like that, you need to take advantage of them.
Yeah, that was a really good passing play, and just right off the rip too, you can tell the RBG do not want to go down without a fight. So it's with Kinsey and Jordan, but you're letting Jordan set up, and he usually has the most assists for a reason. The enabler, the glue to this team, as they're just all over this net trying to center it out. And they're just camping out the corners too, so wherever RBG places it, there's gonna be a Torrent member there ready to cause something.
Woo. They're literally not letting them out of this final third. Forget the half at this point. They just continually put on this pressure, leave players on the backboard, and keep them in awkward positions. Zanil has 3 boosts in the tank there. Pretty much no one has boosts in the tank, so obviously that's got to go in. Desperation times, and unfortunately the boost's going to really come back to bite them.
33 miles per hour in the upper 90. And your own teammate is there to help you out. The fact that Kinsey was there to assure of that, you know, just in case, tells you that the defense, there's no shot of saving that, besides the fact that you had all the time in the world to try. But it's still 1-1. Jordan up in the air, not a lot of boost, I think, for this defense, mainly Magic Bear. And that's why he's going forward with Kinsey, and what a quick turn. RBG have to use so much just to get back, but at least they've stopped this offense in their tracks.
You had to hesitate for a moment there. Shots just continually rip off, and I can't really blame you because every time we think that maybe we're going to see a little bit of a settle down, that chaos that we talked about is going to start to dissipate on the pitch, it doesn't. And honestly, I shouldn't be surprised. This is the way that the games have gone here today, but you just kind of expect something different out of Torrent. They almost get a goal out of nowhere from a redirect from Kinsey in front of the box, but no such luck. And again, more examples of the chaos that we just don't expect from Torrent. A team that is usually so organized might finally be feeling the pressure of this RBG squad.
Yeah, look how much targeting the RBG are doing. They demoed Magic Bear, they demoed another member. They're weakening this defense through pure physicality, and now we'll see if this turns into a goal, because it all doesn't matter. They're only gone for a few seconds as Kinsey's gonna fight back. Maybe Torrent have a chance to retaliate, but it's passed over to Expert. Expert versus Jordan. Magic Bear boosts from behind to bump him. Now at the second half, we're still 1-1, but RBG have a chance here, but too slow to react.
They're getting a lot of pressure here, and they're doing so in very weird ways. His challenges out of nowhere. It touches off the backboard. It passes to the center, where Expert can get denied by Jordan. Save in front of the net, and once again, Torrent here. I knew I would do that at some point here today. Have unfortunately shown themselves as that defensive monster. It does lead me into this, because that was what I was going to say. This team's been doing this since before the rebrand. They've been on the line, making sure to never give up any sort of pressure, and it's why I've been such a fan of this team for so long. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to see if the fans for RBG can maybe encourage them to keep the series alive. Again, it's a tied ball, or not a tied ball game. It's 2-1 here in favor of Torrent. They win this one, they move on to series point.
That's something that RBG cannot afford, but just the fact that they're making them sweat a lot more than the upper final tells me that RBG have been spending a lot of time preparing for this rematch. And Torrent, well, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Torrent hadn't dropped a game since they met RBG, so now they know they got to take this extra seriously. Money up in the ceiling. Jordan patiently on the ground, pinches off to Magic Bear as Torrent recover this. And oh my god, Magic Bear's in the air with the ball again. At least Kinsey was trying to bump the challenge away, and Torrent, still the offense that's growing, is developing as Jordan didn't even have time to figure out who he's going to pass to, and that's what RBG have to do better, of just don't let them have time. This is an awkward touch in front of the net, but no one from Torrent really wanted to dive that.
I appreciate that you have at least figured out that you can't give time to Magic or really anybody on this Torrent team, because apparently RBG still don't seem to understand that. They're giving so much time and space here. Honestly, it's not really, I don't know why. It's one of these things where you would expect them to at least have a game plan if they are going to give this much space, but great example. Kinsey and Magic Bear both have to go for the ball there, so why doesn't someone dive at the net to try and put on the pressure? It feels like RBG are getting a little bit trigger shy. They're so scared of these cross-court counters that we're seeing out of Torrent on repeat that they don't want to send the house. And with 20 seconds left, I can kind of understand, but also at the same time, boys, if you don't get a win here, that might be curtains on this series, because like we said, Torrent will move on to series point, and they want to do it before the end of regulation. Kinsey takes it off the ceiling, and Expert takes it the other way. Wait a minute. 0 boost in the tank. He might be able to keep this one up. Zanil will at least put it off the backboard. Money is there. Drop down to Expert, and he misses. No, we had to overtime from a missed touch.
Ooh, it was just tough to read where that bounce was going. We enter overtime. We are just the overtime casters, I guess.
Yep.
1-1 to decide, will Torrent take a series lead? Will they go to series point in this grand final, or will RBG tie it up? It's getting awful close to the RBG net. Money with a good carry, but it's right into the hands of Smashgg. Just has to dangle one defensive member. Thank God Expert was there, but it's not even over yet because Jordan is leading this offense to a rally.
Well, they're trying their best. They've still got the pressure on at midfield here, but again, if no one's going to be able to break down that defense, I mean, you have to expect Smashgg. He's been electric here today, not only in this series, but just overall. And like I mentioned before, he really is the ones player of this squad. The ones player on the other side, though, is still Smashgg. Save on the line, and we somehow keep playing.
I can't believe that these shots are so dangerous, and it takes these diving saves, multiple people committing to deny it every single time. I don't even know who's going to take this game because both teams have put in so much effort on their offense. Expert is going to slow down this pace of play. Torrent, we're coming in a little quick, but it's turned around. Jordan is there first. Expert challenges, misses it. Money fumbles the bag. Zenil lets that one go, and Torrent off a cross-field shot will take this game 4 in overtime.
We said this was an issue last series. We said it was an issue this one. RBG, once they start to get a little bit frustrated at their offense not being able to find those results, they overcommit, overpush, and Torrent is a team you cannot afford that against. They're going to take advantage of it, move on to 3-1 in this series in yet another overtime victory. And Lemon, now comes that dreaded point that we talked about. RBG need 3 straight if they want to take this.
It's just so funny because, like, literally a minute ago you were talking about how RBG were so scared of Torrent just flipping plays around and these cross-field passes, and what ends this overtime? Exactly that. Torrent just no. And that's what we were talking about before the series as well, of how quickly Torrent are to challenge and how usually the 50s go in their favor. And in this case, it paid off. We go into Game 5 with Torrent on series point.
I gotta say, I do appreciate sometimes, though, when the series does or the game ends like that, because it makes me feel like I actually somewhat know what I'm talking about. Occasionally, I do. It's very rare, but at least in this instance, I know what I'm saying, and hopefully RBG is hearing me at this point, because I really do think that it's some minor changes they need if they want to try and take this one. Again, they're getting frustrated at the offense. I understand. Against a team like Torrent, it's pretty easy to get frustrated. They will save anything you shoot at them, but that's not a reason for you to abandon your line and abandon the defense, and if you do it again, it might just be the end of the series. So for RBG right now, minor adjustments, very small things, and not committing out of midfield. Oh boy, had Money not gotten that touch, that was guaranteed a goal for Torrent.
Smashgg, he sets up. He already had a teammate on the backboard as Jordan is alone in the center field, and he's got 2-man coverage on him, so that was going to be tough for Torrent to pull off. But they're going to bring it right back. It's not like RBG had any time to think of a counterattack. They keep clearing it, and it's about, can you even follow the ball when you do throw it away like that? And it doesn't seem to be the case in the first minute of play, as that is a dangerous bounce in front of the net that Jordan set up, and no one from Torrent really wanted to go for after that double commit from RBG. That was left unpunished. Jordan with a shot, a little too high. It's off the backboard, and a quick challenge from RBG pops it up to buy time, but as the defense is getting demoed here of RBG, they're just glad that nothing went in after that.
Honestly, I'm glad that nothing went in there, because that would have been a heck of a way to open up the scoreline here. I'd love to see the stats of the average pace that each of these players are going at right now, because although it feels like Torrent are being able to beat RBG to all of these balls, it feels like RBG are just moving around faster, and maybe that's part of the reason that they are uncomfortable, is because they're constantly whipping it around at Mach 7 speeds, so whenever they have to, you know, not go at Mach 7 speeds, they just kind of panic and break down, and that's what Torrent is doing right now. They are forcing the pace of play that they are comfortable with, while RBG just have to try and gain any sort of just control over this game. It really does feel like Torrent are by far in the lead right now, and although it's been very back and forth, we talk about this a lot, the edge that needs to be in favor of RBG, and well, that edge right there just sliced it off the bar. They better be careful, because they cannot afford shots ripping like that.
Every time Smashgg is in the air with the ball by himself, I just clench a little bit, and I'm just like holding my breath. Every muscle is being contracted when I see Smashgg. And it's a Jordan like that? Well, when he's got friends, it's even scarier. Torrent with a great goal.
I mean, you called this. Magic Bear goes to the air and he just goes, hey, Zenio, you want to try and challenge? Good luck. I'm just going to get this to Jordan without a care in the world. And now halfway through this game, it's a chance for Torrent to close this out. They hold on for another 234, and they will be the champions of the AAA Challenger Series event number 2.
At RBG, we know they always pick up the phone and answer, but it's about how they can just go quickly. They need to pick up the pace of plays. Neil is there to catch the rebound, and they do, in fact, answer.
I mean, this is just kind of the curse at this point. Every team has to fight against the bar here. Someone in the finals gets cursed by it. It's happened 2 events in a row. Unfortunately for RBG, though, they are feeling the heat here as they are at 1-1 on elimination game. Their accuracy hasn't been poor, but it's got to be stellar if they want to walk away with a victory here, especially when Kinsey is putting on the pressure and Jordan's coming in for a follow-up. No such luck getting past the defense here, but Torrent right back at it, right back on to putting that pressure, but oh, wait a minute. This actually could be a relieved. Money goes the other way, but no one's there for the follow-up again. More space being given. No one wants to commit, and Torrent gets away with a freebie.
Oh, that's a shot. Okay, expert. Yeah, there's just been a couple of weird touches on the defense of RBG, and then the fact that they turned that into an offense that could put a shot on is impressive, and it was maybe because they lacked boost. It was awkward to kind of maneuver the car around, and what a shot from Kinsey gets, and that's the issue. Torrent are always on the ball first.
They're just faster. Again, average pace probably goes to RBG, but just look at Kinsey. Goes through that like an arrow to a target and nails the target at that. 1-2 here with 100 seconds left. Listen, Lemon, I have faith that RBG can turn this around and take this to overtime, but they need something special at this point. They've been playing such a standard game that Torrent seemed to have them read, not only like a book, but like a textbook. They studied this for a test, and they're about to ace it. 90 seconds left. Can we see a turnaround?
With a team like RBG, the game is not over, especially with only 1 goal down. The game is not over until the clock hits 0 and the ball is on the ground, and Money got too much air with his car, misses the touch, and the counterattack from Torrent as the members are extended. But off the backboard, they couldn't get the immediate touch. Really good contest from Expert as everyone is chasing this ball around. Kinsey is waiting for the pass just like he did last time. 57 seconds, and the pressure is mounting. Torrent are on the offense. It pinches off to Jordan, recovers this for Torrent, and they're going at it again. RBG cannot afford another goal.
Oh my gosh, they just sent 4 players. That time it's 2. I don't know how Expert technically gets credited with the save there, but you know what? Good on him. The only thing that it hasn't led to, though, is another offense. Torrent will not let RBG out of this half. They are putting on pressure on pressure and pressure. And as Jordan sends this to the corner one more time, they have now entered that dreaded 30-second mark, and they aren't even out of their half. Again, another long clear. Expert wants the follow-up, but Money's overcommitted here. Zenil's not going to be able to get the ball either. Torrent, at this point, they might have just sealed the deal here. They just need to hold on to possession, and they just might. Kinsey sends it center. Is Jordan up for this one? He'll go to the backboard, and Expert will clear it out, but not far enough. Count down the clock because, unfortunately for RBG, they have run out of options. Desperate to get it out of their half, but cannot find it. Torrent will take game number 5 and in 4-1 fashion win your AAA Challenger Series event number 2.
And only dropping 1 game this entire tournament, and it was RBG in their second rematch that had to do it. It was game 2, I guess technically the first game of this series that RBG took, which I think surprised Torrent, and look how the scores tell you the story. I mean, it's been 2-1, 4-1, 2-1, 2-1. I mean, it's been a close final, and I'm glad RBG kind of took that upper final as a lesson, learned a ton, and through the trials and tribulations of internally whatever is going on, came to this final at full force. And I'm really proud of the work that they were able to do. But man, Torrent continue to be an untouchable team.
They really are. I mean, honestly, congratulations to Torrent on that one. You guys absolutely deserve it. We're going to have to switch up the colors here to make sure that we celebrate them properly. As, yeah, these guys deserve all the praise in the world. A very, very, very impressive day out of Torrent here. And honestly,
I found this page. Does this count?
Looks pretty, listen, I would say it looks pretty damn close. That's pretty much about, on which side is it? It's this side. Yeah, it's on this side. But you know what? You know who else is going to be on this side of me? Someone else who might have some opinions here. We're going to bring back Jolly in to talk a little bit more about that series because, oh my, was that something special.
It really was. And, you know, the anticipation that we had of seeing these two teams match up again before we even saw the losers finals, the anticipation that Torrent was not going to have any problems, that changed a little bit. We saw the very even tie-up, which is great to see, right? You knew the fight was there. I called on Expert to show up. He absolutely did, but once Torrent hit the ground running, there's very little that can be done to stop them. And the same kind of issues that we were seeing, not even issues, the same kind of things that were working well for Torrent in the past. I mean, the midfield interference and disruption in general, along with all of the demolitions, along with the behemoth defense, on top of being able to so quickly rotate into such an oppressive offense. I mean, it almost feels unnatural, unreal, right? When you see a team like that do this incredibly well. But man, that's it for today. It was such a long day of Rocket League for all of these players, all of these teams. I mean, Torrent was in this from the very beginning until the very, very end. The same can be said for teams like Accelerate, RBG as well, who fought through. I mean, EXE, even a lot of these teams, man, you can tell. They deserve to be here. They're here for a reason, and they have many opportunities coming up as well, because each one of these RLCS Winter Close qualifiers are going to give us a 9th through 16th place team, right? And that means that we have more exceptional teams, sometimes some overlaps, which we will likely see coming into this. Man, all right. I don't think it's possible that we see Torrent in this one again, if they're not able to actually make it through, guys. But man, I don't know about you. I'm gonna ask, I'll ask you, let me Kiwi first. Do you have a highlight of the day? Is there anything in particular that you just cannot forget about ever?
Thinking about it. Oh,
Just put you on the spot there, sorry.
Oh no, I'm trying to think of just crazy I think it was just the consistency. That's why it's hard to pick one outstanding moment, because Torrent just kept putting on good moment after good moment, which the recipe was, if Magic could take the ball, put it up into the air, pass it to Jordan, that was a great scoring chance. Jordan, I think, had the most amount of assists of setting up his team, makes everyone else look good. And just watching Torrent is incredible, and it almost looked like they just didn't fit in this tournament, which is how impressive, just kind of head and shoulders how much better they were than everyone else. So I'm looking forward to seeing, maybe with a new set of teams next event, if Torrent show up or not, who's going to be the team that dominates the tournament, because the last tournament, I don't feel like there was just one team that was in the stars compared to everyone else. So really great job from Torrent to just keep up that work.
And that is $1,000 that they get to take home for taking that first place spot. As we take a look at the bracket here, hey, that feels really good. RBG is also going to be able to take home a bit of money, though, because that's $350 for second place, and of course third place, as we were seeing a little bit earlier, comes through. And you know, they're still going to be able to get $150. That was Accelerate earlier on. So while they did drop out, while making their way, I mean, in such a strong manner through the lower portion of the bracket up until the finals, they still get at least $50 a piece, right? That feels, it doesn't feel great to not make it to the grand finals, but you got some money under your belt now, and you get to look forward to, if you're not in RLCS, you still get to be a part of something like this in the Challenger Series, as long as you do well in the overall. You know, I'm going to ask you guys if you want to do your, have some closing thoughts. Bass, we'll start with you on this one. Anything you want to call out? Anyone you want to thank? Any closing thoughts on this?
Honestly, one thing I do want to point out, to just sort of express how incredibly important each one of these events are. They might have not won today, but Accelerate is actually technically in the lead point-wise now. Because of the points that they secured here today, they are at 26. Winning one of these events only gets you 25, so the teams that have not repeated here, unfortunately, aren't able to gain any more points. So despite the fact that both Manzana and Torrent have now won, they're still in second place because they have 26 points in Accelerate. So, folks, if you're not already following all of the socials for these guys and keeping up to date with everything that's going on, here's a good reason why. You might miss a week and everything can change. So make sure to hit the follow down below. Make sure to go check out the Twitter for FOB to keep up to date with everything that's going on, because if you miss out on a single one of these events, you're going to be kicking yourselves. I guarantee it.
I'm just glad that there's events like this, because you talk about how, you know, the closed qualifier, the bottom teams from there come to this, and it's like, you know, you have such an unfortunate thing happen where you couldn't perform there. At least you have another platform to put your skills to the test and still meet other teams who are at your level and get a chance to win money while you're just sitting there waiting for the next qualifier anyway. So this is just a great opportunity to see how teams are developing behind the scenes or during the quote off season until their next chance. And what they're able to do during that time. And it's really impressive to see how teams will grow through each of these events, like maybe how Accelerate have changed. That was a team that Bass and I covered multiple times. And it's cool to see how people are kind of developing through many events.
It is great to see. And it is nice to have a platform to say, hey, we've still got something to do, right? In the meantime, hope it might just be a one-day event, but it is a one-day event that is absolutely jam-packed with some amazing teams, some amazing players, and some amazing series that we are able to watch. But that is going to do it for us. Of course, thank you to those of you who are watching. Thank you to my wonderful co-casters. Of course, we got Lemon Kiwi and Bass for the Past now. We had Chicksa and we had Danger Taco on earlier, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of these faces for the next qualifier or for the next event here for the AAA Challenger Series. And that is still to be determined for the teams, and that is going to be on February 28th. So as Lemon Kiwi said, make sure you follow the socials, right? Make sure you have your eyes on things, even if you're just taking a look at the brackets at the end of the day to see where certain teams place up and to take a look at the point standings in the end of things. It's the top 16 teams going into this, or at least the teams with the top 16 in points are going to be the ones that actually make it to the final championship. We still got several more series until then. And of course, thank you to our sponsors, ProMedica, AAA. Hey, there are over 1 million roads out there, but no matter which road you take, AAA knows the way. Learn how AAA can help you in your journey through advice, discounts, roadside assistance, and much more at AAA.com. That's AAA, not the words AAA spelled out. Thank you guys to everyone who was watching, and we will see you next time on February 28th.
She's a late model sedan, Irma. She's not the flashiest car on the high school lot, but one with the most tenure. She's carried 3 Anderson siblings through a lot of great moments, and protected them through some not-so-great ones. Irma has put in her time with us, so when it comes to protecting her, she deserves more than a 15-minute conversation, or less.